You fool! Warren is dead. Blood and Shadows. The Horror Stories of Robert E. Howard. The Cairn on the Headland. And the next instant this great red loon was shaking me like a dog shaking a rat. "Where is Maeve MacDonald?" he was screaming. "By the saints, it's a grisly thing to hear a madman in a lonely place at midnight screaming the name of a woman dead 300 years. The Longshoreman's Tale. 1. "This is the cairn you seek," I said, laying my hand gingerly on one of the rough stones which composed the strangely symmetrical heap. An avid interest burned in Ortali's dark eyes. His gaze swept the landscape and came back to rest on the great pile of massive, weather-worn boulders. "What a wild, weird, desolate place," he said. "Who would have thought to find such a spot in this vicinity? Except for the smoke rising yonder, one would scarcely dream that beyond that headland lies a great city. Here there is scarcely even a fisherman's hut within sight. The people shun the cairn, as they have shunned it for centuries," I replied. "Why?" "You've asked me that before," I replied impatiently. "I can only answer that they now avoid by habit what their ancestors avoided through knowledge." "Knowledge!" He laughed derisively. "Superstition!" I looked at him somberly with unveiled hate. Two men could scarcely have been of more opposite types. He was slender, self-possessed, unmistakably Latin with his dark eyes and sophisticated air. I am massive, clumsy and bear-like, with cold blue eyes and tousled red hair. We were countrymen in that we were born in the same land, but the homelands of our ancestors were as far apart as south from north. "Nordic superstition," he repeated. "I cannot imagine a Latin people allowing such a mystery as this to go unexplored all these years. The Latins are too practical, too prosaic, if you will. Are you sure of the date of this pile?" "I find no mention of it in any manuscript prior to 1014 AD, I growled. "And I've read all such manuscripts extant in the original. MacLeod, King Brian Boru's poet, speaks of the rearing of the cairn immediately after the battle, and there can be little doubt but that this is the pile referred to. It is mentioned briefly in the later chronicles of the Four Masters, also in the Book of Leinster, compiled in the late 1150s, and again in the Book of Lecan, compiled by the Macfurbis about 1416. All connected with the Battle of Clontarf, without mentioning why it was built." "Well, what is the mystery about it?" he queried. "What more natural than the defeated Norsemen should rear a cairn above the body of some great chief who had fallen in the battle?" "In the first place," I answered, "there is a mystery concerning the existence of it. The building of cairns above the dead was a Norse, not an Irish custom. Yet according to the chroniclers, it was not Norsemen who reared this heap. How could they have built it immediately after the battle, in which they had been cut to pieces and driven in headlong flight through the gates of Dublin? Their chieftains lay where they had fallen, and the ravens picked their bones. It was Irish hands that heaped these stones." "Well, was that so strange?" persisted Ortali. "In old times the Irish heaped up stones before they went into battle, each man putting a stone in place. After the battle the living removed their stones, leaving in that manner a simple tally of the slain for any who wished to count the remaining stones." I shook my head. That was in more ancient times, not in the Battle of Clontarf. In the first place, there were more than 20,000 warriors, and 4,000 fell here. This cairn is not large enough to have served as a tally of the men killed in battle, and it is too symmetrically built. Hardly a stone has fallen away in all these centuries. No, it was reared to cover something, Nordic superstitions, the man sneered again. Aye, superstitions if you will. Fired by his scorn, I exclaimed so savagely that he involuntarily stepped back, his hand slipping inside his coat. We of North Europe had gods and demons before which the pallid mythologies of the South fade to childishness. At a time when your ancestors were lolling on silken cushions among the crumbling marble pillars of a decaying civilization, my ancestors were building their own civilization in hardships and gigantic battles against foes human and inhuman. Here on this very plain, the Dark Ages came to an end, and the light of a new era dawned faintly on a world of hate and anarchy. Here, as even you know, in the year 1014, Brian Boru and his Dalcassian axe-wielders broke the power of the heathen Norsemen forever. Those grim anarchistic plunderers who had held back the progress of civilization for centuries. It was more than a struggle between Gael and Dane for the crown of Ireland. It was a war between the White Christ and Odin, between Christian and pagan. It was the last stand of the heathen, of the people of the old grim ways. For 300 years, the world had writhed beneath the heel of the Viking, and here on Clontarf, that scourge was lifted forever. Then, as now, the importance of that battle was underestimated by polite Latin and Latinized writers and historians. The polished sophisticates of the civilized cities of the South were not interested in the battles of barbarians in the remote northwestern corner of the world, a place and peoples of whose very names they were only vaguely aware. They only knew that suddenly the terrible raids of the Sea Kings ceased to sweep along their coasts, and in another century the wild age of plunder and slaughter had almost been forgotten, all because a rude, half-civilized people who scantily covered their nakedness with wolf hides rose up against the conquerors. Here was Ragnarok, the fall of the gods. Here in very truth Odin fell, for his religion was given its death blow. He was last of all the heathen gods to stand before Christianity, and it looked for a time as if his children might prevail and plunge the world back into darkness and savagery. Before Clontarf, legends say, he often appeared on earth to his worshippers, dimly seen in the smoke of the sacrifices where naked human victims died screaming, or riding the wind-torn clouds, his wild locks flying in the gale, or apparelled like a Norse warrior, dealing thunderous blows in the forefront of nameless battles. But after Clontarf he was seen no more. His worshippers called on him in vain with wild chants and grim sacrifices. They lost faith in him, who had failed them in their wildest hour. His altars crumbled, his priests turned grey and died, and men turned to his conqueror, the White Christ. The reign of blood and iron was forgotten. The age of the red-handed Sea Kings passed. The rising sun slowly, dimly, lighted the night of the Dark Ages, and men forgot Odin, who came no more on earth. I laugh if you will, but who knows what shapes of horror have had birth in the darkness, the cold gloom, and the whistling black gulfs of the north. In the southern lands the sun shines and flowers blow. Under the soft skies men laugh at demons. But in the north, who can say what elemental spirits of evil dwell in the fierce storms and the darkness? Well may it be that from such fiends of the night men evolve the worship of the grim ones, Odin and Thor, and their terrible kin. Ortali was silent for an instant, as if taken aback by my vehemence. Then he laughed. Well said, my northern philosopher. We will argue these questions another time. I could hardly expect a descendant of Nordic barbarians to escape some trace of the dreams and mysticism of his race, but you cannot expect me to be moved by your imaginings either. I still believe that this cairn covers no grimmer secret than a Norse chief who fell in the battle, and really your ravings concerning Nordic devils have no bearing on the matter. Will you help me tear into this cairn? No, I answered shortly. A few hours' work will suffice to lay bare whatever it may hide, he continued, as if he had not heard. By the way, speaking of superstitions, is there not some wild tale concerning holly connected with this heap? An old legend says that all trees bearing holly were cut down for a league in all directions for some mysterious reason, I answered sullenly. That's another mystery. Holly was an important part of Norse magic-making. The Four Masters tell of a Norseman, a white-bearded ancient of wild aspect and apparently a priest of Odin, who was slain by the natives while attempting to lay a branch of holly on the cairn, a year after the battle. Well, he laughed, I have procured a sprig of holly. See, and shall wear it in my lapel. Perhaps it will protect me against your Nordic devils. I feel more certain than ever that the cairn covers a sea king, and they were always laid to rest with all their riches, golden caps and jewel-set sword hilts and silver corselets. I feel that this cairn holds wealth over which clumsy-footed Irish peasants have been stumbling for centuries, living in want and dying in hunger. Bah! We shall return here at about midnight, when we may be fairly certain that we will not be interrupted, and you will aid me at the excavations. The last sentence was rapped out in a tone that sent a red surge of bloodlust through my brain. Ortali turned and began examining the cairn as he spoke, and almost involuntarily my hand reached out stealthily and closed on a wicked bit of jagged stone that had become detached from one of the boulders. In that instant, I was a potential murderer, if ever one walked the earth. One blow, quick, silent, and savage, and I would be free forever from a slavery bitter as my Celtic ancestors knew, beneath the heels of the Vikings. As if sensing my thoughts, Ortali wheeled to face me. I quickly slipped the stone into my pocket, not knowing whether he noted the action. But he must have seen the red killing instinct burning in my eyes, for again he recoiled, and again his hand sought the hidden revolver. But he only said, I've changed my mind. We will not uncover the cairn tonight. Tomorrow night, perhaps. We may be spied upon. Just now I am going back to the hotel. I made no reply, but turned my back upon him and stalked moodily away in the direction of the shore. He started up the slope of the headland, beyond which lay the city, and when I turned to look at him, he was just crossing the ridge, etched clearly against the hazy sky. If hate could kill, he would have dropped dead. I saw him in a red-tinged haze, and the pulses in my temples throbbed like hammers. I turned back toward the shore and stopped suddenly. Engrossed with my own dark thoughts, I had approached within a few feet of a woman before seeing her. She was tall and strongly made, with a strong, stern face, deeply lined and weather-worn as the hills. She was dressed in a manner strange to me, but I thought little of it, knowing the curious styles of clothing worn by certain backward types of our people. "What would you be doing at the cairn?" she asked in a deep, powerful voice. I looked at her in surprise. She spoke in Gaelic, which was not strange of itself, but the Gaelic she used I'd supposed was extinct as a spoken language. It was the Gaelic of scholars, pure, and with a distinctly archaic flavour. A woman from some secluded hill country, I thought, where the people still spoke the unadulterated tongue of their ancestors. "We were speculating on its mystery," I answered in the same tongue, hesitantly, however, for though skilled in the more modern form taught in the schools, to match her use of the language was a strain on my knowledge of it. She shook her head slowly. "I like not the dark man who was with you," she said somberly. "Who are you?" "I am an American, though born and raised here," I answered. "My name is James O'Brien." A strange light gleamed in her cold eyes. "O'Brien, you're of my clan. I was born an O'Brien. I married a man of the MacDonalds, but my heart was ever with the folk of my blood." "You live hereabouts?" I queried, my mind on her unusual accent. "Aye, I lived here upon a time. she answered, "but I have been far away for a long time. All is changed." Changed. I would not have returned, but I was drawn back by a call you would not understand. "Tell me, would you open the cairn?" I started and gazed at her closely, deciding that she had somehow overheard our conversation. "It is not mine to say," I answered bitterly. "Ortali, my companion, he will doubtless open it, and I am constrained to aid him. Of my own will I would not molest it." Her cold eyes bored into my soul. "Fools rush blind to their doom," she said somberly. "What does this man know of the mysteries of this ancient land? Deeds have been done here, whereof the world re-echoed. Yonder, in the long ago, when Tomar's wood rose dark and rustling against the plain of Clontarf, and the Danish walls of Dublin loomed south of the river Liffey, the ravens fed on the slain, and the setting sun lighted lakes of crimson. There King Brian, your ancestor and mine, broke the spears of the north. From all lands they came, and from the isles of the sea. They came in gleaming mail, and their horned helmets cast long shadows across the land. Their dragon prows thronged the waves, and the sound of their oars was as the beat of a storm. On yonder plain the heroes fell like ripe wheat before the reaper. There fell Jarl Sigurd of the Orkneys, and Broder of Man, last of the sea kings, and all their chiefs. There fell too Prince Murra and his son Turlock, and many chieftains of the Gael, and King Brian Boru himself, Erin's mightiest monarch. True, my imagination was always fired by the epic tales of the land of my birth. Blood of mine was spilled here, and though I have passed the best part of my life in a far land, there are ties of blood to bind my soul to this shore. She nodded slowly, and from beneath her robes drew forth something that sparkled dully in the setting sun. "Take this," she said. "As a token of blood tie, I give it to you. I feel the weird of strange and monstrous happenings, but this will keep you safe from evil and the people of the night. Beyond reckoning of man, it is holy." I took it wonderingly. It was a crucifix of curiously worked gold, set with tiny jewels. The workmanship was extremely archaic and unmistakably Celtic, and vaguely within me stirred a memory of a long-lost relic described by forgotten monks in dim manuscripts. "Great heavens!" I exclaimed. This can be nothing less than the lost crucifix of St. Brandon the Blessed." "Aye." She inclined her grim head. "St. Brandon's cross, fashioned by the hands of the holy man in long ago, before the Norse barbarians made Erin a red hell, in the days when a golden peace and holiness ruled the land." "But, woman," I exclaimed wildly, "I cannot accept this as a gift from you. You cannot know its value. Its intrinsic worth alone is equal to a fortune. As a relic it is priceless." "Enough!" Her deep voice struck me suddenly silent. "Have done with such talk, which is sacrilege. The cross of St. Brandon is beyond price. It was never stained with gold. Only as a free gift has it ever changed hands. I give it to you to shield you against the powers of evil. Say no more." "But it has been lost for 300 years," I exclaimed. "How? Where?" "A holy man gave it to me long ago," she answered. "I hid it in my bosom. Long it lay in my bosom. But now I give it to you. I have come from a far country to give it to you, for there are monstrous happenings in the wind, and it is sword and shield against the people of the night. An ancient evil stirs in its prison, which blind hands of folly may break open. But stronger than any evil is the cross of St. Brandon, which has gathered power and strength through the long, long ages since that forgotten evil fell to the earth." "But who are you?" I exclaimed. "I am Maeve MacDonald," she answered. Then, turning without a word, she strode away in the deepening twilight, while I stood bewildered and watched her cross the headland and pass from sight, turning inland as she topped the ridge. Then I, too, shaking myself like a man waking from a dream, went slowly up the slope and across the headland. When I crossed the ridge, it was as if I had passed out of one world into another. Behind me lay the wilderness and desolation of a weird medieval age. Before me pulsed the lights and the roar of modern Dublin. Only one archaic touch was lent to the scene before me. Some distance inland loomed the straggling and broken lines of an ancient graveyard, long deserted and grown up in weeds, barely discernible in the dusk. As I looked, I saw a tall figure moving ghostily among the crumbling tombs, and I shook my head bewilderedly. Surely Maeve MacDonald was touched with madness, living in the past like one seeking to stir to flame the ashes of dead yesterdays. I set out toward where, in the near distance, began the straggling window gleams that grew into the swarming ocean of lights that was Dublin. Back at the suburban hotel where Ortali and I had our rooms, I did not speak to him of the cross the woman had given me. In that at least he should not share. I intended keeping it until she requested its return, which I felt sure she would do. Now, as I recalled her appearance, the strangeness of her costume returned to me, with one item which had impressed itself on my subconscious mind at the time, but which I had not consciously realized. Maeve MacDonald had been wearing sandals of a type not worn in Ireland for centuries. Well, it was perhaps natural that with her retrospective nature she should imitate the apparel of the past ages, which seemed to claim all her thoughts. I turned the cross reverently in my hands. There was no doubt that it was the very cross for which antiquarians had searched so long in vain, and at last, in despair, had denied the existence of. The priestly scholar Michael O'Rourke, in a treatise written about 1690, described the relic at length, chronicled its history exhaustively, and maintained that it was last heard of in the possession of Bishop Liam O'Brien, who, dying in 1595, gave it into the keeping of a kinswoman. But who this woman was, it was never known, and O'Rourke maintained that she kept her possession of the cross a secret, and that it was laid away with her in her tomb. At another time, my elation at discovering this relic would have been extreme, but at the time my mind was too filled with hate and smouldering fury. Replacing the cross in my pocket, I fell moodily to reviewing my connections with Ortali, connections which puzzled my friends, but which were simple enough. 2. Some years before I had been connected with a certain large university in a humble way. One of the professors with whom I worked, a man named Reynolds, was of intolerably overbearing disposition toward those whom he considered his inferiors. I was a poverty-ridden student striving for life in a system which makes the very existence of a scholar precarious. I bore Professor Reynolds' abuse as long as I could, but one day we clashed. The reason does not matter. It was trivial enough in itself. Because I dared reply to his insults, Reynolds struck me, and I knocked him senseless. That very day he caused my dismissal from the university. Facing not only an abrupt termination of my work and studies, but actual starvation, I was reduced to desperation, and I went to Reynolds' study late that night, intending to thrash him within an inch of his life. I found him alone in his study, but the moment I entered, he sprang up and rushed at me like a wild beast, with a dagger he used for a paperweight. I did not strike him. I did not even touch him. As I stepped aside to avoid his rush, a small rug slipped beneath his charging feet. He fell headlong, and, to my horror, in his fall the dagger in his hand was driven into his heart. He died instantly. I was at once aware of my position. I was known to have quarrelled and even exchanged blows with the man. I had every reason to hate him. If I were found in the study with the dead man, no jury in the world would not believe that I had murdered him. I hurriedly left by the way I had come, thinking that I had been unobserved. But Ortali, the dead man's secretary, had seen me. Returning from a dance, he had observed me entering the premises, and, following me, had seen the whole affair through the window. But this I did not know until later. The body was found by the professor's housekeeper, and naturally there was a great stir. Suspicion pointed to me, but lack of evidence kept me from being indicted, and this same lack of evidence brought about a verdict of suicide. All this time, Ortali had kept quiet. Now he came to me and disclosed what he knew. He knew, of course, that I had not killed Reynolds, but he could prove that I was in the study when the professor met his death, and I knew Ortali was capable of carrying out his threat of swearing that he had seen me murder Reynolds in cold blood, and thus began a systematic blackmail. I venture to say that a stranger blackmail was never levied. I had no money then. Ortali was gambling on my future, for he was assured of my abilities. He advanced me money, and by clever wire-pulling got me an appointment in a large college. Then he sat back to reap the benefits of his scheming, and he reaped full-fold of the seed he sowed. In my line I became eminently successful. I soon commanded an enormous salary in my regular work, and I received rich prizes and awards for researches of various difficult nature, and of these Ortali took the lion's share, in money at least. I seemed to have the Midas touch, yet of the wine of my success I tasted only the dregs. I scarcely had a cent to my name. The money that had flowed through my hands had gone to enrich my slaver, unknown to the world. A man of remarkable gifts, he could have gone to the heights in any line, but for a queer streak in him which, coupled with an inordinately avaricious nature, made him a parasite, a blood-sucking leech. This trip to Dublin had been in the nature of a vacation for me. I was worn out with study and labour, but he had somehow heard of Grimmin's Cairn, as it was called, and, like a vulture that scents dead flesh, he conceived himself on the track of hidden gold. A golden wine-cup would have been to him sufficient reward for the labour of tearing into the pile, and reason enough for desecrating or even destroying the ancient landmark. He was a swine whose only god was gold. Well, I thought grimly as I disrobed for bed, all things end, both good and bad. Such a life as I had lived was unbearable. Ortali had dangled the gallows before my eyes until it had lost its terrors. I had staggered beneath the load I carried because of my love for my work. But all human endurance has its limits. My hands turned to iron as I thought of Ortali working beside me at midnight at the lonely cairn. One stroke, with such a stone as I had caught up that day, and my agony would be ended. That life and hopes and career and ambitions would be ended as well could not be helped. Ah, what a sorry, sorry end to all my high dreams. When a rope and the long drop through the black trap should cut short an honourable career and a useful life, and all because of a human vampire who feasted his rotten lust on my soul and drove me to murder and ruin. But I knew my fate was written in the iron books of doom. Sooner or later, I would turn on Ortali and kill him, be the consequences what they might. And I had reached the end of my road. Continual torture had rendered me, I believe, partly insane. I knew that at Grimmin's Cairn, when we toiled at midnight, Ortali's life would end beneath my hands, and my own life be cast away. Something fell out of my pocket, and I picked it up. It was the piece of sharp stone I had caught up off the cairn. Looking at it moodily, I wondered what strange hands had touched it in old times, and what grim secret it helped to hide on the bare headland of Grimmin. I switched out the light and lay in the darkness, the stone still in my hand, forgotten, occupied with my own dark broodings, and I glided gradually into deep slumber. At first I was aware that I was dreaming, as people often are. All was dim and vague, and connected in some strange way, I realized, with the bit of stone still grasped in my sleeping hand. Gigantic, chaotic scenes and landscapes and events shifted before me, like clouds that rolled and tumbled before a gale. Slowly, these settled and crystallized into one distinct landscape, familiar and yet wildly strange. I saw a broad bare plain, fringed by the grey sea on one side, and a dark, rustling forest on the other. This plain was cut by a winding river, and beyond this river I saw a city, such a city as my waking eyes had never seen, bare, stark, massive, with the grim architecture of an earlier, wilder age. On the plain I saw, as in a mist, a mighty battle. Serried ranks rolled backward and forward, steel flashed like a sunlit sea, and men fell like ripe wheat beneath the blades. I saw men in wolfskins, wild and shock-headed, wielding dripping axes, and tall men in horned helmets and glittering mail, whose eyes were cold and blue as the sea. And I saw myself. Yes, in my dream I saw and recognized, in a semi-detached way, myself. I was tall and rangily powerful. I was shock-headed and naked, but for a wolf hide girt about my loins. I ran among the ranks, yelling and smiting with a red axe, and blood ran down my flanks from wounds I scarcely felt. My eyes were cold blue, and my shaggy hair and beard were red. Now for an instant I was cognizant of my dual personality, aware that I was at once the wild man who ran and smote with the gory axe, and the man who slumbered and dreamed across the centuries. But this sensation quickly faded. I was no longer aware of any personality other than that of the barbarian who ran and smote. James O'Brien had no existence. I was Red Cúmal, Cairn of Brian Boru, and my axe was dripping with the blood of my foes. The roar of conflict was dying away, though here and there struggling clumps of warriors still dotted the plain. Down along the river, half-naked tribesmen, waist-deep in reddening water, tore and slashed with helmeted warriors whose mail could not save them from the stroke of the Dalcassian axe. Across the river, a bloody, disorderly horde was staggering through the gates of Dublin. The sun was sinking low toward the horizon. All day I had fought beside the chiefs. I had seen Jarl Sigurd fall beneath Prince Murra's sword. I had seen Murr himself die in the moment of victory, by the hand of a grim mailed giant whose name none knew. I had seen in the flight of the enemy Broder and King Brian fall together at the door of the great king's tent. Aye, it had been a feasting of ravens, a red flood of slaughter, and I knew that no more would the dragon-proud fleet sweep from the blue north with torch and destruction. Far and wide the Vikings lay in their glittering mail, as the ripe wheat lies after the reaping. Among them lay thousands of bodies clad in the wolf hides of the tribes, but the dead of the northern people far outnumbered the dead of Erin. I was weary and sick of the stench of raw blood. I had glutted my soul with slaughter. Now I sought plunder, and I found it, on the corpse of a richly clad Norse chief which lay close to the seashore. I tore off the silver-scaled corselet, the horned helmet. They fitted as if made for me, and I swaggered among the dead, calling on my wild comrades to admire my appearance, though the harness felt strange to me, for the Gaels scorned armour and fought half-naked. In my search for loot, I had wandered far out on the plain, away from the river, but still the mail-clad bodies lay thickly strewn, for the bursting of the ranks had scattered fugitives and pursuers all over the countryside, from the dark, waving wood of Tomar to the river and the seashore. And on the seaward slope of Drumna's Headland, out of sight of the city and the plain of Clontarf, I came suddenly upon a dying warrior. He was tall and massive, clad in grey mail. He lay partly in the folds of a great dark cloak, and his sword lay broken near his mighty right hand. His horned helmet had fallen from his head, and his elf locks blew in the wind that swept out of the west. Where one eye should have been was an empty socket, and the other eye glittered cold and grim as the North Sea, though it was glazing with the approach of death. Blood oozed from a rent in his corselet. I approached him warily, a strange, cold fear that I could not understand, gripping me. Axe ready to dash out his brains, I bent over him, and recognized him as the chief who had slain Prince Murrah, and who had mown down the warriors of the Gale like a harvest. Wherever he had fought, the Norsemen had prevailed, but in all other parts of the field, the Gales had been irresistible. And now he spoke to me in Norse, and I understood, for had I not toiled as slave among the sea people for long, bitter years? "The Christians have overcome," he gasped in a voice whose timbre, though low-pitched, sent a curious shiver of fear through me. There was in it an undertone as of icy waves sweeping along a northern shore, as of freezing winds whispering among the pine trees. Doom and shadows stalk on Asgard, and here has fallen Ragnarok. I could not be in all parts of the field at once, and now I am wounded unto death. A spear with a cross carved in the blade. No other weapon could wound me. I realized that the chief, seeing mistily my red beard and the Norse armor I wore, supposed me to be one of his own race, but a crawling horror surged darkly in the depths of my soul. "White Christ, thou hast not yet conquered," he muttered deliriously. "Lift me up, man, and let me speak to you." Now, for some reason, I complied, and as I lifted him to a sitting posture, I shuddered, and my flesh crawled at the feel of him, for his flesh was like ivory, smoother and harder than is natural for human flesh, and colder than even a dying man should be. "I die as men die," he muttered. "Fool, to assume the attributes of mankind, even though it was to aid the people who deify me. The gods are immortal, but flesh can perish, even when it clothes a god. Haste and bring a sprig of the magic plant, even holly, and lay it on my bosom. Aye, though it be no larger than a dagger point, it will free me from this fleshy prison I put on when I came to war with men with their own weapons. And I will shake off this flesh and stalk once more among the thundering clouds. Woe, then, to all men who bend not the knee to me. Haste! I will await your coming." His lion-like head fell back, and feeling shudderingly under his corselet, I could distinguish no heartbeat. He was dead, as men die, but I knew that locked in that semblance of a human body there but slumbered the spirit of a fiend of the frost and darkness. Aye, I knew him. Odin, the grey man, the one-eyed, the god of the north who had taken the form of a warrior to fight for his people. Assuming the form of a human, he was subject to many of the limitations of humanity. All men knew this of the gods, who often walked the earth in the guise of men. Odin, clothed in human semblance, could be wounded by certain weapons, and even slain, but a touch of the mysterious holly would rouse him in grisly resurrection. This task he had set me, not knowing me for an enemy. In human form he could only use human faculties, and these had been impaired by onstriding death. My hair stood up, and my flesh crawled. I tore from my body the Norse armor, and fought a wild panic that prompted me to run blind and screaming with terror across the plain. Nauseated with fear, I gathered boulders and heaped them for a rude couch, and on it, shaking with horror, I lifted the body of the Norse god. And, as the sun set and the stars came silently out, I was working with fierce energy, piling huge rocks above the corpse. Other tribesmen came up, and I told them of what I was sealing up. I hoped forever, and they, shivering with horror, fell to aiding me. No sprig of magic holly should be laid on Odin's terrible bosom. Beneath these rude stones the northern demon should slumber until the thunder of Judgment Day, forgotten by the world which had once cried out beneath his iron heel. Yet not wholly forgot, for, as we laboured, one of my comrades said, "This shall be no longer Dramna's headland, but the headland of the grey man." That phrase established a connection between my dream self and my sleeping self. I started up from sleep exclaiming, "Grey man's headland!" I looked about dazedly, the furnishings of the room, faintly lighted by the starlight in the windows, seeming strange and unfamiliar, until I slowly oriented myself with time and space. "Grey man's headland," I repeated. "Grey man. Greyman. Grimman. Grimman's headland. Great God, the thing under the cairn!" Shaken, I sprang up, and realized that I still gripped the piece of stone from the cairn. It is well known that inanimate objects retain psychic associations. A round stone from the plain of Jericho has been placed in the hand of a hypnotized medium, and she has at once reconstructed in her mind the battle and siege of the city, and the shattering fall of the walls. I did not doubt that this bit of stone had acted as a magnet to drag my modern mind through the mists of the centuries into a life I had known before. I was more shaken than I can describe, for the whole fantastic affair fitted in too well with certain formless vague sensations concerning the cairn which had already lingered at the back of my mind to be dismissed as an unusually vivid dream. I felt the need of a glass of wine, and remembered that Ortali always had wine in his room. I hurriedly donned my clothes, opened my door, crossed the corridor, and was about to knock at Ortali's door, when I noticed that it was partly open, as if someone had neglected to close it carefully. I entered, switching on a light. The room was empty. I realized what had occurred. Ortali mistrusted me. He feared to risk himself alone with me in a lonely spot at midnight. He had postponed the visit to the cairn merely to trick me, to give him a chance to slip away alone. My hatred for Ortali was for the moment completely submerged by a wild panic of horror at the thought of what the opening of the cairn might result in. For I did not doubt the authenticity of my dream. It was no dream. It was a fragmentary bit of memory in which I had relived that other life of mine. Grey man's headland, Grimman's headland, and under those rough stones that grisly corpse in its semblance of humanity. I could not hope that, imbued with the imperishable essence of an elemental spirit, that corpse had crumbled to dust in the ages. Of my race out of the city and across those semi-desolate reaches I remember little. The night was a cloak of horror through which peered red stars like the gloating eyes of uncanny beasts, and my footfalls echoed hollowly, so that repeatedly I thought some monster loped at my heels. The straggling lights fell away behind me, and I entered the region of mystery and horror. No wonder that progress had passed to the right and to the left of this spot, leaving it untouched, a blind back-eddy given over to goblin dreams and nightmare memories. Well that so few suspected its very existence. Dimly, I saw the headland, but fear gripped me and held me aloof. I had a vague, incoherent idea of finding the ancient woman, Maeve MacDonald. She was grown old in the mysteries and traditions of the mysterious land. She could aid me, if indeed the blind fool or Tarly loosed on the world the forgotten demon men once worshipped in the north. A figure loomed suddenly in the starlight, and I caromed against him, almost upsetting him. A stammering voice in a thick brogue protested with the petulancy of intoxication. It was a burly longshoreman returning to his cottage, no doubt, from some late revel in a tavern. I seized him and shook him, my eyes glaring wildly in the starlight. "I am looking for Maeve MacDonald. Do you know her? Tell me, you fool, do you know old Maeve MacDonald?" It was as if my words sobered him as suddenly as a dash of icy water in his face. In the starlight I saw his face glimmer whitely, and a catch of fear was at his throat. He sought to cross himself with an uncertain hand. "Maeve MacDonald? Are you mad? What would you be doing with her?" "Tell me," I shrieked, shaking him savagely. "Where is Maeve MacDonald?" "There," he gasped, pointing with a shaking hand where dimly in the night something loomed against the shadows. "In the name of the holy saints, be gone, be ye, madman or devil, and leave an honest man alone. There you'll find Maeve MacDonald, where they laid her full 300 years ago." Half heeding his words, I flung him aside with a fierce exclamation, and as I raced across the weed-grown plain, I heard the sounds of his lumbering flight. Half blind with panic, I came to the low structures the man had pointed out, and, floundering deep in weeds, my feet sinking into musty mould, I realized with a shock that I was in the ancient graveyard on the inland side of Grimmon's Headland, into which I had seen Maeve MacDonald disappear the evening before. I was close by the door of the largest tomb, and with an eerie premonition I leaned close, seeking to make out the deeply carven inscription, and partly by the dim light of the stars and partly by the touch of my tracing fingers, I made out the words and figures in the half-forgotten Gaelic of 3 centuries ago. Maeve MacDonald, 1565, 1640. With a cry of horror I recoiled and, snatching out the crucifix she had given me, made to hurl it into the darkness, but it was as if an invisible hand caught my wrist. Madness and insanity, but I could not doubt. Maeve MacDonald had come to me from the tomb wherein she had rested for 300 years to give me the ancient relic entrusted to her so long ago by her priestly kin. The memory of her words came to me, and the memory of Tarly and the Grey Man. From a lesser horror, I turned squarely to a greater, and ran swiftly toward the headland which loomed dimly against the stars toward the sea. As I crossed the ridge I saw, in the starlight, the cairn, and the figure that toiled gnome-like above it. Tarly, with his accustomed, almost superhuman energy, had dislodged many of the boulders, and as I approached, shaking with horrified anticipation, I saw him tear aside the last layer, and I heard his savage cry of triumph that froze me in my tracks some yards behind him, looking down from the slope. An unholy radiance rose from the cairn, and I saw, in the north, the aurora flame up suddenly with terrible beauty, paling the starlight. All about the cairn pulsed a weird light, turning the rough stones to a cold, shimmering silver, and in this glow I saw Tarly, all heedless, cast aside his pick and lean gloatingly over the aperture he had made, and I saw there the helmeted head reposing on the couch of stones where I, Red Kummel, placed it so long ago. I saw the inhuman terror and beauty of that awesome carven face, in which was neither human weakness, pity, nor mercy. I saw the soul-freezing glitter of the one eye, which stared wide open in a fearful semblance of life. All up and down the tall mailed figure shimmered and sparkled cold darts and gleams of icy light, like the northern lights that blazed in the shuddering skies. Aye, the grey man lay as I had left him more than 900 years before, without a trace of rust or rot or decay. And now, as Ortali leaned forward to examine his find, a gasping cry broke from my lips, for the sprig of holly worn in his lapel in defiance of Nordic superstition slipped from its place, and in the weird glow I plainly saw it fall upon the mighty mailed breast of the figure, where it blazed suddenly with a brightness too dazzling for human eyes. My cry was echoed by Ortali. The figure moved, the mighty limbs flexed, tumbling the shining stones aside. A new gleam lighted the terrible eye, and a tide of life flooded and animated the carven features. Out of the cairn he rose, and the northern lights played terribly about him, and the grey man changed and altered in horrific transmutation. The human features faded like a fading mask. The armour fell from his body and crumbled to dust as it fell, and the fiendish spirit of ice and frost and darkness that the sons of the north deified as Odin stood up nakedly and terribly in the stars. About his grisly head played lightnings and the shuddering gleams of the aurora. His towering anthropomorphic form was dark as shadow and gleaming as ice. His horrible crest reared colossally against the vaulting arch of the sky. Ortali cowered, screaming wordlessly, as the taloned, malformed hands reached for him. In the shadowy, indescribable features of the thing there was no tinge of gratitude toward the man who had released it, only a demoniac gloating and a demoniac hate for all the sons of men. I saw the shadowy arms shoot out and strike. I heard Ortali scream once, a single, unbearable screech that broke short at the shrillest pitch. A single instant, a blinding blue glare burst about him, lighting his convulsed features and his upward rolling eyes. Then his body was dashed earthward as by an electric shock, so savagely that I distinctly heard the splintering of his bones. But Ortali was dead before he touched the ground. Dead, shriveled and blackened, exactly like a man blasted by a thunderbolt, to which cause, indeed, men later ascribed his death. The slavering monster that had slain him lumbered now toward me, shadowy, tentacle-like arms outspread, the pale starlight making a luminous pool of his great, inhuman eye, his frightful talons dripping with I know not what elemental forces to blast the bodies and souls of men. But I flinched not, and in that instant I feared him not, neither the horror of his countenance nor the threat of his thunderbolt dooms, for in a blinding white flame had come to me the realization of why Maeve MacDonald had come from her tomb, to bring me the ancient cross which had lain in her bosom for 300 years, gathering unto itself unseen forces of good and light, which war forever against the shapes of lunacy and shadow. As I plucked from my garments the ancient cross, I felt the play of gigantic unseen forces in the air about me. I was but a pawn in the game, merely the hand that held the relic of holiness, that was the symbol of the powers opposed forever against the fiends of darkness. As I held it high, from it shot a single shaft of white light, unbearably pure, unbearably white, as if all the awesome forces of light were combined in the symbol and loosed in one concentrated arrow of wrath against the monster of darkness. And with a hideous shriek, the demon reeled back, shriveling before my eyes. Then, with a great rush of vulture-like wings, he soared into the stars, dwindling, among the play of the flaming fires and the lights of the haunted skies, fleeing back into the dark limbo which gave him birth, God only knows how many grisly eons ago. The Fearsome Touch of Death. As long as midnight cloaks the earth with shadows grim and stark, God save us from the Judas kiss of a dead man in the dark. Old Adam Farrell lay dead in the house wherein he had lived alone for the last 20 years. A silent, churlish recluse, in his life he had known no friends, and only 2 men had watched his passing. Dr. Stein rose and glanced out the window into the gathering dusk. "You think you can spend the night here, then?" he asked his companion. This man, Fulred by name, assented. "Yes, certainly. I guess it's up to me." "Rather a useless and primitive custom, sitting up with the dead," commented the doctor, preparing to depart. "But I suppose in common decency we will have to bow to precedence. Maybe I can find someone who'll come over here and help you with your vigil." Fulred shrugged his shoulders. "I doubt it. Farrell wasn't liked, wasn't known by many people. I scarcely knew him myself, but I don't mind sitting up with a corpse." Dr. Stein was removing his rubber gloves, and Fulred watched the process with an interest that almost amounted to fascination. A slight, involuntary shudder shook him at the memory of touching these gloves, slick, cold, clammy things, like the touch of death. "You may get lonely tonight, if I don't find anyone," the doctor remarked as he opened the door. "Not superstitious, are you?" Fulred laughed. "Scarcely. To tell the truth, from what I hear of Farrell's disposition, I'd rather be watching his corpse than have been his guest in life." The door closed, and Fulred took up his vigil. He seated himself in the only chair the room boasted, glanced casually at the formless sheeted bulk on the bed opposite him, and began to read by the light of the dim lamp which stood on the rough table. Outside, the darkness gathered swiftly, and finally Fulred laid down his magazine to rest his eyes. He looked again at the shape which had, in life, been the form of Adam Farrell, wondering what quirk in the human nature made the sight of a corpse not so unpleasant, but such an object of fear to man. Unthinking ignorance, seeing in dead things a reminder of death to come, he decided lazily, and began idly contemplating as to what life had held for this grim and crabbed old man, who had neither relatives nor friends, and who had seldom left the house wherein he had died. The usual tales of miser-hoarded wealth had accumulated, but Fulred felt so little interest in the whole matter that it was not even necessary for him to overcome any temptation to pray about the house for possible hidden treasure. He returned to his reading with a shrug. The task was more boresome than he had thought. After a while, he was aware that every time he looked up from his magazine and his eyes fell upon the bed with its grim occupant, he started involuntarily, as if he had, for an instant, forgotten the presence of the dead man, and was unpleasantly reminded of the fact. The start was slight and instinctive, but he felt almost angered at himself. He realized, for the first time, the utter and deadening silence which enwrapped the house, a silence apparently shared by the night, for no sound came through the window. Adam Farrell lived as far apart from his neighbors as possible, and there was no other house within hearing distance. Fulred shook himself, as if to rid his mind of unsavory speculations, and went back to his reading. A sudden, vagrant gust of wind whipped through the window, in which the light in the lamp flickered and went out suddenly. Fulred, cursing softly, groped in the darkness for matches, burning his fingers on the lamp chimney. He struck a match, relighted the lamp, and glancing over at the bed, got a horrible mental jolt. Adam Farrell's face stared blindly at him, the dead eyes wide and blank, framed in the gnarled grey features. Even as Fulred instinctively shuddered, His reason explained the apparent phenomenon. The sheet that covered the corpse had been carelessly thrown across the face, and the sudden puff of wind had disarranged and flung it aside. Yet there was something grisly about the thing, something fearsomely suggestive, as if, in the cloaking dark, a dead hand had flung aside the sheet, just as if the corpse were about to rise. Fulred, an imaginative man, shrugged his shoulders at these ghastly thoughts and crossed the room to replace the sheet. The dead eye seemed to stare malevolently, with an evilness that transcended the dead man's churlishness in life. The workings of a vivid imagination, Fulred knew, and he recovered the grey face, shrinking, as his hand chanced to touch the cold flesh, slick and clammy, the touch of death. He shuddered with the natural revulsion of the living for the dead, and went back to his chair and magazine. At last, growing sleepy, he lay down upon a couch which, by some strange whim of the original owner, formed part of the room's scant furnishings, and composed himself for slumber. He decided to leave the light burning, telling himself that it was in accordance with the usual custom of leaving lights burning for the dead, for he was not willing to admit to himself that already he was conscious of a dislike for lying in the darkness with the corpse. He dozed, awoke with a start, and looked at the sheeted form of the bed. Silence reigned over the house, and outside it was very dark. The hour was approaching midnight, with its accompanying eerie domination over the human mind. Fulred glanced again at the bed, where the body lay, and found the sight of the sheeted object most repellent. A fantastic idea had birth in his mind, and grew, that beneath the sheet, the mere lifeless body had become a strange, monstrous thing, a hideous, conscious being that watched him with eyes which burned through the fabric of the cloth. This thought, a mere fantasy, of course, he explained to himself by the legends of vampires, undead ghosts, and such like, the fearsome attributes with which the living have cloaked the dead for countless ages, since primitive man first recognized in death something horrid and apart from life. Man feared death, thought Fulred, and some of this fear of death took hold on the dead so that they too were feared, and the sight of the dead engendered grisly thoughts, gave rise to dim fears of hereditary memory, lurking back in the dark corners of the brain. At any rate, that silent, hidden thing was getting on his nerves. He thought of uncovering the face, on the principle that familiarity breeds contempt. The sight of the features, calm and still in death, would banish, he thought, all such wild conjectures as were haunting him, in spite of himself. But the thought of those dead eyes staring in the lamplight was intolerable, so at last he blew out the light and lay down. This fear had been stealing upon him so insidiously and gradually that he had not been aware of its growth. With the extinguishing of the light, however, and the blotting out of the sight of the corpse, things assumed their true character and proportions, and Fulred fell asleep almost instantly, on his lips a faint smile for his previous folly. He awakened suddenly. How long he had been asleep, he did not know. He sat up, his pulse pounding frantically, the cold sweat beading his forehead. He knew instantly where he was, remembered the other occupant of the room. But what had awakened him? A dream. Yes, now he remembered. A hideous dream in which the dead man had risen from the bed and stalked stiffly across the room, with eyes of fire and a horrid leer frozen on his grey lips. Fulred had seemed to lie motionless, helpless. Then, as the corpse reached a gnarled and horrible hand, he had awakened. He strove to pierce the gloom, but the room was all blackness, and all without was so dark that no gleam of light came through the window. He reached a shaking hand toward the lamp, then recoiled, as if from a hidden serpent. Sitting here in the dark with a fiendish corpse was bad enough, but he dared not light the lamp, for fear that his reason would be snuffed out like a candle at what he might see. Horror, stark and unreasoning, had full possession of his soul. He no longer questioned the instinctive fears that rose in him. All those legends he had heard came back to him and brought a belief in them. Death was a hideous thing, a brain-shattering horror, imbuing lifeless men with a horrid malevolence. Adam Farrell in his life had been simply a churlish but harmless man. Now he was a terror, a monster, a fiend lurking in the shadows of fear, ready to leap on mankind with talons dipped deep in death and insanity. Falred sat there, his blood freezing, and fought out his silent battle. Faint glimmerings of reason had begun to touch his fright, when a soft, stealthy sound again froze him. He did not recognize it as the whisper of the night wind across the windowsill. His frenzied fancy knew it only as the tread of death and horror. He sprang from the couch, then stood undecided. Escape was in his mind, but he was too dazed to even try to formulate a plan of escape. Even his sense of direction was gone. Fear had so stultified his mind that he was not able to think consciously. The blackness spread in long waves about him, and its darkness and void entered into his brain. His motions, such as they were instinctive. He seemed shackled with mighty chains, and his limbs responded sluggishly, like an imbecile's. A terrible horror grew up in him, and reared its grisly shape, that the dead man was behind him, was stealing upon him from the rear. He no longer thought of lighting the lamp. He no longer thought of anything. Fear filled his whole being. There was room for nothing else. He backed slowly away in the darkness, hands behind him, instinctively feeling the way. With a terrific effort, he partly shook the clinging mists of horror from him, and, the cold sweat clammy upon his body, strove to orient himself. He could see nothing, but the bed was across the room, in front of him. He was backing away from it. There was where the dead man was lying, according to all rules of nature. If the thing were as he felt behind him, then the old tales were true. Death did implant in lifeless bodies an unearthly animation, and dead men did roam the shadows to work their ghastly and evil will upon the sons of men. Then, great God, what was man but a wailing infant, lost in the night and beset by frightful things from the black abysses and the terrible unknown voids of space and time? These conclusions he did not reach by any reasoning process. They leaped full-grown into his terror-dazed brain. He worked his way slowly backward, groping, clinging to the thought that the dead man must be in front of him. Then his back-flung hands encountered something slick, cold, and clammy, like the touch of death. A scream shook the echoes, followed by the crash of a falling body. The next morning, they who came to the house of death found 2 corpses in the room. Adam Farrell's sheeted body lay motionless upon the bed, and across the room lay the body of Falred beneath a shelf where Dr. Stein had absent-mindedly left his gloves, rubber gloves, slick and clammy to the touch of a hand groping in the dark, a hand of one fleeing his own fear. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy and cold, like the touch of death.
The Secret of Lost Valley. 1. As a wolf spies upon its hunters, John Reynolds watched his pursuers. He lay close in a thicket on the slope, an inferno of hate seething in his heart. He had ridden hard. Up the slope behind him, where the dim path wound up out of Lost Valley, his crank-eyed Mustang stood, head drooping, trembling, after the long run. Below him, not more than 80 yards away, stood his enemies, fresh come from the slaughter of his kinsmen. In the clearing fronting Ghost Cave, they had dismounted and were arguing among themselves. John Reynolds knew them all with an old, bitter hate. The black shadow of feud lay between them and himself. The feuds of early Texas have been neglected by chroniclers who have sung the feuds of the Kentucky mountains, though the men who first settled the Southwest were of the same breed as those mountaineers. But there was a difference. In the mountain country, feuds dragged on for generations. On the Texas frontier, they were short, fierce, and appallingly bloody. The Reynolds-McCrill feud was long, as Texas feuds went. 15 years had passed since old Esau Reynolds stabbed young Braxton McCrill to death with his bowie knife in the saloon at Antelope Wells, in a quarrel over range rights. For 15 years the Reynoldses and their kin, the Brills, Allisons, and Donnellys, had been at open war with the McCrills and their kin, the Killers, the Fletchers, and the Ords. There had been ambushes in the hills, murders on the open range, and gunfights on the streets of the little cow towns. Each clan had rustled the other's cattle wholesale. Gunmen and outlaws called in by both sides to participate for pay had spread a reign of terror and lawlessness throughout the vicinity. Settlers shunned the war-torn range. The feud became a red obstacle in the way of progress and development, a savage retrogression which was demoralizing the whole countryside. Little John Reynolds cared. He had grown up in the atmosphere of the feud, and it had become a burning obsession with him. The war had taken fearful toll on both clans, but the Reynolds clan had suffered most. John was the last of the fighting Reynoldses. For Esau, the grim old patriarch who ruled the clan, would never again walk or sit in a saddle, with his legs paralyzed by McCrill bullets. John had seen his brothers shot down from ambush or killed in pitched battles. Now, the last stroke had nearly wiped out the waning clan. John Reynolds cursed as he thought of the trap into which they had walked in the saloon at Antelope Wells. The hidden foes had opened their murderous fire without warning. There had fallen his cousin, Bill Donnelly, his sister's son, young Jonathan Brill, his brother-in-law, Job Allison, and Steve Kearney, the hired gunman. How he himself had shot his way through and gained the hitching rack, untouched by that blasting hail of lead, John Reynolds hardly knew. They had pressed him so closely he had not had time to mount his long-limbed rangy bay, but had been forced to take the first horse he came to, the crank-eyed, speedy but short-winded mustang of the dead Jonathan Brill. He had distanced his pursuers for a while, had gained the uninhabited hills, and swung back into mysterious Lost Valley, with its silent thickets and crumbling stone columns, where he intended to double back over the hills and gain the country of the Reynolds. But the mustang had failed him. He had tied it up the slope, out of sight of the valley floor, and crept back to see his enemies ride into the valley. There were 5 of them. Old Jonas McCrill, with the perpetual snarl twisting his wolfish lips, Saul Fletcher, with his black beard and the limping, dragging gait that a fall in his youth from a wild mustang had left him, Bill Ord and Peter Ord, brothers, and the outlaw Jack Solomon. Jonas McCrill's voice came up to the silent watcher. "And I tell you, he's a-hiding somewhere in this valley. He was a-riding that mustang, and it didn't never have no guts. I'm betting it'd give plumb out on him time he got this far." "Well," came the voice of Saul Fletcher, "what are we a-standing round powwowing for? Why don't we start hunting him?" "Not so fast," growled old Jonas. "Remember, it's John Reynolds we're chasing. We got plenty time." John Reynolds' fingers hardened on the stock of his single-action .45. There were 2 cartridges unfired in the cylinder. He pushed the muzzle through the stems of the thicket in front of him, his thumb drawing back the wicked-fanged hammer. His grey eyes narrowed and became opaque as ice as he sighted down the long blue barrel. An instant he weighed his hatred and chose Saul Fletcher. All the hate in his soul centered for an instant on that brutal black-bearded face and the limping tread he had heard that night he lay wounded in a besieged corral, with his brother's riddled corpse beside him, and fought off Saul and his brothers. John Reynolds' finger crooked, and the crash of the shot broke the echoes in the sleeping hills. Saul Fletcher swayed, flinging his black beard drunkenly upward, and crashed face down and headlong. The others, with the quickness of men accustomed to frontier warfare, dropped behind rocks, and their answering shots roared back as they combed the slope blindly. The bullets tore through the thickets, whistling over the unseen killer's head. High up on the slope, the Mustang, out of sight of the men in the valley but frightened by the noise, screamed shrilly, and, rearing, snapped the reins that held him and fled away up the hill path. The drum of his hoofs on the stones dwindled in the distance. Silence reigned for an instant. Then came Jonas McCrill's wrathful voice. "I told you he was a-riding here. Come out of there. He's got clean away." The old fighter's rangy frame rose up from behind the rock where he had taken refuge. Reynolds, grinning fiercely, took steady aim. Then some instinct of self-preservation held his hand. The others came out into the open. "What are we waiting on?" yelled young Bill Ord, tears of rage in his eyes. "Hear that coyote's done shot Saul and's riding hell for leather away from here. We're a-standing round jawing. I'm a-going." He started for his horse. "You're a-going to listen to me," roared old Jonas. "I warned you all to go slow. But you would come lickety-split along like a bunch of blind buzzards, and now Saul's laying there dead. If we ain't careful, John Reynolds will kill all of us. Didn't I tell you all he was here? Likely stopped to rest his horse. He can't go far. This here's a long hunt, like I told you at first. Let him get a good start. Long as he's ahead of us, we gotta watch for ambushes. He'll try to get back onto the Reynolds range. Well, we're going after him slow and easy, and keep him hazed back all the time. We'll be riding the inside of a big half-circle, and he can't get by us. Not on that short-winded Mustang. We'll just follow him and gather him in when his horse can't do no more. And I pretty well know where he'll come to bay at. Blind Horse Canyon." "We'll have to starve him out, then," growled Jack Solomon. "No, we won't," grinned old Jonas. "Bill, you hightail it back to Antelope and get 5 or 6 sticks of dynamite. Then you get a fresh horse and follow our trail. If we catch him before he gets to the canyon, all right. If he beats us there and holds up, we'll wait for you and then blast him out." "What about Saul?" growled Peter Ord. "He's dead," grunted Jonas. "Nothing we can do for him now. No time to take him back." He glanced up at the sky, where already black dots wheeled against the blue. His gaze drifted to the walled-up mouth of the cavern in the steep cliff which rose at right angles to the slope up which the path wandered. "We'll break open that cave and put him in it," he said. "We'll pile up the rocks again, and the wolves and buzzards can't get to him. Maybe several days before we get back." "That cave's haunted," muttered Bill Ord uneasily. "The Injuns always said if you put a dead man in there, he'd come walking out at midnight." "Shut up and help pick up poor Saul," snapped Jonas. "Here's your own kin a-laying dead, and his murderer riding further away every second, and you talk about haunts." As they lifted the corpse, Jonas drew the long-barreled six-shooter from the holster and shoved the weapon into his own waistband. "Poor Saul," he grunted. "He's sure dead. Shot plumb through the heart. Dead before he hit the ground, I reckon. Well, we'll make that damned Reynolds pay for it." They carried the dead man to the cave, and, laying him down, attacked the rocks which blocked the entrance. These were soon torn aside, and Reynolds saw the men carry the body inside. They emerged almost immediately, minus their burden, and mounted their horses. Young Bill Ord swung away down the valley and vanished among the trees. The rest cantered along the winding trail that led up into the hills. They passed within 100 feet of his refuge, and John Reynolds hugged the earth, fearing discovery. But they did not glance in his direction. He heard the dwindling of their hoofs over the rocky path, then silence settled again over the ancient valley. John Reynolds rose cautiously, looked about him as a hunted wolf looks, then made his way quickly down the slope. He had a very definite purpose in mind. A single unfired cartridge was all his ammunition, but about the dead body of Saul Fletcher was a belt well fitted with .45 caliber cartridges. As he attacked the rocks heaped in the cave's mouth, there hovered in his mind the curious dim speculations which the cave and the valley itself always roused in him. Why had the Indians named it the Valley of the Lost, which white men shortened to Lost Valley? Why had the red men shunned it? Once in the memory of white men, a band of Kiowas, fleeing the vengeance of Bigfoot Wallace and his rangers, had taken up their abode there, and had fallen on evil times. The survivors of the tribe had fled, telling wild tales in which murder, fratricide, insanity, vampirism, slaughter, and cannibalism had played grim parts. Then 6 white men, brothers, Stark by name, had settled in Lost Valley. They had reopened the cave which the Kiowas had blocked up. Horror had fallen on them, and in one night 5 died by one another's hands. The survivor had walled up the cave mouth again and departed, where none knew. Word had drifted through the settlements of a man named Stark, who had come among the remnants of those Kiowas who had once lived in Lost Valley, and, after a long talk with them, had cut his own throat with his bowie knife. What was the mystery of Lost Valley, if not a web of lies and legends? What the meaning of those crumbling stones which, scattered all over the valley, half hidden in the climbing growth, bore a curious symmetry, especially in the moonlight, so that some people believed, when the Indians swore they were the half-destroyed columns of a prehistoric city which once stood in Lost Valley. Before it crumbled into a heap of grey dust, Reynolds himself had seen a skull unearthed at the base of a cliff by a wandering prospector. It seemed neither Caucasian nor Indian, a curious, peaked skull, which but for the formation of the jawbones might have been that of some unknown antediluvian animal. Such thoughts flitted vaguely and momentarily through John Reynolds' mind, as he dislodged the boulders which the McCrills had put back loosely, just firmly enough to keep a wolf or buzzard from squeezing through. In the main, his thoughts were engrossed with the cartridges in dead Saul Fletcher's belt. A fighting chance, a lease on life. He would fight his way out of the hills yet, would bring in more gunmen and cutthroats for striking back. He would flood the whole range with blood, and bring the countryside to ruin, if by those means he might be avenged. For years he had been the moving factor in the feud. When even old Esau had weakened and wished for peace, John Reynolds had kept the flame of hate blazing. The feud had become his one driving motive, his one interest in life and reason for existence. The last boulders fell aside. John Reynolds stepped into the semi-gloom of the cavern. It was not large, but the shadows seemed to cluster there in almost tangible substance. Slowly, his eyes accustomed themselves, and an involuntary exclamation broke from his lips. The cave was empty. He swore in bewilderment. He had seen men carry Saul Fletcher's corpse into the cave and come out again, empty-handed. Yet no corpse lay on the dusty cavern floor. He went to the back of the cave, glanced at the straight, even wall, bent and examined the smooth rock floor. His keen eyes, straining in the gloom, made out a dull smear of blood on the stone. It ended abruptly at the back wall, and there was no stain on the wall. Reynolds leaned closer, supporting himself by a hand propped against the stone wall, and suddenly, shockingly, the sensation of solidity and stability vanished. The wall gave way beneath his propping hand. A section swung inward, precipitating him headlong through a black, gaping opening. His cat-like quickness could not save him. It was as if the yawning shadows reached tenuous and invisible hands to jerk him headlong into the darkness. He did not fall far. His outflung hand struck what seemed to be steps carved in the stone, and on them he scrambled and floundered for an instant. Then he righted himself, and turned back to the opening through which he had fallen. But the secret door had closed, and only a smooth stone wall met his groping fingers. He fought down a rising panic. How the Macrills had come to know of this secret chamber he could not say, but quite evidently they had placed Saul Fletcher's body in it. And there, trapped like a rat, they would find John Reynolds when they returned. Then a grim smile curled Reynolds' thin lips. When they opened the secret door, he would be hidden in the darkness, while they would be etched against the dim light of the outer cave. Where could he find a more perfect ambush? But first he must find the body and secure the cartridges. He turned to grope his way down the steps, and his first stride brought him to a level floor. It was a sort of narrow tunnel, he decided, for though he could not touch the roof, a stride to the right or the left, and his outstretched hand encountered a wall, seemingly too even and symmetrical to have been the work of nature. He went slowly, groping in the darkness, keeping in touch with the walls and momentarily expecting to stumble on Saul Fletcher's body. And as he did not, a dim horror began to grow in his soul. The Macrills had not been in the cavern long enough to carry the body so far back into the darkness. A feeling was rising in John Reynolds that the Macrills had not entered the tunnel at all, that they were not aware of its existence. Then where in the name of sanity was Saul Fletcher's corpse? He stopped short, jerking out his six-shooter. Something was coming up the dark tunnel, something that walked upright and lumberingly. John Reynolds knew it was a man, wearing high-heeled riding boots. No other footwear makes the same stilted sound. He caught the jingle of the spurs, and a dark tide of nameless horror moved sluggishly in John Reynolds' mind as he heard that halting tread approach, and remembered the night when he had lain at bay in the old corral, with his younger brother dying beside him, and heard a limping, dragging footstep endlessly circle his refuge, out in the night where Saul Fletcher led his wolves and sought for a way to come upon his back. Had the man only been wounded? These steps sounded stiff and blundering, such as a wounded man might make. No, John Reynolds had seen too many men die. He knew that his bullet had gone straight through Saul Fletcher's heart, possibly tearing the heart clear out, certainly killing him instantly. Besides, he had heard old Jonas Macrill declare the man was dead. No, Saul Fletcher lay lifeless somewhere in this black cavern. It was some other lame man who was coming up that silent tunnel. Now the tread ceased. The man was fronting him, separated only by a few feet of utter blackness. What was there in that to quicken the iron pulse of John Reynolds, who had unflinchingly faced death times without number? What to make his flesh crawl and his tongue freeze to his palate, to awake sleeping instincts of fear as a man senses the presence of an unseen serpent, and make him feel that somehow the other was aware of his presence with eyes that pierced the darkness? In the silence, John Reynolds heard the staccato pounding of his own heart, and with shocking suddenness, the man lunged. Reynolds' straining ears caught the first movement of that lunge, and he fired point blank. And he screamed, a terrible animal-like scream. Heavy arms locked upon him, and unseen teeth worried at his flesh. But in the frothing frenzy of his fear, his own strength was superhuman. For in the flash of the shot, he had seen a bearded face with slack-hanging mouth and staring dead eyes. Saul Fletcher, the dead come back from hell. As in a nightmare, Reynolds entered a fiendish battle in the dark, where the dead sought to drag down the living. He felt himself hurled to and fro in the grip of the clammy hands. He was flung with bone-shattering force against the stone walls. Dashed to the floor, the silent horror squatted ghoul-like upon him, its horrid fingers sinking deep into his throat. In that nightmare, John Reynolds had no time to doubt his own sanity. He knew that he was battling a dead man. The flesh of his foe was cold with a charnel house clamminess. Under the torn shirt he had felt the round bullet hole, caked with clotted blood. No single sound came from the loose lips. Choking and gasping, John Reynolds tore the strangling hands aside and flung the thing off. For an instant, the darkness again separated them. Then the horror came hurtling toward him again. As the thing lunged, Reynolds caught blindly and gained the wrestling hold he wished, and hurling all his power behind the attack, he dashed the horror headlong, falling upon it with his full weight. Saul Fletcher's spine snapped like a rotten branch, and the tearing hands went limp. The straining limbs relaxed. Something flowed from the lax body and whispered away through the darkness like a ghostly wind. And John Reynolds instinctively knew that at last Saul Fletcher was truly dead. Panting and shaken, Reynolds rose. The tunnel remained in utter darkness, but down it, in the direction from which the walking corpse had come stalking, there whispered a faint throbbing that was hardly sound at all, yet had in its pulsing a dark, weird music. Reynolds shuddered, and the sweat froze on his body. The dead man lay at his feet in the thick darkness, and faintly to his ears came that unbearably sweet, unbearably evil echo, like devil drums beating faint and far in the dim caverns of hell. Reason urged him to turn back, to fight against that blind door until he burst its stone, if human power could burst it. But he realized that reason and sanity had been left behind him. A single step had plunged him from a normal world of material realities into a realm of nightmare and lunacy. He decided that he was mad, or else dead and in hell. Those dim tom-toms drew him. They tugged at his heartstrings eerily. They repelled him and filled his soul with shadowy and monstrous conjectures. Yet their call was irresistible. He fought the mad impulse to shriek and fling his arms wildly aloft and run down the black tunnel as a rabbit runs down the prairie dog's burrow into the jaws of the waiting rattler. Fumbling in the dark, he found his revolver, and still fumbling, he loaded it with cartridges from Saul Fletcher's belt. He felt no more aversion now at touching the body than he would have felt at handling any dead flesh. Whatever unholy power had animated the corpse, it had left it when the snapping of the spine had unraveled the nerve centers and disrupted the roots of the muscular system. Then, revolver in hand, John Reynolds went down the tunnel, drawn by a power he could not fathom, toward a doom he could not guess. 2. The throb of the tom-toms grew only slightly in volume as he advanced. How far below the hills he was, he could not know, but the tunnel slanted downward, and he had gone a long way. Often his groping hands encountered doorways, corridors leading off the main tunnel, he believed. At last, he was aware that he had left the tunnel and had come out into a vast open space. He could see nothing, but he somehow felt the vastness of the place, and in the darkness a faint light began. It throbbed as the drums throbbed, waning and waxing in time to their pulsing, but it grew slowly, casting a weird glow that was more like green than any color Reynolds had ever seen, but was not really green, nor any other sane or earthly color. Reynolds approached it. It whitened. It cast a shimmering radiance over the smooth stone floor, illuminating fantastic mosaics. It cast its sheen high in the hovering shadows, but he could see no roof. Now he stood bathed in its weird glow, so that his flesh looked like a dead man's. Now he saw the roof, high and vaulted, brooding far above him like a dusky midnight sky, and towering walls, gleaming and dark, sweeping up to tremendous heights, their bases fringed with squat shadows from which glittered other lights, small and scintillant. He saw the source of the illumination, a strange carven stone altar, on which burned what appeared to be a giant jewel of an unearthly hue, like the light it emitted. Greenish flame jetted from it. It burned as a bit of coal might burn, but it was not consumed. Just behind it, a feathered serpent reared from its coils, a fantasy carven of some clear crystalline substance, the tints of which in the weird light were never the same, but which pulsed and shimmered and changed as the drums, now on all sides of him, pulsed and throbbed. Abruptly, something alive moved beside the altar, and John Reynolds, though he was expecting anything, recoiled. At first he thought it was a huge reptile which slithered about the altar. Then he saw that it stood upright as a man stands. As he met the menacing glitter of its eyes, he fired point-blank, and the thing went down like a slaughtered ox, its skull shattered. Reynolds wheeled as a sinister rustling rose on his ears. At least these beings could be killed, then checked the lifted muzzle. The fringing shadows had moved out from the darkness at the base of the walls, and drawn about him in a wide ring. And though at first glance they possessed the semblance of men, he knew they were not human. The weird light flickered and danced over them, and back in the deeper darkness the soft, evil drums whispered their accompanying undertone everlastingly. John Reynolds stood aghast at what he saw. It was not their dwarfish figures which caused his shudder, nor even the unnaturally made hands and feet. It was their heads. He knew now of what race was the skull found by the prospector. Like it, these heads were peaked and malformed, curiously flattened at the sides. There was no sign of ears, as if their organs of hearing, like a serpent's, were beneath the skin. The noses were like a python's snout, the mouth and jaws much less human in appearance than his recollection of the skull would have led him to suppose. The eyes were small, glittering and reptilian. The squamous lips writhed back, showing pointed fangs, and John Reynolds felt that their bite would be as deadly as a rattlesnake's. Garments they wore none, nor did they bear any weapons. He tensed himself for the death struggle, but no rush came. The snake people sat down cross-legged about him in a great circle, and beyond the circle he saw them massed thick, and now he felt a stirring in his consciousness, an almost tangible beating of wills upon his senses. He was distinctly aware of a concentrated invasion of his innermost mind, and realized that these fantastic beings were seeking to convey their commands or wishes to him by medium of thought. On what common plane could he meet these inhuman creatures? Yet in some dim, strange, telepathic way, they made him understand some of their meaning, and he realized with a grisly shock that, whatever these things were now, they had once been at least partly human. Else they had never been able to so bridge the gulf between the completely human and the completely bestial. He understood that he was the first living man to come into their innermost realm, the first to look on the shining serpent, the terrible nameless one who was older than the world, that before he died he was to know all which had been denied to the sons of men concerning the mysterious valley, that he might take this knowledge into eternity with him, and discuss these matters with those who had gone before him. The drums rustled, the strange light leaped and shimmered, and before the altar came one who seemed in authority, an ancient monstrosity whose skin was like the whitish hide of an old serpent, and who wore on his peaked skull a golden circlet set with weird gems. He bent and made suppliance to the feathered snake. Then, with a sharp implement of some sort which left a phosphorescent mark, he drew a cryptic triangular figure on the floor before the altar, and in the figure he strewed some sort of glimmering dust. From it reared up a thin spiral which grew to a gigantic shadowy serpent, feathered and horrific, and then changed and faded and became a cloud of greenish smoke. This smoke billowed out before John Reynolds' eyes and hid the serpentine ring and the altar and the cavern itself. All the universe dissolved into the green smoke, in which titanic scenes and alien landscapes rose and shifted and faded, and monstrous shapes lumbered and leered. Abruptly, the chaos crystallized. He was looking into a valley which he did not recognize. Somehow, he knew it was Lost Valley, but in it towered a gigantic city of dully gleaming stone. John Reynolds was a man of the outlands and the waste places. He had never seen the great cities of the world, but he knew that nowhere in the world today such a city reared up to the sky. Its towers and battlements were those of an alien age. Its outline baffled his gaze with its unnatural aspects. It was a city of lunacy to the normal human eye, with its hints of alien dimensions and abnormal principles of architecture. Through it moved strange figures, human, yet of a humanity definitely different from his own. They were clad in robes, their hands and feet were less abnormal, their ears and mouths more like those of normal humans, yet there was an undoubted kinship between them and the monsters of the cavern. It showed in the curious peaked skull, though this was less pronounced and bestial in the people of the city. He saw them in the twisting streets and in their colossal buildings, and he shuddered at the inhumanness of their lives. Much they did was beyond his ken. He could understand their actions and motives no more than a Zulu savage might understand the events of modern London. But he did understand these people were very ancient and very evil. He saw them enact rituals that froze his blood with horror, obscenities and blasphemies beyond his understanding. He grew sick with a sensation of contamination. Somehow he knew that this city was the remnant of an outworn age, that this people represented the survival of an epoch lost and forgotten. Then a new people came upon the scene. Over the hills came wild men clad in hides and feathers, armed with bows and flint-tipped weapons. They were, Reynolds knew, Indians, and yet not Indians as he knew them. They were slant-eyed, and their skins were yellowish rather than copper-colored. Somehow, he knew that these were the nomadic ancestors of the Toltecs, wandering and conquering on their long trek before they settled in upland valleys far to the south and evolved their own special type and civilization. These were still close to the primal Mongolian rootstock, and he gasped at the gigantic vistas of time this realization evoked. Reynolds saw the warriors move like a giant wave on the towering walls. He saw the defenders man the towers and deal death in strange and grisly forms to them. He saw the invaders reel back again and again, then come on once more with the blind ferocity of the primitive. This strange evil city, filled with mysterious people of a different order, was in their path, and they could not pass until they had stamped it out. Reynolds marveled at the fury of the invaders, who wasted their lives like water, matching the cruel and terrible science of an unknown civilization with sheer courage and the might of manpower. Their bodies littered the plateau, but not all the forces of hell could keep them back. They rolled like a wave to the foot of the towers. They scaled the walls in the teeth of sword and arrow and death in ghastly forms. They gained the parapets. They met their enemies hand to hand. Bludgeons and axes beat down the lunging spears, the thrusting swords. The tall figures of the barbarians towered over the smaller forms of the defenders. Red hell raged in the city. The siege became a street battle, the battle a rout, the rout a slaughter. Smoke rose and hung in clouds over the doomed city. The scene changed. Reynolds looked on charred and ruined walls from which smoke still rose. The conquerors had passed on. The survivors gathered in the red-stained temple before their curious god, a crystalline serpent on a fantastic stone altar. Their age had ended. Their world crumbled suddenly. They were the remnants of an otherwise extinct race. They could not rebuild their marvelous city, and they feared to remain within its broken walls, a prey to every passing tribe. Reynolds saw them take up their altar and its god, and follow an ancient man clad in a mantle of feathers and wearing on his head a gem-set circlet of gold. He led them across the valley to a hidden cave. They entered, and squeezing through a narrow rift in the back wall, came into a vast network of caverns honeycombing the hills. Reynolds saw them at work exploring these labyrinths, excavating and enlarging, hewing the walls and floors smooth, enlarging the rift that let into the outer cavern and setting therein a cunningly hung door, so that it seemed part of the solid wall. Then an ever-shifting panorama denoted the passing of many centuries. The people lived in the caverns, and as time passed, they adapted themselves more and more to their surroundings, each generation going less frequently into the outer sunlight. They learned to obtain their food in shuddersome ways from the earth. Their ears grew smaller, their bodies more dwarfish, their eyes more cat-like. John Reynolds stood aghast as he watched the race changing through the ages. Outside in the valley, the deserted city crumbled and fell into ruins, becoming prey to lichen and weed and tree. Men came and briefly meditated among these ruins, tall Mongolian warriors and dark, inscrutable little people men call the Mound builders. And as the centuries passed, the visitors conformed more and more to the type of Indian as he knew it, until at last the only men who came were painted red men with stealthy feet and feathered scalp locks. None ever tarried long in that haunted place with its cryptic ruins. Meanwhile, in the caverns, the old people abode and grew strange and terrible. They fell lower and lower in the scale of humanity, forgetting first their written language and gradually their human speech. But in other ways they extended the boundaries of life. In their nighted kingdom they discovered other, older caverns, which led them into the very bowels of the earth. They learned lost secrets, long forgotten or never known by men, sleeping in the blackness far below the hills. Darkness is conducive to silence, so they gradually lost the power of speech, a sort of telepathy taking its place. And with each grisly gain they lost more of their human attributes. Their ears vanished, their noses grew snout-like, their eyes became unable to bear the light of the sun, and even of the stars. They had long abandoned the use of fire, and the only light they used was the weird gleams evoked from their gigantic jewel on the altar, and even this they did not need. They changed in other ways. John Reynolds, watching, felt the cold sweat bead his body, for the slow transmutation of the old people was horrible to behold, and many and hideous were the shapes which moved among them before their ultimate mold and nature were evolved. Yet they remembered the sorcery of their ancestors, and added to this their own black wizardry developed far below the hills, and at last they attained the peak of that necromancy. John Reynolds had had horrific inklings of it in fragmentary glimpses of the olden times, when the wizards of the old people had sent forth their spirits from their sleeping bodies to whisper evil things in the ears of their enemies. A tribe of tall painted warriors came into the valley, bearing the body of a great chief slain in tribal warfare. Long eons had passed. Of the ancient city, only scattered columns stood among the trees. A landslide had laid bare the entrance of the outer cavern. This the Indians found, and therein they placed the body of their chief with his weapons broken beside him. Then they blocked up the cave mouth with stones and took up their journey, but night caught them in the valley. Through all the ages, the old people had found no other entrance or exit to or from the pits, save the small outer cave. It was the one doorway between their grim realm and the world they had so long abandoned. Now they came through the secret door into the outer cavern, whose dim light they could endure, and John Reynolds' hair stood up at what he saw. For they took the corpse and laid it before the altar of the feathered serpent, and an ancient wizard lay upon it, his mouth against the mouth of the dead. Above them tom-toms pulsed and strange fires flickered, and the voiceless votaries with soundless chants invoked gods forgotten before the birth of Egypt, until unhuman voices bellowed in the outer darkness, and the sweep of monstrous wings filled the shadows. And slowly life ebbed from the sorcerer, and stirred the limbs of the dead chief. The body of the wizard rolled limply aside, and the corpse of the chief stood up stiffly, and with puppet-like steps and glassy staring eyes it went up the dark tunnel and through the secret door into the outer cave. Its dead hands tore aside the stones, and into the starlight stalked the horror. Reynolds saw it walk stiffly under the shuddering trees, while the night things fled gibbering. He saw it come into the camp of the warriors. The rest was horror and madness, as the dead thing pursued its former companions and tore them limb from limb. The valley became a shambles before one of the braves, conquering his terror, turned on his pursuer and hewed through its spine with a stone axe. And even as the twice-slain corpse crumbled, Reynolds saw, on the floor of the cavern before the carven serpent, the form of the wizard quicken and live as his spirit returned to him from the corpse he had caused it to animate. The soundless glee of incarnate demons shook the crawling blackness of the pits, and Reynolds shrank before the verminous fiends gloating over their newfound power to deal horror and death to the sons of men, their ancient enemies. But the word spread from clan to clan, and men came not to the Valley of the Lost. For many a century it lay dreaming and deserted beneath the sky. Then came mounted braves with trailing war bonnets, painted with the colors of the Kiowas, warriors of the north, who knew nothing of the mysterious valley. They pitched their camps in the very shadows of those sinister monoliths, which were now no more than shapeless stones. They placed their dead in the cavern, and Reynolds saw the horrors that took place when the dead came ravening by night among the living to slay and devour, and to drag screaming victims into the nighted caverns and the demoniac doom that awaited them. The legions of hell were loosed in the Valley of the Lost, where chaos reigned and nightmare and madness stalked. Those who were left alive and sane walled up the cavern and rode out of the hills like men riding from hell. Once more Lost Valley lay gaunt and naked to the stars. Then again the coming of men broke the primal solitude, and smoke rose among the trees, and John Reynolds caught his breath with a start of horror as he saw these were white men, clad in the buckskins of an earlier day, 6 of them so much alike that he knew they were brothers. He saw them fell trees and build a cabin in the clearing. He saw them hunt game in the mountains and begin clearing a field for corn. And all the time he saw the vermin of the hills waiting with ghoulish lust in the darkness. They could not look from their caverns with their nighted eyes, but by their godless sorcery they were aware of all that took place in the valley. They could not come forth in their own bodies in the light, but they waited with the patience of night and the still places. Reynolds saw one of the brothers find the cavern and open it. He entered, and the secret door hung open. The man went into the tunnel. He could not see in the darkness. the shapes of horror that stole slavering about him. But in sudden panic he lifted his muzzle-loading rifle and fired blindly, screaming as the flash showed him the hellish forms that ringed him in. In the utter blackness following the vain shot, they rushed, overthrowing him by the power of their numbers, sinking their snaky fangs into his flesh. As he died, he slashed 6 of them to pieces with his bowie knife, but the poison did its work quickly. Reynolds saw them drag the corpse before the altar. He saw again the horrible transmutation of the dead, which rose grinning vacantly and stalked forth. The sun had set in a welter of dull crimson. Night had fallen. To the cabin where his brothers slept, wrapped in their blankets, stalked the dead. Silently, the groping hand swung open the door. The horror crouched in the gloom, its bared teeth shining, its dead eyes gleaming glassily in the starlight. One of the brothers stirred and mumbled, then sat up and stared at the motionless shape in the doorway. He called the dead man's name, then he shrieked hideously. The horror sprang. From John Reynolds' throat burst a cry of intolerable horror. Abruptly, the pictures vanished with the smoke. He stood in the weird glow before the altar, the tom-toms throbbing softly and evilly, the fiendish faces hemming him in. And now, from among them crept, on his belly like the serpent he was, the one which wore the gemmed circlet, venom dripping from his bared fangs. Loathsomely, he slithered toward John Reynolds, who fought the inclination to leap upon the foul thing and stamp out its life. There was no escape. He could send his bullets crashing through the swarm and mow down all in front of the muzzle, but those would be as nothing beside the hundreds which hemmed him in. He would die there in the waning light, and they would send his corpse blundering forth, lent a travesty of life by the spirit of the wizard, just as they had sent Saul Fletcher. John Reynolds grew tense as steel, as his wolf-like instinct to live rose above the maze of horror into which he had fallen. And suddenly, his human mind rose above the vermin who threatened him, as he was electrified by a swift thought that was like an inspiration. With a fierce, inarticulate cry of triumph, he bounded sideways just as the crawling monstrosity lunged. It missed him, sprawling headlong, and Reynolds snatched from the altar the carven serpent, and, holding it on high, thrust against it the muzzle of his cocked pistol. He did not need to speak. In the dying light his eyes blazed madly. The old people wavered back. Before them lay he whose peaked skull Reynolds' pistol had shattered. They knew a crook of his trigger finger would splinter their fantastic god into shining bits. For a tense space, the tableau held. Then Reynolds felt their silent surrender, freedom in exchange for their god. It was again borne on him that these beings were not truly bestial, since true beasts know no gods. And this knowledge was the more terrible, for it meant that these creatures had evolved into a type neither bestial nor human, a type outside of nature and sanity. The snakish figures gave back on each side, and the waning light sprang up again. As he went up the tunnel, they were close at his heels, and in the dancing, uncertain glow he could not be sure whether they walked as a man walks or crawled as a snake crawls. He had a vague impression that their gait was hideously compounded of both. He swerved far aside to avoid the sprawling bulk that had been Saul Fletcher, and so, with his gun muzzle pressed hard against the shining, brittle image borne in his left hand, he came to the short flight of steps which led up to the secret door. There, they came to a standstill. He turned to face them. They ringed him in a close half-circle, and he understood that they feared to open the secret door, lest he dash with their image through the cavern into the sunlight, where they could not follow. Nor would he set down the god until the door was opened. At last they withdrew several yards, and he cautiously set the image on the floor at his feet, where he could snatch it up in an instant. How they opened the door he never knew, but it swung wide, and he backed slowly up the steps, his gun trained on the glittering god. He had almost reached the door, one back-thrown hand gripped the edge, when the light went out suddenly, and the rush came. A volcanic burst of effort shot him backward through the door, which was already rushing shut. As he leaped, he emptied his gun full into the fiendish faces that suddenly filled the dark opening. They dissolved in red ruin, and as he raced madly from the outer cavern, he heard the soft closing of the secret door, shutting that realm of horror from the human world. 3. In the glow of the westering sun, John Reynolds staggered drunkenly, clutching at stones and trees as a madman clutches at realities. The keen tenseness that had held him when he fought for his life fell from him and left him a quivering shell of disrupted nerves. An insane titter broke through his lips, and he rocked to and fro in ghastly laughter he could not check. Then the clink of hoofs on stone sent him leaping behind a cluster of boulders. It was some hidden instinct which led him to take refuge. His conscious mind was too dazed and chaotic for thought or action. Into the clearing rode Jonas McCrill and his followers, and a sob tore through Reynolds' throat. At first he did not recognize them, did not realize that he had ever seen them before. The feud with all other sane and normal things lay lost and forgotten far back in dim vistas beyond the black tunnels of madness. Two figures rode from the other side of the clearing, Bill Ord and one of the outlaw followers of the McCrills. Strapped to Ward's saddle were several sticks of dynamite, done into a compact package.
"Well, gee whiz," hailed young Ord. "I sure didn't expect to meet y'all here. Did you get him?"
"Nah," snapped old Jonas.
"He's damn fooled us again. We come up with his horse, but he wasn't on it. The rein was snapped like he'd had it tied, and it broke away. I dunno where he is, but we'll get him. I'm a-going on to Antelope to get some more of the boys. Y'all get Saul's body out of that cave and follow me as fast as you can."
He reined away and vanished through the trees, and Reynolds, his heart in his mouth, saw the other four approach the cavern.
"Well, by God," exclaimed Jack Solomon fiercely. "Somebody's done been here. Look, them rocks are torn down."
John Reynolds watched as one paralyzed. If he sprang up and called to them, they would shoot him down before he could voice his warning. Yet it was not that which held him as in a vice. It was sheer horror which robbed him of thought and action, and froze his tongue to the roof of his mouth. His lips parted, but no sound came forth. As in a nightmare, he saw his enemies disappear into the cavern. Their voices, muffled, came back to him.
"By golly, Saul's gone. Look here, boys. Here's a door in the back wall. By thunder, it's open. Let's take a look."
Suddenly, from within the bowels of the hills, crashed a fusillade of shots, a burst of hideous screams. Then silence closed like a clammy fog over the Valley of the Lost. John Reynolds, finding voice at last, cried out as a wounded beast cries, and beat his temples with his clenched fists. He brandished them to the heavens, shrieking wordless blasphemies. Then he ran staggeringly to Bill Ord's horse, which grazed tranquilly with the others beneath the trees. With clammy hands he tore away the package of dynamite, and without separating the sticks, he punched a hole in the end of the middle stick with a twig. Then he cut a very short piece of fuse, and slipped a cap over one end, which he inserted into the hole in the dynamite. In a pocket of the rolled-up slicker bound behind the saddle, he found a match, and lighting the fuse, he hurled the bundle into the cavern. Hardly had it struck the back wall, when with an earthquake roar it exploded. The concussion nearly hurled him off his feet. The whole mountain rocked, and with a thunderous crash the cave roof fell. Tons and tons of shattered rock crashed down to obliterate all marks of Ghost Cave and to shut the door to the pits forever. John Reynolds walked slowly away, and suddenly the whole horror swept upon him. The earth seemed hideously alive under his feet, the sun foul and blasphemous over his head. The light was sickly, yellowish and evil, and all things were polluted by the unholy knowledge locked in his skull, like hidden drums beating ceaselessly in the blackness beneath the hills. He had closed one door forever, but what other nightmare shapes might lurk in hidden places and the dark pits of the earth, gloating over the souls of men? His knowledge was a reeking blasphemy which would never let him rest. Forever in his soul would whisper the drums that throbbed in those dark pits where lurked demons that had once been men. He had looked on ultimate foulness, and his knowledge was a taint which would never let him stand clean before men again, or touch the flesh of any living thing without a shudder. If man, moulded of divinity, could sink to such verminous obscenities, who could contemplate his eventual destiny unshaken? And if such beings as the old people existed, what other horrors might not lurk beneath the visible surface of the universe? He was suddenly aware that he had glimpsed the grinning skull beneath the mask of life, and that glimpse made life intolerable. All certainty and stability had been swept away, leaving a mad welter of lunacy, nightmare, and stalking horror. John Reynolds drew his gun, and his horny thumb drew back the heavy hammer. Thrusting the muzzle against his temple, he pulled the trigger. The shot crashed, echoing through the hills, and the last of the fighting Reynoldses pitched headlong. Old Jonas McCrill, galloping back at the sound of the blast, found him where he lay, and wondered that his face should be that of an old, old man, his hair white as hoarfrost.
King of the Forgotten People. 1. Jim Brill licked his parched lips, staring about him with bloodshot eyes. Behind him lay the sand, blown in curving ridges and long riffles. Before him rose the stark outlines of the nameless mountains, which were his goal. The sun hung above the western horizon, dull gold in the evil of dust which turned the sky a sickly yellow and lent its taste to the very air he breathed. Yet he was thankful for it. But for the sandstorm he would have shared the fate which had overtaken his guides and servants. The attack had come at dawn. From behind a bare ridge which had concealed their approach, a swarm of squat riders on shaggy horses had rushed the camp, howling like devils, shooting and slashing. In the midst of the fight, the storm had brought blinding clouds of dust rolling over the desert, and through it Jim Brill had fled, knowing that he alone remained alive of the expedition which had toiled so far on its strange quest. Now, after a grind that had taxed to the uttermost the powers of himself and his steed, he saw nothing of his pursuers, though the dust which still hung over the desert limited the range of his vision considerably. He had been the only white man in the expedition. His previous experiences with Mongol bandits told him that they would not let him escape if they could help it. Brill's equipment consisted of the .45 at his hip, a canteen with a few drops of water remaining in it, and the weary horse which drooped under his weight after the long flight. Mindful of this, the man swung down from the saddle and plodded on, leading the animal. He scanned the rugged slopes ahead of him without hope. Sure death awaited him in the desert. What the mountains held he could not know. No man knew what lay in this unexplored region. If any white man had ever entered it, he had never come out alive to tell what he had found. The horse snorted suddenly and threw up its head, pulling back on the rein. Brill swore wearily and tried to quiet it. Its eyes rolled, and its haunches quivered. Uneasily, he looked about him. They were entering the narrow mouth of a canyon, the rocky floor of which sloped upward. The sides were steep, broken by jutting ledges. On one of these ledges that overhung the canyon mouth, something moved, scuttled behind a boulder. Brill had a vague impression of something bulky and hairy that moved in a manner which suggested neither man nor beast. He swung wide of that ledge, hugging the opposite wall. When they were even with it, the horse shied and snorted, but quieted after they had passed on. Whatever the animal feared was crouching up there among the boulders. Brill was meditating on that matter as he went on up the canyon when it was swept out of his mind by a sound that galvanized him, the drum of hoofs. He wheeled, the fear of a trapped wolf clutching him. Over the sands, heading for the canyon mouth, raced a cluster of riders, 10 squat figures in wolfskins, flogging their horses and brandishing their sabers in exultation. The storm had not thrown them off his track. Now they had seen him, and they gave tongue stridently. Brill let go the reins and dropped behind a rock, drawing his .45. They did not pull their rifles from the boots beneath their knees. They knew their prey was trapped, and their lust for slaughter with cold steel overcame their caution. Brill sighted across the crest of the boulder at the foremost horseman. He mechanically judged the distance, intending to shoot just as the man came even with the overhanging ledge under which his course was taking him. But that shot was never fired. Just as the Mongol swept under the ledge, some sound or instinct caused him to look upward. As he did so, his yellow face went ashy. With a scream, he threw up his arms, and simultaneously, something black and hairy shot from the ledge and struck full on his breast, knocking him from his horse. The men behind yelled in dismay and jerked their mounts back on their haunches. Above their clamor rose a scream of mortal agony. The horses wheeled and bolted, neighing shrilly. The fallen Mongol writhed on the canyon floor, pinned beneath a shape that was like the figment of a nightmare. Brill glared at it, frozen with amazement. It was a spider, beyond the maddest dreams of spiders. It was like a tarantula, with a gross body bristling with stiff hairs and crouching black legs, but it was fully as big as a hog. Beneath it, the shrieks of the Mongol ceased in a bubbling gurgle, and his straining limbs went limp. The other desert men had halted outside the canyon mouth, and one lifted a rifle and fired at the thing, but obviously his nerves were badly shaken. The bullet splattered harmlessly on a rock. As if disturbed by the sound, the monster turned in their direction, and with wild yells the Mongols wheeled away and raced off across the sands in ignominious flight. Brill watched them dwindle to black dots in the dust. Then he rose gingerly from behind his rock. His horse had bolted away up the canyon. Twilight was approaching, and he was alone in the gorge with that hairy monstrosity which crouched like a black ogre over the man it had killed. He hoped to steal away up the canyon without molestation, but the moment he rose into full view, the monster abandoned its prey and scuttled toward him at appalling speed. Sweating with candid fright, Brill sighted at the oncoming black buck and pulled the trigger. The impact of the big bullet knocked the thing sidewise, but it righted itself and came on, its eyes gleaming redly among its black bristles. Again and again, the gun cracked, waking the echoes among the cliffs, before the monster tumbled over, working its hairy legs vainly. Then from all sides sounded a sinister rustling, and Brill shivered as he saw a grisly horde swarm down into the canyon. They seemed to emerge from every cranny, all converging on the stricken bulk quivering on the gorge floor. None were so large as it, but all were big enough and horrible enough to make a man doubt his sanity. They ignored Brill, and fell on their mangled king as wolves fall on the wounded pack leader. The giant was hidden in a writhing, working mass of black and grey-banded bodies, and Brill hurried up the canyon before they could finish their grisly repast and turn their attention to him. He went up into the mountains because he dared not go down the gorge past that working hill of death, because only death by thirst lay in the desert beyond the canyon, and because it was to find these hills that he had plunged into the Gobi in the first place. Jim Brill was looking for a man whom he hated more than anyone else on earth, yet for whom he was ready to risk his life. It was certainly not love for Richard Barlow, eminent scientist and explorer, which had sent Brill on his quest. He had his own reasons, and they were sufficient. Following dim clues and cryptic hints dropped by natives, he had concluded that the man he sought, if he still lived, was to be found in the mysterious hills which stood in an unmapped region of the Gobi, and he believed that these were the hills for which he had sought. He emerged from the canyon into a wild tangle of cliffs and ravines. There was no vegetation, no water. The ridges rose grim and stark and black in the dusk about him. He thought of the great spiders and strained his ears for the stealthy rustle of hairy legs, but the land lay desolate as the earth before man's creation. The rising moon carved out black shadows of turreted cliffs and showed him a dim path winding dizzily upward, a man-made trail that betokened human habitation somewhere. He followed it. It wound up between sheer cliffs to a notch that showed a square of star-flecked sky. When he reached this, he halted, panting from his exertions, and grunted with surprise. A heavy chain was stretched across the notch. With his hands resting on it, he gazed through the pass. It was narrow, and beyond it a long slope fell away into a valley where water gleamed in the moonlight among dense groves of trees. And something else gleamed among the trees, towers and walls, apparently of white marble. Then the native tales were true, and there was a city among these hills. But what manner of men dwelt there? Even as the thought crossed his mind, something moved in the shadow of the cliffs. He caught a glimpse of a tall black figure with a curiously misshapen head, from which blazed eyes like bowls of balefire. A choking cry escaped his lips. No human ever had eyes like that. Gripping the chain to steady himself, he snatched at his revolver, and in that instant the universe burst around him, showering the sky with red sparks which were instantly quenched in the blackness of utter oblivion. 2. When Jim Brill regained his senses, his first impression was that he was lying on something soft and yielding to his rugged frame. There floated before him the soft, pale oval of a face with dark, oblique eyes. A voice spoke somewhere, a familiar voice, but framed in an unfamiliar accent, and the face vanished. And then Jim Brill was fully conscious and staring about him. He lay on a satin divan in a chamber whose ceiling was a fretted dome. Satin hangings worked with gilt dragons adorned the walls, and thick carpets littered the floor. This he saw in a sweeping glance, before his whole attention was riveted on the figure which sat before him. This was a heavily built man, whose incongruous robe of watered silk did not conceal the muscularity of his frame. A velvet cap was on his head, and from under this gleamed cold grey eyes, matching the rugged hardness of his features. It was the aggressive jut of the jaw that woke recognition in Brill. Barlow. He sat up, gripping the edge of the divan, glaring at the other as at one risen from the dead. "Yes, it's I." The man's voice was sardonic. "Fancy you dropping in on me like this. I was hunting you, blast you," bristled Brill. Yes, this was Barlow all right, with his gift of putting Brill's teeth on edge. "Hunting me?" The surprise in Barlow's tone was genuine. "No, it wasn't through any love of you," growled Brill. "I wasn't losing any sleep over you." Why then? Great Judas, man, can't you guess? Exclaimed Brill irritably. Gloria. Oh. Barlow's expression was strange, as if he had just had recalled to his mind something he had forgotten. So my wife sent you? Naturally. She waited 4 years. Nobody knew whether you were alive or dead. You'd simply vanished into Inner Mongolia. No word ever came back. Gloria came to me because she knew no one else to come to. She financed the expedition, and here I am. And disgusted to find me alive, bantered Barlow. Brill merely grunted. He was far too straightforward for hypocrisy. What happened to me? He demanded. What was that devil thing I glimpsed just before I went out? Just one of my servants in a robe and hood with phosphorescent eyes painted on it. A little trick to discourage our superstitious neighbors, the Mongols. This faithful servant knocked you out by merely doing as I have taught him to do. He's one of the guards of the pass. He pushed a little handle and sent some electricity shooting along the chain you were leaning against. If he hadn't seen you were white, you'd be dead now. Brill glanced at his hand. He knew nothing about electricity, but he had a vague idea that a shock hard enough to knock him senseless would be enough to burn his hand off. No burns on you, Barlow assured him. You've seen men knocked cold by lightning without being burnt, haven't you? Same principle. I can control electricity as easily as I write my name. I know more about it than any other man in the world. Modest as usual, grunted Brill. Barlow smiled with contemptuous tolerance. He had changed subtly in 4 years. There was more poise about him, a greater air of superiority, and there was a dim difference in his face, in his complexion, in the shape of his eyes. Brill could not place it, but it was there, somewhere, and his voice sounded almost unfamiliar at times. What is this dump, anyway? Brill offered a strong contrast in his dust-stained shirt, breeches, and boots to the exotic chamber and the figure in the embroidered silk. Brill was as tall and heavy as Barlow, a broad-shouldered, thick-chested man with muscular arms and a nervous energy that could fire him to the quickness of a big cat. This is the city of Kor, said Barlow, as if that explained everything. Kor's a myth, grunted Brill. I've heard the Mongols spinning their lies about it. Barlow smiled coldly. You were in the position of the farmer who looked at a giraffe and refused to admit its existence. Kor exists, and you're at this instant lying in its royal palace. Then where's the king? Demanded Brill sarcastically. Barlow bowed with mock modesty, then folded his hands in his lap and looked at Brill with eyes that glinted between slitted lids. Brill was aware of a vague uneasiness. There was something wrong with his appearance. You mean you're the boss of this city? He asked incredulously. And of this valley? Oh, it was not difficult. The people are grossly superstitious. I brought a whole laboratory on camels. My electrical devices alone convinced them that I was a mighty magician. I was the power behind the throne of their king, old Kitai Khan, until he was killed in a Mongol raid. Then I stepped into his shoes without any trouble. He had no heirs. I'm not only the big sorcerer of Kor, I'm Ak Khan, the White King. Who are these people? A mixed race, Mongolian and Turkish originally, with a strain of Chinese. Did you ever hear of Genghis Khan? Who hasn't? Snapped Brill impatiently. Well, as you know, he conquered most of Asia in the early 13th century. He destroyed many cities, but he also built a few. This was his pleasure city, and was erected by skilled Persian architects. He filled it with slaves, both men and women. When he died, the world forgot about Kor, far up in these isolated mountains. The descendants of those slaves have lived on here ever since, under their own khans, raising their food in the valley, getting other things they wanted from the few Mongol traders who visited the hills. He clapped his hands. I was forgetting. You'll be hungry. Brill's eyes widened. as a slender, silk-clad figure glided lithely into the chamber. "Then she wasn't a dream," he muttered. "Scarcely," Barlow laughed. "The Mongols stole her from a Chinese caravan and sold her to me. Her name is Lala Zhu." Chinese women held no attraction for Brill, but this girl was undeniably beautiful. Her oblique eyes glowed with a soft fire, her features were delicately molded, and her slender body was a marvel of suppleness. "Dancing girl," decided Brill, as he set to work ravenously on the food and wine she set before him. From the corner of his eye, he saw her pass a slender arm about Barlow's shoulder and whisper some soft endearment into his ear. The man shrugged away from her with a show of impatience and motioned her out of the room. Her slender shoulders drooped as if from a rebuke as she obeyed. "Feel like seeing the city?" Barlow asked abruptly. Brill rose with a snort of disgust that such a question should be deemed necessary. But as they left the chamber, he realized that he had lain senseless for hours. Outside it was full daylight. Barlow led him through a series of hallways and out into a small open court, surrounded on 3 sides by galleries letting onto the palace, and on the 3rd by a low wall. Over this wall Brill looked down into the city, in the midst of which the palace stood on a low hill. It was much like other Oriental towns, with market squares, open stalls with goods displayed, and flat-topped houses. The main differences were in the unusual cleanliness and the richness of the buildings. The houses were of marble instead of mud, and the streets were paved with the same material. "Quarries of marble in these hills," grunted Barlow, as if reading Brill's thoughts. "Made them clean things up after I got to be calm. Didn't want plagues breeding in filth." Brill had a good view of the valley, which was walled in by sheer cliffs. Besides the pass through which he had been brought, and up to which a sort of natural ramp led, there was no break in the massive palisades. A stream flowed through the valley, and the vegetation which crowded its banks was relieving after the barren monotony of the outer desert. Gardens with small huts checkered the valley floor, and sheep and cattle grazed up to the very wall of the city, which was of no great extent, though rather densely populated. The inhabitants moved indolently through the streets in their silk garments. Their skins were yellowish, their faces round and flat, their slanted eyes dreamy. They seemed to Brill the remnants of a race which had fulfilled their destiny, and now waited drowsily for death. Barlow's servants were of a different breed, lean, dark-skinned men from Tonkin, who seldom spoke but looked quick and dangerous as cats. Barlow said he had brought them with him to Cairn. "I suppose you're wondering why I came here in the first place," Barlow remarked. "Well, I was always cramped in America. Fools with their stupid laws were always interfering. I heard of this place, and it sounded ideal for my purposes. It is. I've gone beyond the wildest dreams of Western scientists. Nobody interferes with me. Here, human life means nothing. The will of the ruler, everything." Brill scowled at the implication. "You mean you experiment with human subjects?" "Why not? These servants of mine live only to do my bidding, and the Coronese consider me a priest of Erlik, the god they have worshipped since time immemorial. The subjects I demand of them are no more than offerings to the god, according to their way of thinking. I only sacrifice them to the cause of science." "To the cause of the devil," growled Brill, revolted. "Don't pull that stuff with me. You care nothing about the progress of humanity. All you've ever considered has been your own ambitions." Barlow laughed without resentment. "But at any rate, my will is the only law there is in Cairn, a fact you'll do well to remember. If I occasionally use one of these fat fools in an experiment from which he fails to recover, I also protect them. They used to suffer from the raids of the Mongols before I came. The only way into the valley is through that pass, but even so, The raiders often cut their way through and devastated everything outside the city walls. Sooner or later, they'd have destroyed the city itself. I barred the pass with that electric chain, and have done other things that scared the Mongols so badly they seldom venture into the hills. I have a machine in a dome of this palace, for instance, that any world power would pay a fortune for, if they knew it. Those big spiders, began Brill. More of my work. They were originally tiny creatures which inhabited caves in the hills. I found a way to make carnivorous monsters out of them. Good watchdogs. The Mongols fear them out of all proportion to their actual ability to do harm. Developing them was a triumph, but I've gone far beyond that now. I am now exploring the profoundest of all mysteries.
What's that?
The human mind, the ego, spirit, soul, call it what you will. It remains the primary essence of life. Too long men have dabbled in what they called the occult after the fashion of witch doctors. It's time the mystery was approached in a scientific manner. I have so approached it.
Well, listen, said Brill abruptly. I came a long way to find you, thinking you're a prisoner of a hill tribe. Now I find you master of the tribe, and here of your own free will. You might at least have sent word to Gloria.
How? Demanded Barlow. None of my servants could have got through alive, and I couldn't trust a Mongol trader to get a letter outside. Anyway, when a man is absorbed in his life's work, he can't worry himself about a woman.
Not even his wife, eh? Sneered Brill, his resentment growing every minute. Well, now I've found you, I want to know. Are you coming back to America with me?
Certainly not.
What shall I tell Gloria?
Tell her whatever you choose. You will anyway.
Brill's big fists clenched. The man's attitude was intolerable.
But before he could make the savage reply which framed itself on his lips, Barlow said, I'll show you my latest triumph. You won't understand it, and maybe you won't believe it, but it's too big for me to keep still about. I've got to show it to some white man, even you. As Barlow led the way back through the corridors, Brill saw a slim hand draw aside a hanging, and the face of Lala Zu was framed in the dark velvet. Her eyes rested meltingly on Barlow, then grew hard and bright with anger as they turned toward Brill. Evidently, the girl resented his presence. Doubtless she understood English, and had overheard enough of their conversation to fear that Brill was going to take her master back to America with him. Barlow halted before an arched door of lacquered teak on which writhed a golden dragon. An antique lock was manipulated by an equally antique key, and Barlow led Brill into the chamber. Above it rose a dome inlaid with gold and ivory. The walls, of a strange, softly glistening green stone, were not tapestried. The floor was of the same material. There were no windows, the dome being craftily pierced so as to let in enough light to dimly illuminate the interior. The only furniture was a satin divan. This is the meditation chamber of the great Khan, Genghis, said Barlow. He alone entered it during his lifetime, and after his death none crossed the threshold until I came. Here he sat and dreamed the dreams induced by wine, opium, and bang. Here I first conceived my great discovery. Everything leaves its impression on its surroundings, sights, sounds, even thought, for thought is a tangible force, invisible only because on a different plane than visible substance. When a man occupies a room, he leaves the imprints of his personality on that room as surely as his fleshly feet leave their imprints in mud or sand. Wood, steel, stone, all are, in effect, potential camera films and phonographs, whereon are imperishably recorded all sounds and scenes that have been in their vicinity. But in the case of the man in the room, other people come and go, leaving their impressions too, and all these different impressions overlie each other and become hopelessly mixed and muddled. Naturally, Some substances retain impressions longer and more clearly than others, just as mud retains a footprint more clearly than stone. These walls possess that quality to a phenomenal extent. There is no stone like this natural to the earth. I think it came from a meteorite which fell in this valley long ago, and which was sawed up and used for this purpose by the builders of Cairn. These walls hold the thought impressions of Genghis Khan, overlaid by no others except mine, which are so few they scarcely count. They contain, indelibly imprinted, all the thoughts and dreams and ideas that made up the personality of the great conqueror. Imagine these walls as a camera film. On them I shall develop the pictures invisibly recorded by them." Brill grunted scornfully. "How? By waving a magic wand?" "By processes I can no more make you understand than I could make a Congo savage understand television," answered Barlow imperturbably. "I'll tell you this much that even you may be able to understand. Only a novice needs mechanical contrivances to aid him in psychic experiments. A master dispenses with artificial aids. He no more needs them than an athlete needs crutches, to use an example concrete enough for your low-grade mind to grasp. I have developed my psychic energy. I use the term for lack of a more explicit one. That energy is the real power of life. The brain itself is but one of its emanations, a machine through which it works. It needs no mechanical devices. Mechanics are but channels for its release. I have discovered how to release its terrific energy naturally. I will admit that the experiment I am now about to perform is made possible only by a strange series of circumstances, depending ultimately upon the marvelous quality of these walls. On this planet, some people are psychic. Here is an inanimate substance which is definitely psychic, but an abstract thought. What is any personality but a material appearance embodying myriad abstractions? The universe is a giant chain, with each link inseparably interlocked with every other link. Some of these links we are cognizant of by our external senses, others only through our psychic powers, and then only when these are specially developed. I merely frame an unseen link into a form recognizable by our external faculties. It is merely a matter of transmutation, of reduction to basic principles. Thoughts deal, ultimately, with material things. Emanations of the mentality which leave their impressions on material things are transmutable into forms recognizable by the external senses. Watch. Barlow sank upon the divan and, resting his elbows on his knees, dropped his chin in his hands and stared hypnotically at the opposite wall. A peculiar change passed over the atmosphere of the room. The light faded to a twilight grey. The even hue of the green walls altered with interchanging shades, like clouds passing over a dusky sky. Brill stared about uneasily. He saw only the bare, changing walls, the dim grey dome above them, and that cryptic figure sitting statue-like on the divan. He looked again at the walls. Shadows flowed across them in endless procession. Shapeless, nebulous, swiftly they passed. Sometimes a distortion of the dim light lent them the appearance of misshapen human figures. All converged upon the spot on which Barlow's mesmeric gaze was riveted, and at that point the green substance began to glow, to deepen, to take on the appearance of translucency. In its depths there were movement and unrest, a merging of dim, anthropomorphic shapes. As the shadows flowed into it, this amalgamation took on more distinct outlines. Brill smothered a cry. It was as if he looked into a deep green lake, and in its depths, mistily, he saw a human figure, a squat giant in silk robes. The outlines of the garments and body were vague and unstable, but the face stood out more distinctly beneath the velvet skullcap. It was a broad, immobile face with slanted grey eyes and a wisp of a moustache drooping over wide, thin lips. It was... The cry escaped Brill in spite of himself. He was on his feet, shaking like a leaf. Abruptly, the image vanished. The shadows faded, leaving the smooth green surface of the walls unclouded. Barlow was watching him cynically. "Well?" inquired the scientist. "It's a trick," snapped Brill. "You've got a picture projector hidden somewhere. I've seen Genghis Khan's face on old Chinese coins, and so have you. It wouldn't be hard for you to fake up something." But as he spoke, he was uncomfortably aware of the cold sweat pouring off his skin. "I didn't expect you to believe it," retorted Barlow, sitting like a silk-clad Buddha. In the dim light, the unpleasant change in his countenance was more noticeable. It almost amounted to a deformity, and still Brill could not place it. "What you believe matters little," said Barlow placidly. "I know the figure was Genghis Khan. No, not his ghost, not a phantom resurrected from the dead, but the combined total of his thoughts, dreams, and memories, which together make up a sum as real and vital as the man himself. It is the man, for what is a man besides the total of his feelings, emotions, sensations, and thoughts? Genghis Khan's body has been dust for centuries, but the immortal parts of him slumber in these walls. When they are materialized upon a visible plane, naturally they take on the aspect of the physical man from which they emanated. I have sat here for hours and watched the great Khan grow more and more distinct, until walls and chamber and time seemed to fade, until only he and my own mind seemed the only realities in the universe, until he seemed to flow into and merge with my own ego. I understand his dreams, conceptions, the secret of his power. To all great conquerors, to Caesar, Alexander, Napoleon, Genghis Khan, nature gave powers not possessed by other men. And I am acquiring the uncanny genius by which Genghis Khan, who was born in a nomad's horsehide tent, overthrew armies, kings, cities, empires. He had arisen to his feet in his excitement, and now strode out into a curtained corridor, closing the lacquered door behind him. "And what of it?" demanded Brill, who had naturally followed him. "I, too, will become conqueror. My ego absorbs all the impressions left by his. I shall be Emperor of Asia." "Bunkum," snorted Brill. "I'm sick of listening to your pipe dreams. What I want to know is, are you ever coming back to America? And Gloria? No, you are going to bring Gloria to me." "What?" exclaimed Brill. "Yes, I've decided. She'll fit very nicely into my schemes. She'll come if I send her a message. She is a dutiful wife." "Entirely too much so," snarled Brill. "Otherwise she'd have gotten a divorce long ago. Yes, she'd come. Not because she loves you. Her parents forced her into marrying you when she was only a child, and you've treated her like a dog. But she has an overdeveloped sense of duty. That's why she sent me looking for you. She and I have always loved one another. I hoped I'd find you dead. I'm sorry you're alive. But I'm not going to bring Gloria into this godforsaken valley. What about that Chinese girl, Lala Zhu? You have the nerve to—" "Silence!" roared Barlow imperiously. "You shall bring my wife to me." "Why, you—" Brill was on his feet, his big fists clenched. But before either could move, a slim figure darted into the scene from behind a hanging. It was Lala Zhu, her beautiful features contorted with fury. "I heard!" she shrilled at Barlow. "You shall not bring another woman here. You shall not put me aside for a white woman. I will kill." His face convulsed with passion. Barlow struck her savagely in the face with his open hand, ripping out a volley of staccato gutturals. Brill did not understand. 3 lean, silent Tonkinese glided into the hallway, laid hands on Lala Zhu, and dragged her, kicking and screaming, through a curtained archway. There was the sound of a blow, a shriek of pain. Then her passionate sobs dwindled as she was carried away. Barlow stood posed like an image of imperial oriental wrath, and Brill glared at him, his hair bristling with incredulous horror. "I know now," the explorer roared. "I've sensed a change in you from the beginning. Your accent, it's Mongol. Your eyes have begun to slant. There's a copperish cast to your skin. Those impressions you've raved about, you've absorbed them until they're changing you. Changing you. You damn devil, you're changing into a Mongol." A wild flood of devilish exultation lit Barlow's countenance. "Yes," he bellowed. "I said I was absorbing the mental emanations of Genghis Khan. I will be Genghis Khan. His personality will replace mine, because his is the stronger. Like him, I will conquer the world. I will fight the Mongols no longer, because I am becoming one of them. They will be my people. All Asians will be my people. I will make a gift to the chief of the Mongols and win his friendship. You shall return to America and bring me the little fool I married in a moment of weakness. She is beautiful. She shall be my gift to Toghrul Khan, the Mongol chief." With a maddened roar, Brill drove at him, every nerve of his big, muscular body straining with a primitive passion to smash and break and rip. With a guttural snarl, the powerful scientist met him breast to breast. Brill scarcely felt the blows that rained on his face and body. In a red mist of berserk fury, he drove Barlow backward, smashing his iron fists again and again into the hated features of his enemy, until the man crashed over backwards among the ruins of a table, and Brill fell on him and sank his fingers into Barlow's bull throat. A worrying, wordless mouthing snarled from Brill's lips as he drove all the power of heavy shoulders and corded arms into his strangling hands. Blood from Barlow's torn throat trickled over Brill's fingers. The man's tongue protruded between blue lips. His eyes were glazing. Men were swarming into the corridor, but Brill, in the fog of his wrath, was scarcely aware of their shouts or of the hands which tore vainly at his corded forearms. Then a gun butt, swung with desperate force, crashed on his head, and the lights went out. 3. Brill came to with a clear understanding of all that had occurred, and a fervent desire to renew the combat, but he was bound into a chair, hand and foot. Blood trickled into his eyes from a wound in his scalp. He shook his head to clear his vision, and saw Barlow facing him. Brill grinned wolfishly when he saw the damage he had done to the man's features. He knew that Barlow's nose was broken, and at least one of his ribs cracked. His face looked like a mask of raw beef, and his one good eye blazed fiendishly. "Get out!" he croaked, choking with passion, and the impassive Tonkinese glided from the chamber. Twisting his head to stare about, Brill decided that he had been brought to Barlow's laboratory. Scientific appliances of all kinds littered the large room, and huge glass jars contained grisly relics at which Brill did not care to look twice. He glanced back at Barlow, from whom all sanity seemed to have departed. "You hoped to find me dead," the man was raving, "so you could go back and marry my wife. Well, I'm going to send you back to her. Do you see that thing there? That stuffed ape? Well, that's what you're going to look like within the hour. Laugh, you ignorant fool. Less than a month ago, that ape was a man, as intelligent and well-developed as you are. I've discovered a process of degeneration that retrogrades the human into the beast which was his progenitor. I could go still further and revert him to the protozoa which fathered us all. But I will leave you an ape. That specimen died, but you shall live, to prance and gibber in some zoo or circus. You fool, do you realize what I'm saying? You'll be a beast,
A filthy, hairy, verminous anthropoid. I'll send you back to my loving wife with my compliments."
It happened so quickly, it blurred Brill's sight. From a curtained arch, a lithe, tigerish figure had sprung, wielding a gleaming shard of steel. He heard the impact of the blow, the man's grunt of agony. Then Barlow, his face a death mask, took one reeling step and crumpled. His hands, emerging from the wide silk sleeves, worked spasmodically, and were still. And Brill shuddered, for those hands were yellow-tinted, and the nails were not those of a white man. Barlow's dead features were scarcely recognizable. Their aspect was alien and unnatural. Lala Zoo stood over the man she had killed, grasping her dagger, and staring with a fixed, wide-eyed stare at Brill. He gave back her stare in fascinated dread. This lovely girl was just as likely to kill him as she had killed the man she once had loved. Then he cried out an instinctive warning. Over her shoulder a yellow face peered through parted hangings. One of the Tonkinese servants glared at the body of his master. Lala Zoo cried out shrilly and sprang at him, lifting her dagger. But the face vanished, and in the corridor outside sounded a strident screaming. Lala Zoo stood up uncertainly. "Cut me loose, girl," Brill roared, tearing at his bonds. "I'll help you." In an instant, she had reached him and slashed his cords. Casting about for a weapon, he saw a great Mongol scimitar hanging on the wall. He tore it free, just as the Tonkinese rushed in, daggers in their hands. Gripping the ponderous weapon with both hands, he heaved it above his head and flailed right and left. The razor edge sheared through flesh and bone, severing a man's head and shoulder from his body. Another screamed as his arm jumped from his shoulder on a spurting fountain of blood. The others gave back, appalled, then ran shrieking from the chamber. Brill glared after them, sickened at the havoc he had wrought, but fighting mad. Lala Zoo tugged at his arm. "They have gone for guns," she cried shrilly. "They will shoot us down like dogs. We cannot escape from the palace, but there is a place where we can take refuge." He followed her out of the chamber and along a corridor. Behind them, the palace was in an uproar, and somewhere sounded a popping like that of many firecrackers. It seemed to come from outside the palace, but the din within was so furious, Brill could not be certain. The girl's little feet pattered swiftly along the marble tiles ahead of him until she came to a winding stair. Up this she went, without hesitation. It wound up and up into a lofty dome. Brill's breath came in gasps before he reached the top. Their pursuers were closer on their heels than he realized. Just as he reached the head of the stair and turned, a howling Tonkinese charged up and around the last turn with such headlong recklessness that he was thrusting a pistol into Brill's face before the American could move. The scimitar fell as the gun cracked. Powder burnt Brill's face, and the Oriental's head caved in like an eggshell beneath the shearing blade. The impact of the stroke knocked the body backward down the stair, where it demoralized the men storming up it. Guns spat and bullets spattered against the wall, but Brill and the girl were out of sight around the last bend of the stair, and the natives dared not charge up around it in the teeth of those terrible sword strokes. As he waited, sweat dripping from his face and both hands gripping the long hilt, Brill heard a sudden uproar beyond the palace walls. Those below heard it, and a sudden silence fell upon the stair. In the hush, Brill heard a rising clamor of yells and the cracking of many rifles. Lala Zoo cried out to him, and he risked his life by whirling and looking where she pointed. They were under the arch of a lofty dome, which was the pinnacle of the palace. On a platform was set what seemed to be a huge telescope, its muzzle protruding through a kind of loophole. Looking through a small window beside it, Brill could see the city streets below him, and the walls and the valley beyond, and he saw that doom had fallen on Cairn. Down the ramp that led from the pass swarmed chanting riders, and others raced around the valley, firing huts and shooting cattle in pure wantonness. Several hundreds more were thronged outside the great gate, swinging a huge log between their horses like a battering ram. Some were assailing the portal, while others kept up a withering fire at the defenders on the walls who strove to return their volleys. The Mongols were in the valley at last, despite all Barlow's barriers. In the palace below, the clamour burst out afresh, and Brill wheeled toward the stair, sword lifted. But the attack did not come. A strident voice screamed in desperate urgency, and Lala Zu, listening, turned to Brill. "They say the Mongols will break down the gate and cut all their throats," she said. "They beg you to save them. You too are a white magician, they think. They say a Mongol climbed the cliffs and shot the watcher at the pass before he could push the handle and make the chain impassable. They came in such numbers they did not fear the spiders. They are led by Togruk Khan, who does not fear the white man's magic. They swear they will obey you if you save them from the Mongols." "How can I?" he asked helplessly. "I will show you." She caught his hand and drew him toward the great machine on the platform. "He always said he would use this if the Mongols reached the wall. See, it is aimed like a gun at the gate. He showed me. Hold it so and pull the trigger." "Make them swear first they won't harm us," said Brill, and she called to the terrified Coronese below. There was an answering babble, wild shouts, the sudden sound of heavy blows, then one voice shouting triumphantly. "What was that?" he demanded nervously. "The Tonkinese wish to kill us," she answered. "The men of Cairn have slain them and swear to obey you. Fear not. They will keep their word. Haste, the gate begins to buckle." It was true. The wretched Coronese who had been trying to hold the portal scattered screaming. The gate crashed inward, and the riders began swarming through, howling like wolves as they saw their helpless prey before them. Brill sighted along the great barrel and pulled the trigger. He expected some kind of a report, an explosion accompanied by a recoil. There was nothing of the sort, but from the flaring nozzle a long beam of blue light shot to the gate and the horde which thronged it. The result? Hideous. For an instant there was a blurring in which nothing was distinct. Then an awful cry arose. The gate was choked with a blackened mass of disintegrated flesh and blackened bone that had been 100 men and horses. That ray had neither burned nor shattered. By some awful force it had blasted into eternity all that were crowded in the gate, and had cut a wide swatch through hordes massed outside. An instant, the survivors sat stunned. Then, with mad screams, they wheeled and flogged their steeds toward the hills, fighting like madmen to gain the pass. Brill watched, his soul revolted, until Lala Zu touched his arm. On the stair below rose a paean of exultation. "The people of Cairn give thanks for their deliverance," said Lala Zu, "and beg you mount the throne of Kitai Khan, which was the throne of Ak Khan, whom you have slain." "Who I have slain?" grunted Brill. "That's a good one. Well, you tell the people of Cairn that I thank them kindly, but all I want is horses and food and canteens of water. I want to get out of this country while the Mongols are still running in another direction, and I want to get back to America as quick as I can. Somebody's waiting for me there."
The Horror from the Mound. Steve Brill did not believe in ghosts or demons. Juan Lopez did. But neither the caution of the one nor the sturdy skepticism of the other was shield against the horror that fell upon them the horror forgotten by men for more than 300 years, a screaming fear monstrously resurrected from the black, lost ages. Yet, as Steve Brill sat on his sagging stoop that last evening, his thoughts were as far from uncanny menaces as the thoughts of man can be. His ruminations were bitter, but materialistic. He surveyed his farmland, and he swore. Brill was tall, rangy, and tough as boot leather, true son of the iron-bodied pioneers who wrenched West Texas from the wilderness. He was browned by the sun and strong as a long-horned steer. His lean legs and the boots on them showed his cowboy instincts, and now he cursed himself that he had ever climbed off the hurricane deck of his crank-eyed Mustang and turned to farming. He was no farmer, the young puncher admitted profanely. Yet his failure had not all been his fault. Plentiful rain in the winter, so rare in West Texas, had given promise of good crops. But, as usual, things had happened. A late blizzard had destroyed all the budding fruit. The grain which had looked so promising was ripped to shreds and battered into the ground by terrific hailstorms, just as it was turning yellow. A period of intense dryness, followed by another hailstorm, finished the corn. Then the cotton, which had somehow struggled through, fell before a swarm of grasshoppers, which stripped Brill's field almost overnight. So Brill sat and swore that he would not renew his lease. He gave fervent thanks that he did not own the land on which he had wasted his sweat, and that there were still broad rolling ranges to the west, where a strong young man could make his living riding and roping. Now, as Brill sat glumly, he was aware of the approaching form of his nearest neighbor, Juan Lopez, a taciturn old Mexican who lived in a hut just out of sight over the hill across the creek and grubbed for a living. At present, he was clearing a strip of land on an adjoining farm, and in returning to his hut, he crossed a corner of Brill's pasture. Brill idly watched him climb through the barbed wire fence and trudge along the path he had worn in the short, dry grass. He had been working at his present job for over a month now, chopping down tough, gnarly mesquite trees and digging up their incredibly long roots, and Brill knew that he always followed the same path home. And watching, Brill noted him swerving far aside, seemingly to avoid a low, rounded hillock which jutted above the level of the pasture. Lopez went far around this knoll, and Brill remembered that the old Mexican always circled it at a distance. And another thing came into Brill's idle mind. Lopez always increased his gait when he was passing the knoll, and he always managed to get by it before sundown. Yet Mexican laborers generally worked from the first light of dawn to the last glint of twilight, especially at these grubbing jobs, when they were paid by the acre and not by the day. Brill's curiosity was aroused. He rose, and sauntering down the slight slope on the crown of which his shack sat, hailed the plodding Mexican. "Hey, Lopez, wait a minute." Lopez halted, looked about, and remained motionless but unenthusiastic as the white man approached. "Lopez," said Brill lazily, "it ain't none of my business, but I just wanted to ask you, how come you always go so far around that old Indian mound?" "No sabe," grunted Lopez shortly. "You're a liar," responded Brill genially. "You savvy, all right. You speak English as good as me. What's the matter? You think that mound's haunted or something?" Brill could speak Spanish himself, and read it too, but like most Anglo-Saxons he much preferred to speak his own language. Lopez shrugged his shoulders. "It is not a good place, no bueno," he muttered, avoiding Brill's eyes. "Let hidden things rest." "I reckon you're scared of ghosts," Brill bantered. "Shucks, if that is an Indian mound, them Indians been dead so long their ghosts would be plumb wore out by now." Brill knew that the illiterate Mexicans looked with superstitious aversion on the mounds that are found here and there through the Southwest, relics of a past and forgotten age, containing the mouldering bones of chiefs and warriors of a lost race. "Best not to disturb what is hidden in the earth," grunted Lopez. "Bosh," said Brill. "Me and some boys busted into one of them mounds over in the Palo Pinto country
and dug up pieces of a skeleton with some beads and flint arrowheads and the like. I kept some of the teeth a long time, till I lost 'em, and I ain't never been haunted." "Indians?" snorted Lopez unexpectedly. "Who spoke of Indians?" "There have been more than Indians in this country. In the old times, strange things happened here. I've heard the tales of my people, handed down from generation to generation. My people were here long before yours, Senor Brill." "Yeah, you're right," admitted Steve. "First white men in this country were Spaniards, of course. Coronado passed along not very far from here, I hear tell, and Hernando de Estrada's expedition came through here, away back yonder, I don't know how long ago." "In 1545, said Lopez. "They pitched camp yonder where your corral stands now." Brill turned to glance at his rail-fenced corral, inhabited now by his saddle horse, a pair of workhorses, and a scrawny cow. "How come you know so much about it?" he asked curiously. "One of my ancestors marched with de Estrada," answered Lopez. "A soldier, Porfirio Lopez. He told his son of that expedition, and he told his son, and so down the family line to me, who have no son to whom I can tell the tale." "I didn't know you were so well connected," said Brill. "Maybe you know something about the gold de Estrada was supposed to have hid around here somewhere." "There was no gold," growled Lopez. "De Estrada's soldiers bore only their arms, and they fought their way through hostile country. Many left their bones along the trail. Later, many years later, a mule train from Santa Fe was attacked not many miles from here by Comanches, and they hid their gold and escaped. So the legends got mixed up. But even their gold is not there now, because gringo buffalo hunters found it and dug it up." Brill nodded, abstractedly, hardly heeding. Of all the continent of North America, there is no section so haunted by tales of lost or hidden treasure as is the Southwest. Uncounted wealth passed back and forth over the hills and plains of Texas and New Mexico in the old days when Spain owned the gold and silver mines of the New World and controlled the rich fur trade of the West, and echoes of that wealth linger on in tales of golden caches. Some such vagrant dream, born of failure and pressing poverty, rose in Brill's mind. Aloud he spoke. "Well, anyway, I got nothing else to do, and I believe I'll dig into that old mound and see what I can find." The effect of that simple statement on Lopez was nothing short of shocking. He recoiled, and his swarthy brown face went ashy. His black eyes flared, and he threw up his arms in a gesture of intense expostulation. "Dios, no!" he cried. "Don't do that, Senor Brill. There's a curse. My grandfather told me." "Told you what?" asked Brill. Lopez lapsed into sullen silence. "I cannot speak," he muttered. "I am sworn to silence. Only to an elder son could I open my heart. But believe me when I say better had you cut your throat than to break into that accursed mound." "Well," said Brill, impatient of Mexican superstitions, "if it's so bad, why don't you tell me about it? Give me a logical reason for not busting into it." "I cannot speak," cried the Mexican desperately. "I know, but I swore to silence on the holy crucifix, just as every man of my family has sworn. It is a thing so dark, it is to risk damnation even to speak of it. Were I to tell you, I would blast the soul from your body. But I have sworn, and I have no son, so my lips are sealed forever." "Ah, well," said Brill sarcastically, "why don't you write it out?" Lopez started, stared, and to Steve's surprise, caught at the suggestion. "I will. Dios be thanked, the good priest taught me to write when I was a child. My oath said nothing of writing. I only swore not to speak. I will write out the whole thing for you, if you will swear not to speak of it afterward, and to destroy the paper as soon as you have read it." "Sure," said Brill to humor him, and the old Mexican seemed much relieved. "Bueno, I will go at once and write. Tomorrow as I go to work I will bring you the paper, and you will understand why no one must open that accursed mound." And Lopez hurried along his homeward path, his stooped shoulders swaying with the effort of his unwonted haste.
Steve grinned after him, shrugged his shoulders, and turned back toward his own shack. Then he halted, gazing back at the low, rounded mound with its grass-grown sides. It must be an Indian tomb, he decided, what with its symmetry and its similarity to other Indian mounds he had seen. He scowled as he tried to figure out the seeming connection between the mysterious knoll and the martial ancestor of Juan Lopez. Brill gazed after the receding figure of the old Mexican. A shallow valley, cut by a half-dry creek, bordered with trees and underbrush, lay between Brill's pasture and the low sloping hill beyond which lay Lopez's shack. Among the trees along the creek bank, the old Mexican was disappearing, and Brill came to a sudden decision. Hurrying up the slight slope, he took a pick and a shovel from the tool shed built onto the back of his shack. The sun had not yet set, and Brill believed he could open the mound deep enough to determine its nature before dark. If not, he could work by lantern light. Steve, like most of his breed, lived mostly by impulse, and his present urge was to tear into that mysterious hillock and find what, if anything, was concealed therein. The thought of treasure came again to his mind, piqued by the evasive attitude of Lopez. What if, after all, that grassy heap of brown earth hid riches, virgin ore from forgotten mines, or the minted coinage of old Spain? Was it not possible that the musketeers of de Estrada had themselves reared that pile above a treasure they could not bear away, moulding it in the likeness of an Indian mound, to fool seekers? Did old Lopez know that? It would not be strange if, knowing of treasure there, the old Mexican refrained from disturbing it. Ridden with grisly superstitious fears, he might well live out a life of barren toil, rather than risk the wrath of lurking ghosts or devils, for the Mexicans say that hidden gold is always accursed, and surely there was supposed to be some especial doom resting on this mound. Well, Brill meditated, Latin Indian devils had no terrors for the Anglo-Saxon, tormented by the demons of drought and storm and crop failure. Steve set to work with a savage energy characteristic of his breed. The task was no light one. The soil, baked by the fierce sun, was iron hard, and mixed with rocks and pebbles. Brill sweated profusely and grunted with his efforts, but the fire of the treasure hunter was on him. He shook the sweat out of his eyes and drove in the pick with mighty strokes that ripped and crumbled the close-packed dirt. The sun went down, and in the long, dreamy summer twilight, he worked on, almost oblivious of time or space. He began to be convinced that the mound was a genuine Indian tomb, as he found traces of charcoal in the soil. The ancient people which reared these sepulchres had kept fires burning upon them for days, at some point in the building. All the mound Steve had ever opened had contained a solid stratum of charcoal a short distance below the surface, but the charcoal traces he found now were scattered about through the soil. His idea of a Spanish-built treasure trove faded, but he persisted. Who knows? Perhaps that strange folk men now called mound builders had treasure of their own which they laid away with the dead. Then Steve yelped in exultation as his pick rang on a bit of metal. He snatched it up and held it close to his eyes, straining in the waning light. It was caked and corroded with rust, worn almost paper-thin, but he knew it for what it was, a spur rowel, unmistakably Spanish with its long, cruel points. And he halted, completely bewildered. No Spaniard ever reared this mound, with its undeniable marks of aboriginal workmanship. Yet how came that relic of Spanish caballeros hidden deep in the packed soil? Brill shook his head and set to work again. He knew that in the center of the mound, if it were indeed an aboriginal tomb, he would find a narrow chamber built of heavy stones, containing the bones of the chief for whom the mound had been reared and the victims sacrificed above it. And in the gathering darkness, he felt his pick strike heavily against something granite-like and unyielding. Examination, by sense of feel as well as by sight, proved it to be a solid block of stone, roughly hewn.
Doubtless, it formed one of the ends of the death chamber. Useless to try to shatter it. Brill chipped and pecked about it, scraping the dirt and pebbles away from the corners, until he felt that wrenching it out would be but a matter of sinking the pick point underneath and levering it out. But now he was suddenly aware that darkness had come on. In the young moon, objects were dim and shadowy. His mustang nickered in the corral, whence came the comfortable crunch of tired beasts' jaws on corn. A whippoorwill called eerily from the dark shadows of the narrow, winding creek. Brill straightened reluctantly. Better get a lantern, and continue his explorations by its light. He felt in his pocket, with some idea of wrenching out the stone and exploring the cavity by the aid of matches. Then he stiffened. Was it imagination that he heard a faint, sinister rustling, which seemed to come from behind the blocking stone? Snakes! Doubtless, they had holes somewhere about the base of the mound, and there might be a dozen big diamond-backed rattlers coiled up in that cave-like interior, waiting for him to put his hand among them. He shivered slightly at the thought, and backed away out of the excavation he had made. It wouldn't do to go poking about blindly into holes, and for the past few minutes, he realized, he had been aware of a faint, foul odor exuding from interstices about the blocking stone, though he admitted that the smell suggested reptiles no more than it did any other menacing scent. It had a charnel house reek about it, gases formed in the chamber of death, no doubt, and dangerous to the living. Steve laid down his pick and returned to the house, impatient of the necessary delay. Entering the dark building, he struck a match and located his kerosene lantern hanging on its nail on the wall. Shaking it, he satisfied himself that it was nearly full of coal oil, and lighted it. Then he fared forth again, for his eagerness would not allow him to pause long enough for a bite of food. The mere opening of the mound intrigued him, as it must always intrigue a man of imagination, and the discovery of the Spanish spur had whetted his curiosity. He hurried from his shack, the swinging lantern casting long distorted shadows ahead of him and behind. He chuckled as he visualized Lopez's thoughts and actions when he learned, on the morrow, that the forbidden mound had been pried into. A good thing he opened it that evening, Brill reflected. Lopez might even have tried to prevent him meddling with it, had he known. In the dreamy hush of the summer night, Brill reached the mound, lifted his lantern, swore bewilderedly. The lantern revealed his excavations, his tools lying carelessly where he had dropped them, and a black, gaping aperture. The great blocking stone lay in the bottom of the excavation he had made, as if thrust carelessly aside. Warily, he thrust the lantern forward and peered into the small, cave-like chamber, expecting to see he knew not what. Nothing met his eyes except the bare rock sides of a long, narrow cell, large enough to receive a man's body, which had apparently been built up of roughly hewn square-cut stones, cunningly and strongly joined together. "Lopez!" exclaimed Steve furiously. "The dirty coyote! He's been watching me work, and when I went after the lantern, he snuck up and pried the rock out and grabbed whatever was in there, I reckon. Blast his greasy hide! I'll fix him!" Savagely, he extinguished the lantern and glared across the shallow, brush-grown valley, and as he looked, he stiffened. Over the corner of the hill, on the other side of which the shack of Lopez stood, a shadow moved. The slender moon was setting, the light dim, and the play of the shadows baffling. But Steve's eyes were sharpened by the sun and winds of the wastelands, and he knew that it was some two-legged creature that was disappearing over the low shoulder of the mesquite-grown hill. "Beatin' it to his shack," snarled Brill. "He sure got something, or he wouldn't be traveling at that speed." Brill swallowed, wondering why a peculiar trembling had suddenly taken hold of him. What was there unusual about a thieving old greaser running home with his loot? Brill tried to drown the feeling that there was something peculiar about the gait of the dim shadow, which had seemed to move at a sort of slinking lope. There must have been need for swiftness when stocky old Juan Lopez elected to travel at such a strange pace. Whatever he found is as much mine as his, swore Brill, trying to get his mind off the abnormal aspect of the figure's flight. I got this land leased and I done all the work digging. A curse. Heck! No wonder he told me that stuff. Wanted me to leave it alone so he could get it himself. It's a wonder he ain't dug it up long before this, but you can't never tell about them spics. Brill, as he meditated thus, was striding down the gentle slope of the pasture, which led down to the creek bed. He passed into the shadows of the trees and dense underbrush, and walked across the dry creek bed, noting absently that neither whippoorwill nor hoot-owl called in the darkness. There was a waiting, listening tenseness in the night that he did not like. The shadows in the creek bed seemed too thick, too breathless. He wished he had not blown out the lantern, which he still carried, and was glad he had brought the pick, gripped like a battle-axe in his right hand. He had an impulse to whistle, just to break the silence, then swore and dismissed the thought. Yet he was glad when he clambered up the low opposite bank and emerged into the starlight. He walked up the slope and onto the hill and looked down on the mesquite flat wherein stood Lopez's squalid hut. A light showed at the one window. "Packing his things for a getaway, I reckon," grunted Steve. "Oh, what the—" He staggered as from a physical impact, as a frightful scream knifed the stillness. He wanted to clap his hands over his ears to shut out the horror of that cry, which rose unbearably, and then broke in an abhorrent gurgle. Good God! Steve felt the cold sweat spring out upon him. Lopez, or somebody. Even as he gasped the words, he was running down the hill as fast as his long legs could carry him. Some unspeakable horror was taking place in that lonely hut, but he was going to investigate if it meant facing the devil himself. He tightened his grip on his pick handle as he ran. Wandering prowlers, murdering old Lopez for the loot he had taken from the Mound, Steve thought, and forgot his wrath. It would go hard for anyone he found molesting the old scoundrel, thief though he might be. He hit the flat, running hard, and then the light in the hut went out, and Steve staggered in full flight, bringing up against a mesquite tree with an impact that jolted a grunt out of him and tore his hands on the thorns. Rebounding with a sobbed curse, he rushed for the shack, nerving himself for what he might see, his hair still standing on end at what he had already seen. Brill tried the one door of the hut and found it bolted. He shouted to Lopez and received no answer. Yet utter silence did not reign. From within came a curious, muffled, worrying sound that ceased as Brill swung his pick crashing against the door. The flimsy portal splintered, and Brill leaped into the dark hut, eyes blazing, pick swung high for a desperate onslaught. But no sound ruffled the grisly silence, and in the darkness nothing stirred, though Brill's chaotic imagination peopled the shadowed corners of the hut with shapes of horror. With a hand damp with perspiration, he found a match and struck it. Besides himself, only Lopez occupied the hut. Old Lopez, stark dead on the dirt floor, arms spread wide like a crucifix, mouth sagging open in a semblance of idiocy, eyes wide and staring with a horror Brill found intolerable. The one window gaped open, showing the method of the Slayer's exit, possibly his entrance as well. Brill went to that window and gazed out warily. He saw only the sloping hillside on one hand and the mesquite flat on the other. He started. Was that a hint of movement among the stunted shadows of the mesquites and chaparral, or had he but imagined he glimpsed a dim, loping figure among the trees? He turned back as the match burned down to his fingers. He lit the old coal-oil lamp on the rude table, cursing as he burned his hand. The globe of the lamp was very hot, as if it had been burning for hours. Reluctantly, he turned to the corpse on the floor. Whatever sort of death had come to Lopez, it had been horrible. But Brill, gingerly examining the dead man, found no wound, no mark of knife or bludgeon on him. Wait, There was a thin smear of blood on Brill's questing hand. Searching, he found the source, 3 or 4 tiny punctures in Lopez's throat, from which blood had oozed sluggishly. At first he thought they had been inflicted with a stiletto, a thin, round, edgeless dagger. Then he shook his head. He had seen stiletto wounds. He had the scar of one on his own body. These wounds more resembled the bite of some animal. They looked like the marks of pointed fangs. Yet Brill did not believe they were deep enough to have caused death, nor had much blood flowed from them. A belief, abhorrent with grisly speculations, rose up in the dark corners of his mind, that Lopez had died of fright, and that the wounds had been inflicted either simultaneously with his death or an instant afterward. And Steve noticed something else. Scattered about on the floor lay a number of dingy leaves of paper, scrawled in the old Mexican's crude hand. He would write of the curse on the mound, he had said. There were the sheets on which he had written. There was the stump of a pencil on the floor. There was the hot lamp globe, all mute witnesses that the old Mexican had been seated at the rough-hewn table writing for hours. Then it was not he who opened the mound chamber and stole the contents. But who was it, in God's name? And who or what was it that Brill had glimpsed loping over the shoulder of the hill? Well, there was but one thing to do: saddle his Mustang and ride the 10 miles to Coyote Wells, the nearest town, and inform the sheriff of the murder. Brill gathered up the papers. The last was crumpled in the old man's clutching hand, and Brill secured it with some difficulty. Then, as he turned to extinguish the light, he hesitated and cursed himself for the crawling fear that lurked at the back of his mind, fear of the shadowy thing he had seen cross the window just before the light was extinguished in the hut. The long arm of the murderer, he thought, reaching for the lamp to put it out, no doubt. What had there been abnormal or inhuman about that vision, distorted though it must have been in the dim lamplight and shadow? As a man strives to remember the details of a nightmare dream, Steve tried to define in his mind some clear reason that would explain why that flying glimpse had unnerved him to the extent of blundering headlong into a tree, and why the mere vague remembrance of it now caused cold sweat to break out on him. Cursing himself to keep up his courage, he lighted his lantern, blew out the lamp on the rough table, and resolutely set forth, grasping his pick like a weapon. After all, why should certain seemingly abnormal aspects about a sordid murder upset him? Such crimes were abhorrent, but common enough, especially among Mexicans who cherished unguessed feuds. Then, as he stepped into the silent, star-flecked night, he brought up short. From across the creek sounded the sudden soul-shaking scream of a horse in deadly terror, then a mad drumming of hoofs that receded in the distance, and Brill swore in rage and dismay. Was it a panther lurking in the hills? Had a monster cat slain old Lopez? Then why was not the victim marked with the scars of fierce hooked talons? And who extinguished the light in the hut? As he wondered, Brill was running swiftly toward the dark creek. Not lightly does a cowpuncher regard the stampeding of his stock. As he passed into the darkness of the brush along the dry creek, Brill found his tongue strangely dry. He kept swallowing, and he held the lantern high. It made but faint impression in the gloom, but seemed to accentuate the blackness of the crowding shadows. For some strange reason, the thought entered Brill's chaotic mind that though the land was new to the Anglo-Saxon, it was in reality very old. That broken and desecrated tomb was mute evidence that the land was ancient to man, and suddenly the night and the hills and the shadows bore on Brill with a sense of hideous antiquity. Here had long generations of men lived and died before Brill's ancestors ever heard of the land. In the night, in the shadows of this very creek, men had no doubt given up their ghosts in grisly ways. With these reflections, Brill hurried through the shadows of the thick trees. He breathed deeply in relief when he emerged from the trees on his own side. Hurrying up the gentle slope to the railed corral, he held up his lantern, investigating. The corral was empty. Not even the placid cow was in sight, and the bars were down. That pointed to human agency, and the affair took on a newly sinister aspect. Someone did not intend that Brill should ride to Coyote Wells that night. It meant that the murderer intended making his getaway and wanted a good start on the law, or else Brill grinned wryly. Far away across a mesquite flat, he believed he could still catch the faint and far-away noise of running horses. What in God's name had given them such a fright? A cold finger of fear played shudderingly on Brill's spine. Steve headed for the house. He did not enter boldly. He crept clear around the shack, peering shudderingly into the dark windows, listening with painful intensity for some sound to betray the presence of the lurking killer. At last, he ventured to open the door and step in. He threw the door back against the wall to find if anyone were hiding behind it, lifted the lantern high, and stepped in, heart pounding, pick gripped fiercely, his feelings a mixture of fear and red rage. But no hidden assassin leaped upon him, and a wary exploration of the shack revealed nothing. With a sigh of relief, Brill locked the doors, made fast the windows, and lighted his old coal oil lamp. The thought of old Lopez lying, a glassy-eyed corpse alone in the hut across the creek, made him wince and shiver, but he did not intend to start for town on foot in the night. He drew from its hiding place his reliable old Colt 45, spun the blue steel cylinder, and grinned mirthlessly. Maybe the killer did not intend to leave any witnesses to his crime alive. Well, let him come. He, or they, would find a young cowpuncher with a six-shooter less easy prey than an old unarmed Mexican. And that reminded Brill of the papers he had brought from the hut. Taking care that he was not in line with a window through which a sudden bullet might come, he settled himself to read, with one ear alert for stealthy sounds. And as he read the crude, laborious script, a slow, cold horror grew in his soul. It was a tale of fear that the old Mexican had scrawled, a tale handed down from generation to generation, a tale of ancient times. And Brill read of the wanderings of the caballero Hernando de Estrada and his armored pikemen, who dared the deserts of the southwest when all was strange and unknown. There were some 40-odd soldiers, servants, and masters at the beginning, the manuscript ran. There was the captain, de Estrada, and the priest, and young Juan Zavilla, and Don Santiago de Valdez, a mysterious nobleman who had been taken off a helplessly floating ship in the Caribbean Sea. All the others of the crew and passengers had died of plague, he had said, and he had cast their bodies overboard. So de Estrada had taken him aboard the ship that was bearing the expedition from Spain, and de Valdez joined them in their explorations. Brill read something of their wanderings, told in the crude style of old Lopez, as the old Mexican's ancestors had handed down the tale for over 300 years. The bare written words dimly reflected the terrific hardships the explorers had encountered: drought, thirst, floods, the desert sandstorms, the spears of hostile redskins. But it was of another peril that old Lopez told, a grisly lurking horror that fell upon the lonely caravan wandering through the immensity of the wild. Man by man they fell, and no man knew the slayer. Fear and black suspicion ate at the heart of the expedition like a canker, and their leader knew not where to turn. This they all knew. Among them was a fiend in human form. Men began to draw apart from each other, to scatter along the line of march, and this mutual suspicion that sought security in solitude made it easier for the fiend. The skeleton of the expedition staggered through the wilderness, lost, dazed, and helpless, and still the unseen horror hung on their flanks, dragging down the stragglers, preying on drowsing sentries and sleeping men. and on the throat of each was found the wounds of pointed fangs that bled the victim white, so that the living knew with what manner of evil they had to deal. Men reeled through the wild, calling on the saints, or blaspheming in their terror, fighting frenziedly against sleep, until they fell with exhaustion, and sleep stole on them with horror and death. Suspicion centered on a great black man, a cannibal slave from Calabar, and they put him in chains. But young Wanzavilla went the way of the rest, and then the priest was taken. But the priest fought off his fiendish assailant and lived long enough to gasp the demon's name to D'Estrada, and Brill, shuddering and wide-eyed, read. And now it was evident to D'Estrada that the good priest had spoken the truth, and the slayer was Don Santiago de Valdez, who was a vampire, an undead fiend, subsisting on the blood of the living. And D'Estrada called to mind a certain foul nobleman who had lurked in the mountains of Castile since the days of the Moors, feeding off the blood of helpless victims, which lent him a ghastly immortality. This nobleman had been driven forth. None knew where he had fled, but it was evident that he and Don Santiago were the same man. He had fled Spain by ship, and D'Estrada knew that the people of that ship had died, not by plague, as the fiend had represented, but by the fangs of the vampire. D'Estrada and the black man, and the few soldiers who still lived, went searching for him, and found him stretched in bestial sleep in a clump of chaparral. Full gorged he was, with human blood from his last victim. Now, it is well known that a vampire, like a great serpent, when well gorged, falls into a deep sleep, and may be taken without peril. But D'Estrada was at a loss as to how to dispose of the monster, for how may the dead be slain? For a vampire is a man who has died long ago, yet is quick with a certain foul unlife. The men urged that the caballero drive a stake through the fiend's heart and cut off his head, uttering the holy words that would crumble the long-dead body into dust. But the priest was dead, and D'Estrada feared that in the act the monster might waken. So they took Don Santiago, lifting him softly, and bore him to an old Indian mound nearby. This they opened, taking forth the bones they found there, and they placed the vampire within, and sealed up the mound. Dios grant until Judgment Day. It is a place accursed, and I wish I had starved elsewhere before I came into this part of the country seeking work, for I have known of the land and the creek and the mound with its terrible secret ever since childhood. So you see, Senor Brill, why you must not open the mound and wake the fiend. There the manuscript ended with an erratic scratch of the pencil that tore the crumpled leaf. Brill rose, his heart pounding wildly, his face bloodless, his tongue cleaving to his palate. He gagged and found words. That's why the spur was in the mound. One of them Spaniards dropped it while they was digging, and I might have knowed it had been dug into before, the way the charcoal was scattered out, but, good God. Aghast, he shrank from the black visions, an undead monster stirring in the gloom of his tomb, thrusting from within to push aside the stone loosened by the pick of ignorance, a shadowy shape loping over the hill toward a light that betokened a human prey, a frightful long arm that crossed a dim lighted window. "It's madness," he gasped. "Lopez was plumb loco. There ain't no such things as vampires. If they is, why didn't he get me first instead of Lopez? Unless he was scouting around, making sure of everything before he pounced. Oh, hell, it's all a pipe dream." The words froze in his throat. At the window a face glared and gibbered soundlessly at him. Two icy eyes pierced his very soul. A shriek burst from his throat, and that ghastly visage vanished. But the very air was permeated by the foul scent that had hung about the ancient mound. And now the door creaked, bent slowly inward. Brill backed up against the wall, his gun shaking in his hand. It did not occur to him to fire through the door. In his chaotic brain he had but one thought, that only that thin portal of wood separated him from some horror born out of the womb of night and gloom, and the black past. His eyes were distended as he saw the door give, as he heard the staples of the bolt groan. The door burst inward. Brill did not scream. His tongue was frozen to the roof of his mouth. His fear-glazed eyes took in the tall, vulture-like form, the icy eyes, the long black fingernails, the mouldering garb, hideously ancient, the long spurred boots, the slouch hat with its crumbling feather, the flowing cloak that was falling to slow shreds. Framed in the black doorway, crouched that abhorrent shape out of the past, and Brill's brain reeled. A savage cold radiated from the figure, the scent of mouldering clay and charnel house refuse, and then the undead came at the living like a swooping vulture. Brill fired point blank, and saw a shred of rotten cloth fly from the thing's breast. The vampire reeled beneath the impact of the heavy ball, then righted himself, and came on with frightful speed. Brill reeled back against the wall with a choking cry, the gun falling from his nerveless hand. The black legends were true then. Human weapons were powerless, for may a man kill one already dead for long centuries as mortals die? Then the claw-like hands at his throat roused the young cowpuncher to a frenzy of madness. As his pioneer ancestors fought hand-to-hand against brain-shattering odds, Steve Brill fought the cold-dead crawling thing that sought his life and his soul. Of that ghastly battle, Brill never remembered much. It was a blind chaos in which he screamed beast-like, tore and slugged and hammered, where long black nails like the talons of a panther tore at him, and pointed teeth snapped again and again at his throat. Rolling and tumbling about the room, both half enveloped by the musty folds of that ancient rotting cloak, they smote and tore at each other among the ruins of their shattered furniture, and the fury of the vampire was not more terrible than the fear-crazed desperation of his victim. They crashed headlong into the table, knocking it down upon its side, and the coal oil lamp splintered on the floor, spraying the walls with sudden flame. Brill felt the bite of the burning oil that spattered him, but in the red frenzy of the fight, he gave no heed. The black talons were tearing at him, the inhuman eyes burning icily into his soul. Between his frantic fingers, the withered flesh of the monster was hard as dry wood, and wave after wave of blind madness swept over Steve Brill. Like a man battling a nightmare, he screamed and smote, while all about them the fire leaped up and caught at the walls and roof. Through darting jets and licking tongues of flame, they reeled and rolled, like a demon and a mortal warring on the fire-lanced floors of hell. And in the growing tumult of the flames, Brill gathered himself for one last volcanic burst of frenzied strength. Breaking away and staggering up, gasping and bloody, he lunged blindly at the foul shape and caught it in a grip not even the vampire could break. And whirling his fiendish assailant bodily on high, he dashed him down across the up-tilted edge of the fallen table as a man might break a stick of wood across his knee. Something cracked, like a snapping branch, and the vampire fell from Brill's grasp to writhe in a strange broken posture on the burning floor. Yet it was not dead, for its flaming eyes still burned on Brill with a ghastly hunger, and it strove to crawl toward him with its broken spine as a dying snake crawls. Brill, reeling and gasping, shook the blood from his eyes and staggered blindly through the broken door, and as a man runs from the portals of hell, he ran stumblingly through the mesquite and chaparral until he fell from utter exhaustion. Looking back, he saw the flames of the burning house, and thanked God that it would burn until the very bones of Don Santiago de Valdez were utterly consumed and destroyed from the knowledge of men.
The Black Stone. They say foul things of old times still lurk in dark forgotten corners of the world,
and gates still gape to loose on certain nights, shapes pent in hell. Justin Jeffrey. I read of it first in the strange book of von Janst, the German eccentric who lived so curiously and died in such grisly and mysterious fashion. It was my fortune to have access to his nameless cults in the original edition, the so-called Black Book, published in Dusseldorf in 1839, shortly before a hounding doom overtook the author. Collectors of rare literature were familiar with nameless cults mainly through the cheap and faulty translation which was pirated in London by Bridewall in 1845, and the carefully expurgated edition put out by the Golden Goblin Press of New York, 1909. But the volume I stumbled upon was one of the unexpurgated German copies, with heavy black leather covers and rusty iron hasps. I doubt if there are more than half a dozen such volumes in the entire world today, for the quantity issued was not great, and when the manner of the author's demise was bruited about, many possessors of the book burned their volumes in panic. Von Janst spent his entire life, 1795 to 1840, delving into forbidden subjects. He travelled in all parts of the world, gained entrance into innumerable secret societies, and read countless little-known and esoteric books and manuscripts in the original, and in the chapters of the Black Book, which range from startling clarity of exposition to murky ambiguity, there are statements and hints to freeze the blood of a thinking man. Reading what von Janst dared put in print arouses uneasy speculations as to what it was that he dared not tell. What dark matters, for instance, were contained in those closely written pages that form the unpublished manuscript on which he worked unceasingly for months before his death, and which lay torn and scattered all over the floor of the locked and bolted chamber, in which von Janst was found dead with the marks of taloned fingers on his throat? It will never be known, for the author's closest friend, the Frenchman Alexis Ledoux, after having spent a whole night piecing the fragments together and reading what was written, burnt them to ashes and cut his own throat with a razor. But the contents of the published matter are shuddersome enough, even if one accepts the general view that they but represent the ravings of a madman. There, among many strange things, I found mention of the Black Stone, that curious, sinister monolith that broods among the mountains of Hungary, and about which so many dark legends cluster. Von Janst did not devote much space to it. The bulk of his grim work concerns cults and objects of dark worship which he maintained existed in his day, and it would seem that the Black Stone represents some order or being lost and forgotten centuries ago. But he spoke of it as one of the keys, a phrase used many times by him in various relations, and constituting one of the obscurities of his work. And he hinted briefly at curious sights to be seen about the monolith on Midsummer's Night. He mentioned Otto Dostman's theory that this monolith was a remnant of the Hunnish invasion and had been erected to commemorate a victory of Attila over the Goths. Von Janst contradicted this assertion without giving any refutatory facts, merely remarking that to attribute the origin of the Black Stone to the Huns was as logical as assuming that William the Conqueror reared Stonehenge. This implication of enormous antiquity piqued my interest immensely, and after some difficulty I succeeded in locating a rat-eaten and mouldering copy of Dostman's Remnants of Lost Empires, Berlin, 1809, the Drachenhaus Press. I was disappointed to find that Dostman referred to the Black Stone even more briefly than at von Janst, dismissing it with a few lines as an artifact comparatively modern in contrast with the Greco-Roman ruins of Asia Minor, which were his pet theme. He admitted his inability to make out the defaced characters on the monolith, but pronounced them unmistakably Mongoloid. However, little as I learned from Dostman, he did mention the name of the village adjacent to the Black Stone, Strogojkovar, an ominous name, meaning something like Witch Town. A close scrutiny of guidebooks and travel articles gave me no further information. Strogojkovar, not on any map that I could find, lay in a wild, little-frequented region, out of the path of casual tourists. But I did find subject for thought in Dornley's Magyar folklore. In his chapter on dream myths, he mentions the Black Stone, and tells of some curious superstitions regarding it, especially the belief that if anyone sleeps in the vicinity of the monolith, that person will be haunted by monstrous nightmares forever after. And he cited tales of the peasants regarding two curious people who ventured to visit the stone on Midsummer Night, and who died raving mad because of something they saw there. That was all I could glean from Dornley, but my interest was even more intensely roused as I sensed a distinctly sinister aura about the stone. The suggestion of dark antiquity, the recurrent hint of unnatural events on Midsummer Night, touched some slumbering instinct in my being, as one senses, rather than hears, the flowing of some dark, subterraneous river in the night. And I suddenly saw a connection between the stone and a certain weird and fantastic poem written by the mad poet Justin Jeffrey, The People of the Monolith. Inquiries led to the information that Jeffrey had indeed written that poem while traveling in Hungary, and I could not doubt that the Black Stone was the very monolith to which he referred in his strange verse. Reading his stanzas again, I felt once more the strange, dim stirrings of subconscious promptings that I had noticed when first reading of the stone. I had been casting about for a place to spend a short vacation, and I made up my mind. I went to Strogojkovar. A train of obsolete style carried me from Temesvar to within striking distance, at least, of my objective, and a 3 days' ride in a jouncing coach brought me to the little village, which lay in a fertile valley high up in the fir-clad mountains. The journey itself was uneventful, but during the first day we passed the old battlefield of Skomval, where the brave Polish-Hungarian knight Count Boris Vladanov made his gallant and futile stand against the victorious hosts of Suleiman the Magnificent when the Grand Turk swept over Eastern Europe in 1526. The driver of the coach pointed out to me a great heap of crumbling stones on a hill nearby, under which, he said, the bones of the brave Count lay. I remembered a passage from Larsen's Turkish Wars. After the skirmish, in which the Count with his small army had beaten back the Turkish advance guard, the Count was standing beneath the half-ruined walls of the old castle on the hill, giving orders as to the disposition of his forces, when an aide brought to him a small lacquered case, which had been taken from the body of the famous Turkish scribe and historian Selim Bahadur, who had fallen in the fight. The Count took therefrom a roll of parchment and began to read, but he had not read far before he turned very pale and, without saying a word, replaced the parchment in the case and thrust the case into his cloak. At that very instant a hidden Turkish battery suddenly opened fire, and the ball striking the old castle, the Hungarians were horrified to see the walls crash down in ruin, completely covering the brave Count. Without a leader, the gallant little army was cut to pieces, and in the war-swept years which followed, the bones of the nobleman were never recovered. Today, the natives point out a huge and mouldering pile of ruins near Skomval, beneath which, they say, still rests all that the centuries have left of Count Boris Vladanov. I found the village of Strogojkovar a dreamy, drowsy little village that apparently belied its sinister cognomen, a forgotten back-eddy that progress had passed by. The quaint houses and the quaint address and manners of the people were those of an earlier century. They were friendly, mildly curious, but not inquisitive, though visitors from the outside world were extremely rare. 10 years ago, another American came here and stayed a few days in the village, said the owner of the tavern where I had put up. A young fellow and queer acting. Mumbled to himself. A poet, I think. I knew he must mean Justin Jeffrey. Yes, he was a poet, I answered, and he wrote a poem about a bit of scenery near this very village. Indeed? Mine host's interest was aroused. Then, since all great poets are strange in their speech and actions, he must have achieved great fame, for his actions and conversations was the strangest of any man I ever knew. As is usual with artists, I answered, most of his recognition has come since his death. He is dead, then? He died screaming in a madhouse 5 years ago. Too bad, sighed mine host sympathetically. Poor lad, he looked too long at the Black Stone. My heart gave a leap, but I masked my keen interest and said casually, I have heard something of this black stone. Somewhere near this village, is it not?
Nearer than Christian folk wish, he responded. Look.
He drew me to a latticed window and pointed up at the fir-clad slopes of the brooding blue mountains.
There, beyond where you see the bare face of that jutting cliff, stands that accursed stone. Would that it were ground to powder, and the powder flung into the Danube to be carried to the deepest ocean. Once men tried to destroy the thing, but each man who laid hammer or maul against it came to an evil end. So now the people shun it.
What is there so evil about it? I asked curiously.
It is a demon-haunted thing, he answered uneasily, and with a suggestion of a shudder. In my childhood, I knew a young man who came up from below and laughed at our traditions. In his foolhardiness, he went to the stone one midsummer night, and at dawn stumbled into the village again, stricken dumb and mad. Something had shattered his brain and sealed his lips, until the day of his death, which came soon after, he spoke only to utter terrible blasphemies or to slaver gibberish. My own nephew, when very small, was lost in the mountains and slept in the woods near the stone. And now in his manhood he is tortured by foul dreams, so that at times he makes the night hideous with his screams and wakes with cold sweat upon him. But let us talk of something else, sir. It is not good to dwell upon such things.
I remarked on the evident age of the tavern, and he answered with pride,
The foundations are more than 400 years old. The original house was the only one in the village which was not burned to the ground when Suleiman's devil swept through the mountains. Here in the house as then stood on these same foundations, it is said, the scribe Selim Bahadur had his headquarters, while ravaging the country hereabouts.
I learned then that the present inhabitants of Strigoi are not descendants of the people who dwelt there before the Turkish raid of 1526. The victorious Muslims left no living human in the village or the vicinity thereabouts when they passed over. Men, women, and children they wiped out in one red holocaust of murder, leaving a vast stretch of country silent and utterly deserted. The present people of Strigoi are descended from hardy settlers from the lower valleys who came into the ruined village after the Turk was thrust back. Mine host did not speak of the extermination of the original inhabitants with any great resentment, and I learned that his ancestors in the lower levels had looked on the mountaineers with even more hatred and aversion than they regarded the Turks. He was rather vague regarding the causes of this feud, but said that the original inhabitants of Strigoi had been in the habit of making stealthy raids on the lowlands and stealing girls and children. Moreover, he said, that they were not exactly of the same blood as his own people. The sturdy, original Magyar Slavic stock had mixed and intermarried with a degraded aboriginal race until the breeds had blended, producing an unsavory amalgamation. Who these aborigines were, he had not the slightest idea, but maintained that they were pagans, and had dwelt in the mountains since time immemorial, before the coming of the conquering peoples. I attached little importance to this tale, seeing in it merely a parallel to the amalgamation of Celtic tribes with Mediterranean aborigines in the Galloway Hills, with the resultant mixed race which, as Picts, has such an extensive part in Scotch legendary. Time has a curious foreshortening effect on folklore, and just as tales of the Picts became intertwined with legends of an older Mongoloid race, so that eventually the Picts were ascribed the repulsive appearance of the squat primitives, whose individuality merged in the telling into Pictish tales and was forgotten. So, I felt, the supposed inhuman attributes of the first villagers of Strigoi could be traced to older, outworn myths with invading Huns and Mongols. The morning after my arrival, I received directions from mine host, who gave them worriedly, and set out to find the Black Stone. A few hours' tramp up the fir-covered slopes brought me to the face of the rugged, solid stone cliff which jutted boldly from the mountainside. A narrow trail wound up it, and mounting this, I looked out over the peaceful valley of Strigoi, which seemed to drowse, guarded on either hand by the great blue mountains. No huts or any sign of human tenancy showed between the cliff whereon I stood and the village, I saw numbers of scattering farms in the valley, but all lay on the other side of Strogojkovar, which itself seemed to shrink from the brooding slopes which masked the black stone. The summit of the cliffs proved to be a sort of thickly wooded plateau. I made my way through the dense growth for a short distance, and came into a wide glade, and in the centre of the glade reared a gaunt figure of black stone. It was octagonal in shape, some 16 feet in height, and about 1.5 feet thick. It had once evidently been highly polished, but now the surface was thickly dinted, as if savage efforts had been made to demolish it. But the hammers had done little more than to flake off small bits of stone and mutilate the characters which once had evidently marched up in a spiraling line round and round the shaft to the top. Up to 10 feet from the base, these characters were almost completely blotted out, so that it was very difficult to trace their direction. Higher up they were plainer, and I managed to squirm part of the way up the shaft and scan them at close range. All were more or less defaced, but I was positive that they symbolized no language now remembered on the face of the earth. I am fairly familiar with all hieroglyphics known to researchers and philologists, and I can say with certainty that those characters were like nothing of which I have ever read or heard. The nearest approach to them that I ever saw were some crude scratches on a gigantic and strangely symmetrical rock in a lost valley of Yucatan. I remember that when I pointed out these marks to the archaeologist who was my companion, he maintained that they either represented natural weathering or the idle scratching of some Indian. To my theory that the rock was really the base of a long-vanished column, he merely laughed, calling my attention to the dimensions of it, which suggested, if it were built with any natural rules of architectural symmetry, a column 1,000 feet high. But I was not convinced. I will not say that the characters on the black stone were similar to those on that colossal rock in Yucatan, but one suggested the other. As to the substance of the monolith, again I was baffled. The stone of which it was composed was a dully gleaming black, whose surface, where it was not dinted and roughened, created a curious illusion of semi-transparency. I spent most of the morning there, and came away baffled. No connection of the stone with any other artifact in the world suggested itself to me. It was as if the monolith had been reared by alien hands in an age distant and apart from human ken. I returned to the village with my interest in no way abated. Now that I had seen the curious thing, my desire was still more keenly whetted to investigate the matter further, and seek to learn by what strange hands and for what strange purpose the black stone had been reared in the long ago. I sought out the tavern-keeper's nephew, and questioned him in regard to his dreams, but he was vague, though willing to oblige. He did not mind discussing them, but was unable to describe them with any clarity. Though he dreamed the same dreams repeatedly, and though they were hideously vivid at the time, they left no distinct impression on his waking mind. He remembered them only as chaotic nightmares through which huge whirling fires shot lurid tongues of flame, and a black drum bellowed incessantly. One thing only he remembered clearly. In one dream he had seen the black stone, not on a mountain slope, but set like a spire on a colossal black castle. As for the rest of the villagers, I found them not inclined to talk about the stone, with the exception of the schoolmaster, a man of surprising education, who spent much more of his time out in the world than any of the rest. He was much interested in what I told him of von Janst's remarks about the stone, and warmly agreed with the German author in the alleged age of the monolith. He believed that a coven had once existed in the vicinity, and the possibility all of the original villagers had been members of that fertility cult which once threatened to undermine European civilization and gave rise to the tales of witchcraft. He cited the very name of the village to prove his point. It had not been originally named Strogojkovar, he said. According to legends, the builders had called it Zatultan, which was the aboriginal name of the site on which the village had been built many centuries ago. This fact roused again an indescribable feeling of uneasiness. The barbarous name did not suggest connection with any Scythic, Slavic, or Mongolian race to which an aboriginal people of these mountains would, under natural circumstances, have belonged. That the Magyars and Slavs of the lower valleys believed the original inhabitants of the village to be members of the witchcraft cult was evident, the schoolmaster said, by the name they gave it, which name continued to be used even after the older settlers had been massacred by the Turks, and the village rebuilt by a cleaner and more wholesome breed. He did not believe that the members of the cult erected the monolith, but he did believe that they used it as a center of their activities, and repeating vague legends which had been handed down since before the Turkish invasion, he advanced the theory that the degenerate villagers had used it as a sort of altar on which they offered human sacrifices, using as victims the girls and babies stolen from his own ancestors in the lower valleys. He discounted the myths of weird events on Midsummer Night, as well as a curious legend of a strange deity, which the witch people of Zuttletan were said to have invoked with chants and wild rituals of flagellation and slaughter. He had never visited the stone on Midsummer Night, he said, but he would not fear to do so. Whatever had existed or taken place there in the past had been long engulfed in the mists of time and oblivion, had lost its meaning, save as a link to a dead and dusty past. It was while returning from a visit with this schoolmaster one night, about a week after my arrival at Strigojkova, that a sudden recollection struck me. It was Midsummer Night, the very time that the legends linked with grisly implications to the Black Stone. I turned away from the tavern and strode swiftly through the village. Strigojkova lay silent, the villagers retired early. I saw no one as I passed rapidly out of the village and up into the firs which masked the mountain slopes with whispering darkness. A broad silver moon hung above the valley, flooding the crags and slopes in a weird light and etching the shadows blackly. No wind blew through the firs, but a mysterious, intangible rustling and whispering was abroad. Surely on such nights in past centuries, my whimsical imagination told me, naked witches astride magic broomsticks had flown across the valley, pursued by jeering demoniac familiars. I came to the cliffs, and was somewhat disquieted to note that the elusive moonlight lent them a subtle appearance I had not noticed before. In the weird light, they appeared less like natural cliffs, and more like the ruins of Cyclopean and Titan-reared battlements jutting from the mountain slope. Shaking off this hallucination with difficulty, I came upon the plateau, and hesitated a moment before I plunged into the brooding darkness of the woods. A sort of breathless tenseness hung over the shadows, like an unseen monster holding its breath, lest it scare away its prey. I shook off the sensation, a natural one considering the eeriness of the place and its evil reputation, and made my way through the wood, experiencing a most unpleasant sensation that I was being followed, and halting once, sure that something clammy and unstable had brushed against my face in the darkness. I came out into the glade and saw the tall monolith rearing its gaunt height above the sward. At the edge of the woods on the side toward the cliffs was a stone which formed a sort of natural seat. I sat down, reflecting that it was probably while there that the mad poet Justin Jeffrey had written his fantastic People of the Monolith. Mine host thought that it was the stone which had caused Jeffrey's insanity, but the seeds of madness had been sown in the poet's brain long before he ever came to Strigojkova. A glance at my watch showed that the hour of midnight was close at hand. I leaned back, waiting whatever ghostly demonstration might appear. A thin night wind started up among the branches of the firs, with an uncanny suggestion of faint, unseen pipes whispering an eerie and evil tune. The monotony of the sound and my steady gazing at the monolith produced a sort of self-hypnosis upon me. I grew drowsy. I fought this feeling, but sleep stole on me in spite of myself. The monolith seemed to sway and dance, strangely distorted to my gaze. And then I slept. I opened my eyes and sought to rise, but lay still as if an icy hand gripped me helpless. Cold terror stole over me. The glade was no longer deserted. It was thronged by a silent crowd of strange people, and my distended eyes took in strange barbaric details of costume which my reason told me were archaic and forgotten even in this backward land. Surely, I thought, these are villagers who have come here to hold some fantastic conclave, but another glance told me that these people were not the folk of Strigojkova. They were a shorter, more squat race, whose brows were lower, whose faces were broader and duller. Some had Slavic and Magyar features, but those features were degraded as from a mixture of some baser, alien strain I could not classify. Many wore the hides of wild beasts, and their whole appearance, both men and women, was one of sensual brutishness. They terrified and repelled me, but they gave me no heed. They formed in a vast half-circle in front of the monolith, and began a sort of chant, flinging their arms in unison and weaving their bodies rhythmically from the waist upward. All eyes were fixed on the top of the stone, which they seemed to be invoking. But the strangest of all was the dimness of their voices. Not 50 yards from me, hundreds of men and women were unmistakably lifting their voices in a wild chant, yet those voices came to me as a faint, indistinguishable murmur, as if from across vast leagues of space or time. Before the monolith stood a sort of brazier from which a vile, nauseous yellow smoke billowed upward, curling curiously in a swaying spiral around the black shaft, like a vast, unstable snake. On one side of this brazier lay 2 figures, a young girl, stark naked and bound hand and foot, and an infant, apparently only a few months old. On the other side of the brazier squatted a hideous old hag, with a queer sort of black drum on her lap. This drum she beat with slow, light blows of her open palms, but I could not hear the sound. The rhythm of the swaying bodies grew faster, and into the space between the people and the monolith sprang a naked young woman, her eyes blazing, her long black hair flying loose. Spinning dizzily on her toes, she whirled across the open space and fell prostrate before the stone, where she lay motionless. The next instant a fantastic figure followed her, a man from whose waist hung a goatskin, and whose features were entirely hidden by a sort of mask made from a huge wolf's head, so that he looked like a monstrous nightmare being, horribly compounded of elements both human and bestial. In his hand he held a bunch of long fir switches bound together at the larger ends, and the moonlight glinted on a chain of heavy gold looped about his neck. A smaller chain depending from it suggested a pendant of some sort, but this was missing. The people tossed their arms violently and seemed to redouble their shouts as this grotesque creature loped across the open space with many a fantastic leap and caper. Coming to the woman who lay before the monolith, he began to lash her with the switches he bore, and she leaped up and spun into the wild mazes of the most incredible dance I have ever seen. And her tormentor danced with her, keeping the wild rhythm, matching her every whirl and bound, while incessantly raining cruel blows on her naked body. And at every blow he shouted a single word over and over, and all the people shouted it back. I could see the working of their lips, and now the faint far-off murmur of their voices merged and blended into one distant shout, repeated over and over with slobbering ecstasy. But what that one word was I could not make out. In dizzy whirls spun the wild dancers, while the lookers-on, standing still in their tracks, followed the rhythm of their dance with swaying bodies and weaving arms. Madness grew in the eyes of the capering votress, and was reflected in the eyes of the watchers. Wilder and more extravagant grew the whirling frenzy of that mad dance. It became a bestial and obscene thing, while the old hag howled and battered the drum like a crazy woman, and the switches cracked out a devil's tune. Blood trickled down the dancer's limbs, but she seemed not to feel the lashing, save as a stimulus for further enormities of outrageous motion. Bounding into the midst of the yellow smoke, which now spread out tenuous tentacles to embrace both flying figures,
She seemed to merge with that foul fog and veil herself with it. Then, emerging into plain view, closely followed by the beast thing that flogged her, she shot into an indescribable explosive burst of dynamic, mad motion, and on the very crest of that mad wave she dropped suddenly to the sward, quivering and panting as if completely overcome by her frenzied exertions. The lashing continued with unabated violence and intensity, and she began to wriggle toward the monolith on her belly. The priest, or such I will call him, followed, lashing her unprotected body with all the power of his arm as she writhed along, leaving a heavy track of blood on the trampled earth. She reached the monolith, and gasping and panting, flung both arms about it and covered the cold stone with fierce hot kisses, as in frenzied and unholy adoration. The fantastic priest bounded high in the air, flinging away the red-dabbled switches, and the worshippers, howling and foaming at the mouths, turned on each other with tooth and nail, rending one another's garments and flesh in a blind passion of bestiality. The priest swept up the infant with a long arm, and shouting again that name, whirled the wailing babe high in the air and dashed its brains out against the monolith, leaving a ghastly stain on the black surface. Cold with horror, I saw him rip the tiny body open with his bare, brutish fingers and fling handfuls of blood on the shaft, then toss the red and torn shape into the brazier, extinguishing flame and smoke in a crimson rain, while the maddened brutes behind him howled over and over the name. Then suddenly they all fell prostrate, writhing like snakes, while the priest flung wide his gory hands as in triumph. I opened my mouth to scream my horror and loathing, but only a dry rattle sounded. A huge, monstrous, toad-like thing squatted on the top of the monolith. I saw its bloated, repulsive, and unstable outline against the moonlight, and set in what would have been the face of a natural creature, its huge, blinking eyes, which reflected all the lust, abysmal greed, obscene cruelty, and monstrous evil that has stalked the sons of men since their ancestors moved blind and hairless in the treetops. In those grisly eyes were mirrored all the unholy things and vile secrets that sleep in the cities under the sea, and that skulk from the light of day in the blackness of primordial caverns. And so that ghastly thing that the unhallowed ritual of cruelty and sadism and blood had evoked from the silence of the hills leered and blinked down on its bestial worshippers, who grovelled in abhorrent abasement before it. Now the beast-masked priest lifted the bound and weakly writhing girl in his brutish hands and held her up toward that horror on the monolith. And as that monstrosity sucked in its breath, lustfully and slobberingly, something snapped in my brain, and I fell into a merciful faint. I opened my eyes on a still, white dawn. All the events of the night rushed back on me, and I sprang up, then stared about me in amazement. The monolith brooded gaunt and silent above the sward which waved, green and untrampled, in the morning breeze. A few quick strides took me across the glade. Here had the dancers leaped and bounded until the ground should have been trampled bare, and here had the votaress wriggled her painful way to the stone, streaming blood on the earth. But no drop of crimson showed on the uncrushed sward. I looked shudderingly at the side of the monolith against which the bestial priest had brained the stolen baby, but no dark stain nor grisly clot showed there. A dream! It had been a wild nightmare, or else. I shrugged my shoulders. What vivid clarity for a dream! I returned quietly to the village and entered the inn without being seen, and there I sat meditating over the strange events of the night. More and more was I prone to discard the dream theory. That what I had seen was illusion and without material substance was evident, but I believed that I had looked on the mirrored shadow of a deed perpetrated in ghastly actuality in bygone days. But how was I to know? What proof to show that my vision had been a gathering of foul spectres rather than a nightmare originating in my brain?
As if for answer, a name flashed into my mind. Salim Bahada. According to legend, this man, who had been a soldier as well as a scribe, had commanded that part of Suleiman's army which had devastated Strigoi. It seemed logical enough, and if so, he had gone straight from the blotted-out countryside to the bloody field of Skumval and his doom. I sprang up with a sudden shout. That manuscript which was taken from the Turk's body, and which Count Boris shuddered over, might it not contain some narration of what the conquering Turks found in Strigoi? What else could have shaken the iron nerves of the Polish adventurer? And since the bones of the Count had never been recovered, what more certain than that the lacquered case with its mysterious contents still lay hidden beneath the ruins that covered Boris Vladinov? I began packing my bag with fierce haste. 3 days later found me ensconced in a little village a few miles from the old battlefield, and when the moon rose I was working with savage intensity on the great pile of crumbling stone that crowned the hill. It was back-breaking toil. Looking back now, I cannot see how I accomplished it, though I labored without a pause from moonrise to dawn. Just as the sun was coming up, I tore aside the last tangle of stones and looked on all that was mortal of Count Boris Vladinov, only a few pitiful fragments of crumbling bone, and among them, crushed out of all original shape, lay a case whose lacquered surface had kept it from complete decay through the centuries. I seized it with frenzied eagerness, and piling back some of the stones on the bones, I hurried away, for I did not care to be discovered by the suspicious peasants in an act of apparent desecration. Back in my tavern chamber, I opened the case and found the parchment comparatively intact. And there was something else in the case, a small, squat object wrapped in silk. I was wild to plumb the secrets of those yellowed pages, but weariness forbade me. Since leaving Strigoi, I had hardly slept at all, and the terrific exertions of the previous night combined to overcome me. In spite of myself, I was forced to stretch myself on my bed, nor did I awake until sundown. I snatched a hasty supper, and then, in the light of a flickering candle, I set myself to read the neat Turkish characters that covered the parchment. It was difficult work, for I am not deeply versed in the language, and the archaic style of the narrative baffled me. But as I toiled through it, a word or a phrase here and there leaped at me, and a dimly growing horror shook me in its grip. I bent my energies fiercely to the task, and as the tale grew clearer and took more tangible form, my blood chilled in my veins, my hair stood up, and my tongue clove to my mouth. All external things partook of the grisly madness of that infernal manuscript, until the night sounds of insects and creatures in the woods took the form of ghastly murmurings and stealthy treadings of ghoulish horrors, and the sighing of the night wind changed to tittering, obscene gloating of evil over the souls of men. At last, when grey dawn was stealing through the latticed window, I laid down the manuscript and took up and unwrapped the thing in the bit of silk. Staring at it with haggard eyes, I knew the truth of the matter was clenched, even had it been possible to doubt the veracity of that terrible manuscript. And I replaced both obscene things in the case, nor did I rest nor sleep nor eat until that case containing them had been weighted with stones and flung into the deepest current of the Danube, which, God grant, carried them back into the hell from which they came. It was no dream I dreamed on midsummer midnight in the hills above Strigoi. Well for Justin Geoffrey that he tarried there only in the sunlight and went his way, for had he gazed upon that ghastly conclave, his mad brain would have snapped before it did. How my own reason held, I do not know. No, it was no dream. I gazed upon a foul rout of votaries, long dead, come up from hell to worship as of old, ghosts that bowed before a ghost. For hell has long claimed their hideous god. Long, long he dwelt among the hills, a brain-shattering vestige of an outworn age. But no longer his obscene talons clutch for the souls of living men, and his kingdom is a dead kingdom,
peopled only by the ghosts of those who served him in his lifetime and theirs. By what foul alchemy or godless sorcery the gates of hell are opened on that one eerie night, I do not know, but mine own eyes have seen. And I know I looked on no living thing that night, for the manuscript written in the careful hand of Selim Bahadur narrated at length what he and his raiders found in the valley of Strigoi, and I read, set down in detail, the blasphemous obscenities that torture wrung from the lips of screaming worshippers, and I read, too, of the lost, grim black cavern high in the hills where the horrified Turks hemmed a monstrous, bloated, wallowing toad-like being, and slew it with flame and ancient steel blessed in old times by Mohammed, and with incantations that were old when Arabia was young. And even staunch old Selim's hand shook as he recorded the cataclysmic, earth-shaking death howls of the monstrosity, which died not alone, for half-score of his slayers perished with him, in ways that Selim would not or could not describe. And that squat idol carved of gold and wrapped in silk was an image of himself, and Selim tore it from the golden chain that looped the neck of the slain high priest of the mosque. Well that the Turks swept out that foul valley with torch and cleanly steel. Such sights as those brooding mountains have looked on belong to the darkness and abysses of lost eons. No, it is not fear of the toad thing that makes me shudder in the night. He is made fast in hell with his nauseous horde, freed only for an hour on the most weird night of the year, as I have seen, and of his worshippers none remains. But it is the realization that such things once crouched beast-like above the souls of men which brings cold sweat to my brow, and I fear to peer again into the leaves of von Jantz's abomination. For now I understand his repeated phrase of keys, aye, keys to outer doors, links with an abhorrent past, and, who knows, of abhorrent spheres of the present. And I understand why the cliffs look like battlements in the moonlight, and why the tavern-keeper's nightmare-haunted nephew saw in his dream the black stone like a spire on a cyclopean black castle. If men ever excavate among those mountains, they may find incredible things below those masking slopes, for the cave wherein the Turks trapped the thing was not truly a cavern, and I shudder to contemplate the gigantic gulf of eons which must stretch between this age and the time when the earth shook herself and reared up like a wave those blue mountains that, rising, enveloped unthinkable things. May no man ever seek to uproot that ghastly spire men call the Black Stone. A key, aye, it is a key, symbol of a forgotten horror. That horror has faded into the limbo from which it crawled, loathsomely, in the black dawn of the earth. But what of the other fiendish possibilities hinted at by von Janst? What of the monstrous hand which strangled out his life? Since reading what Selim Bahadur wrote, I can no longer doubt anything in the Black Book. Man was not always master of the earth, and is he now? And the thought recurs to me, if such a monstrous entity as the master of the monolith somehow survived its own unspeakably distant epochs so long, what nameless shapes may even now lurk in the dark places of the world?
The Dwellers Under the Tombs. 1. I awoke suddenly and sat up in bed, sleepily wondering who it was that was battering on the door so violently. It threatened to shatter the panels. A voice squealed, sharpened intolerably, as with mad terror.
"Conrad! Conrad!"
Someone outside the door was screaming.
"For God's sake, let me in. I've seen him. I've seen him."
"It sounds like Job Kyles," said Conrad, lifting his long frame off the divan where he'd been sleeping, after giving up his bed to me.
"Don't knock down the door,"
he called, reaching for his slippers. "I'm coming."
"Well, hurry,"
squalled the unseen visitor.
"I've just looked into the eyes of hell."
Conrad turned on a light and flung open the door,
and in half fell, half staggered a wild-eyed shape which I recognized as the man Conrad had named, Job Kiles, a sour, miserly old man who lived on the small estate which adjoined that of Conrad. Now a grisly change had come over the man, usually so reticent and self-possessed. His sparse hair fairly bristled, and drops of perspiration beaded his grey skin, and from time to time he shook as with a violent ague. "What in God's name is the matter, Kiles?" exclaimed Conrad, staring at him. "You look as if you'd seen a ghost." "A ghost?" Kiles' high-pitched voice cracked and dribbled off into a shriek of hysterical laughter. "I've just seen a demon from hell. I tell you, I saw him tonight. Just a few minutes ago. He looked in at my window and laughed at me. Oh, God, that laugh!" "Who?" snapped Conrad impatiently. "My brother Jonas," screamed old Kiles. Even Conrad started. Job's twin brother Jonas had been dead for a week. Both Conrad and I had seen his corpse placed in the tomb high upon the steep slopes of the Dagoth Hills. I remembered the hatred which had existed between the brothers, Job the miser, Jonas the spendthrift, dragging out his last days in poverty and loneliness, in the ruined old family mansion on the lower slopes of the Dagoth Hills, all the brooding venom in his embittered soul centering on the penurious brother who dwelt in a house of his own in the valley. This feeling had been reciprocated. Even when Jonas lay dying, Job had only grudgingly allowed himself to be persuaded to come to his brother. As it chanced, he had been alone with Jonas when the latter died, and the death scene must have been hideous, for Job had run out of the room, grey-faced and trembling, pursued by a horrible cackle of laughter, broken short by the sudden death rattle. Now old Job stood shaking before us, sweat pouring off his grey skin, and babbling his dead brother's name. "I saw him. I sat up later tonight than usual. Just as I turned out the light to go to bed, his face leered at me through the window, framed in the moonlight. He's come back from hell to drag me down, as he swore to do as he lay dying. He's not human. He hadn't been for years. I suspected it when he returned from his long wandering in the Orient. He's a fiend in human shape, a vampire. He plans my destruction, body and soul." I sat speechless, utterly bewildered, and even Conrad found no words. Confronted by the apparent evidence of complete lunacy, what is a man to say or do? My only thought was the obvious one, that Job Kiles was insane. Now he seized Conrad by the breast of his dressing gown and shook him violently in the agony of his terror. "There's but one thing to do," he cried, the light of desperation in his eyes. "I must go to his tomb. I must see with my own eyes if he still lies there where we laid him. And you must go with me. I dare not go through the darkness alone. He might be waiting for me, lying in wait behind any hedge or tree." "This is madness, Kiles," expostulated Conrad. "Jonas is dead. You had a nightmare." "Nightmare?" His voice rose in a cracked scream. "I've had plenty since I stood beside his evil deathbed and heard the blasphemous threats pour like a black river from his foaming lips, but this was no dream. I was wide awake, and I tell you I saw my demon brother Jonas leering hideously through the window at me." He wrung his hands, moaning in terror, all pride, self-possession, and poise swept away by stark, primitive, animal terror. Conrad glanced at me, but I had no suggestion to offer. The matter seemed so utterly insane that the only thing obvious seemed to summon the police and have old Job sent to the nearest madhouse. Yet there was in his manner a fundamental terror which seemed to strike even deeper than madness, and which, I will admit, caused a creepy sensation along my spine. As if sensing our doubt, he broke out again. "I know you think I'm crazy. I'm sane as you. But I'm going to that tomb if I have to go alone. And if you let me go alone, my blood will be on your heads. Are you going?" "Wait." Conrad began to dress hurriedly. "We'll go with you. I suppose the only thing that will destroy this hallucination is the sight of your brother in his coffin."
"Aye."
Old Job laughed terribly.
"In his tomb, in the lidless coffin. Why did he prepare that open coffin before his death and leave orders that no lid of any sort be placed upon it?"
"He was always eccentric," answered Conrad.
"He was always a devil," snarled old Job. "We hated each other from our youth. When he squandered his inheritance and came crawling back, penniless, he resented it because I would not share my hard-gotten wealth with him. The black dog, the fiend from purgatory's pits."
"Well, we'll soon see if he's safe in his tomb," said Conrad. "Ready, O'Donnell?"
"Ready,"
I answered, strapping on my holstered .45. Conrad laughed.
"Can't forget your Texas raising, can you?" he bantered. "You think you might be called on to shoot a ghost?"
"Well, you can't tell," I answered. "I don't like to go out at night without it."
"Guns are useless against a vampire,"
said Job, fidgeting with impatience.
"There's only one thing which will prevail against them, a stake driven through the fiend's black heart."
"Great heavens, Job," Conrad laughed shortly. "You can't be serious about this thing."
"Why not?"
A flame of madness rose in his eyes.
"There were vampires in days past. There still are in Eastern Europe and the Orient. I've heard him boast about his knowledge of secret cults and black magic. I suspected it. Then, when he lay dying, he divulged his ghastly secret to me. Swore he'd come back from the grave and drag me down to hell with him."
We emerged from the house and crossed the lawn. That part of the valley was sparsely settled, though a few miles to the southeast shone the lights of the city. Adjoining Conrad's grounds on the west lay Job's estate, the dark house looming gaunt and silent among the trees. That house was the one luxury the miserly old man allowed himself. A mile to the north flowed the river, and to the south rose the sullen black outlines of those low, rolling hills, barren-crowned with long bush-clad slopes, which men call the Dagoth Hills. A curious name, not allied to any known Indian language, yet used first by the red man to designate this stunted range. They were practically uninhabited. There were farms on the outer slopes toward the river, but the inner valleys were too shallow of soil, the hills themselves too rocky for cultivation. Somewhat less than half a mile from Conrad's estate stood the rambling structure that had housed the Kyles family for some 3 centuries. At least the stone foundations dated that far back, though the rest of the house was more modern. I thought old Job shuddered as he looked at it, perched there like a vulture on a roost, against the black, undulating background of the Dagoth Hills. It was a wild, windy night through which we went on our mad quest. Clouds drove endlessly across the moon, and the wind howled through the trees, bringing strange night noises and playing curious tricks with our voices. Our goal was the tomb which squatted on an upper slope of a hill which projected from the rest of the range, running behind and above the high tableland on which the old Kyles house stood. It was as if the occupant of the sepulchre looked out over the ancestral home and the valley his people had once owned from ridge to river. Now all the ground remaining to the old estate was the strip running up the slopes into the hills, the house at one end and the tomb at the other. The hill upon which the tomb was built diverged from the others, as I have said, and in going to the tomb we passed close by its steep, thicket-clad extremity, which fell off sharply in a rocky, bush-covered cliff. We were nearing the point of this ridge, when Conrad remarked, "What possessed Jonas to build his tomb so far from the family vaults?"
"He did not build it," snarled Job. "It was built long ago by our ancestor, old Captain Jacob Kyles, for whom this particular projection is still called Pirate Hill, for he was a buccaneer and a smuggler. Some strange whim caused him to build his tomb up there, and in his lifetime he spent much time there alone, especially at night. But he never occupied it, for he was lost at sea in a fight with a man-of-war. He used to watch for enemies or soldiers from that very bluff there ahead of us,
and that's why people call it Smuggler's Point to this day. The tomb was in ruins when Jonas began living at the old house, and he had it repaired to receive his bones. Well, he knew he dared not sleep in consecrated ground. Before he died, he had made full arrangements. The tomb had been rebuilt, the lidless coffin placed in it to receive him. I shuddered in spite of myself. The darkness, the wild clouds scudding across the leprous moon, the shrieking wind noises, the grim dark hills looming above us, the wild woods of our companion, all worked upon my imagination to people the night with shapes of horror and nightmare. I glanced nervously at the thicket-masked slopes, black and repellent in the shifting light, and found myself wishing we were not passing so close to the bush-grown, legend-haunted cliffs of Smuggler's Point, jutting out like the prow of a ship from the sinister range. I'm no silly girl to be frightened by shadows, old Job was chattering. I saw his evil face at my moonlit window. I've always secretly believed that the dead walk the night. Now, what's that? He stopped short, frozen in an attitude of utter horror. Instinctively, we strained our ears. We heard the branches of the trees whipping in the gale. We heard the loud rustling of the tall grass. Only the wind, muttered Conrad. It distorts every sound. No, I tell you, it was... A ghostly cry came driving down the wind, a voice sharpened with mortal fear and agony.
Help! Help! Oh, God, have mercy! Oh, God! Oh, God!
My brother's voice, screamed Job. He's calling to me from hell. Which way did it come from? Whispered Conrad, with lips suddenly dry. I don't know. The goose-flesh stood out clammily on my limbs. I couldn't tell. It might have come from above, or below. It sounds strangely muffled. The clutch of the grave muffles his voice, shrieked Job. The clinging shroud stifles his screams. I tell you, he howls on the white-hot grids of hell and would drag me down to share his doom. On to the tomb. The ultimate path of all mankind, muttered Conrad, which grisly play on Job's words did not add to my comfort. We followed old Kyles, scarcely able to keep pace with him as he loped, a gaunt, grotesque figure, across the slopes, mounting towards the squat bulk the elusive moonlight disclosed like a dully glistening skull. Did you recognize that voice? I muttered to Conrad. I don't know. It was muffled, as you mentioned. It might have been a trick of the wind. If I said I thought it was Jonas, you'd think me mad. Not now, I muttered. I thought it was insanity at the beginning. But the spirit of the night's gotten into my blood. I'm ready to believe anything. We had mounted the slopes and stood before the massive iron door of the tomb. Above and behind it, the hill rose steeply, masked by dense thickets. The grim mausoleum seemed invested with sinister portent, induced by the fantastic happenings of the night. Conrad turned the beam of an electric torch on the ponderous lock, with its antique appearance. This door has not been opened, said Conrad. The lock has not been tampered with. Look, spiders have already built their webs thickly across the sill, and the strands are unbroken. The grass before the door has not been mashed down, as would have been the case had anyone recently gone into the tomb, or come out. What are doors and locks to a vampire? Whined Job. They pass through solid walls like ghosts. I tell you, I will not rest until I have gone into that tomb and done what I have to do. I have the key, the only key there is in the world which will fit that lock. He drew it forth, a huge old-fashioned implement, and thrust it into the lock. There was a groan and creak of rusty tumblers, and old Job winced back, as if expecting some hyena-fanged ghost to fly at him through the opening door. Conrad and I peered in, and I will admit I involuntarily braced myself, shaken with chaotic conjectures. But the blackness within was Stygian. Conrad made to snap on his light, but Job stopped him. The old man seemed to have recovered a good deal of his normal composure. "Give me the light," he said, and there was grim determination in his voice. "I'll go in alone. If he has returned to the tomb, if he is again in his coffin, I know how to deal with him. Wait here, and if I cry out, or if you hear the sounds of a struggle, rush in." "But," Conrad began an objection. "Don't argue," shrieked old Kyles, his composure beginning to crumble again. "This is my task, and I'll do it alone." He swore as Conrad inadvertently turned the light beam full in his face, then snatched the torch and, drawing something from his coat, stalked into the tomb, shoving the ponderous door to behind him. "More insanity," I muttered uneasily. Why was he so insistent that we come with him if he meant to go inside alone? And did you notice the gleam in his eyes? Sheer madness. "I'm not so sure," answered Conrad. "It looked more like an evil triumph to me. As for being alone, you'd hardly call it that, since we're only a few feet away from him. He has some reason for not wanting us to enter that tomb with him. What was it he drew from his coat as he went in?" "It looked like a sharpened stick and a small hammer. Why should he take a hammer, since there is no lid to be unfastened on the coffin?" "Of course," snapped Conrad. "What a fool I've been not to understand already. No wonder he wanted to go into the tomb alone. O'Donnell, he's serious about this vampire nonsense. Don't you remember the hints he's dropped about being prepared and all that? He intends to drive that stake through his brother's heart. Come on, I don't intend that he shall mutilate—" From the tomb rang a scream that will haunt me when I lie dying. The fearful timbre of it paralyzed us in our tracks, and before we could gather our wits, there was a mad rush of feet, the impact of a flying body against the door, and out of the tomb, like a bat blown out of the gates of hell, flew the shape of Job Kyles. He fell headlong at our feet, the flashlight in his hand striking the ground and going out. Behind him the iron door stood ajar, and I thought to hear a strange, scrambling, sliding noise in the darkness. But all my attention was reverted on the wretch who writhed at our feet in horrible convulsions. We bent above him. The moon, sliding from behind a dusky cloud, lighted his ghastly face, and we both cried out involuntarily at the horror stamped there. From his distended eyes, all light of sanity was gone, blown out as a candle is blown out in the dark. His loose lips worked, spattering forth. Conrad shook him. "Kyles, in God's name, what happened to you?" A horrible slavering mewling was the only answer. Then, among the drooling and meaningless sounds, we caught human words, slobbering and half inarticulate. The thing in the coffin." Then, as Conrad cried a fierce question, the eyes rolled up and set. The hard-drawn lips froze in a ghastly, mirthless grin, and the man's whole lank frame seemed to sink and collapse upon itself. "Dead," muttered Conrad, appalled. "I see no wound," I whispered, shaken to my very soul. "There is no wound, no drop of blood." Then, I scarcely dared put the grisly thoughts into words. We looked fearsomely at the oblong strip of blackness framed in the partly open door of the silent tomb. The wind shrieked suddenly across the grass as if a paean of demoniac triumph, and a sudden trembling took hold of me. Conrad rose and squared his shoulders. "Come on," said he. "God knows what lurks in the hellish grave, but we've got to find out." The old man was overwrought, a prey to his own fears. His heart was none too strong. Anything might have caused his death. "Are you with me?" What terror of a tangible and understood menace can equal that of menace unseen and nameless? But I nodded consent, and Conrad picked up the flashlight, snapped it on, and grunted pleasure that it was not broken. Then we approached the tomb as men might approach the lair of a serpent. My gun was cocked in my hand as Conrad thrust open the door. His light played swiftly over the dank walls, dusty floor, and vaulted roof, to come to rest on the lidless coffin which stood on its stone pedestal in the centre. This we approached with drawn breath, not daring to conjecture what eldritch horror might meet our eyes. With a quick intake of breath, Conrad flashed his light into it. A cry escaped each of us. The coffin was empty. "My God," I whispered. "Job was right. But where is the vampire?" "No empty coffin frightened the life out of Job Kyle's body," answered Conrad. His last words were, "the thing in the coffin." Something was in it, something the sight of which extinguished Job Kyle's life like a blown-out candle. "But where is it?" I asked uneasily, a most ghastly thrill playing up and down my spine. "It could not have emerged from the tomb without our having seen it. Was it something that can make itself invisible at will? Is it squatting unseen in the tomb with us here at this instant?" "Such talk is madness," snapped Conrad, but with a quick instinctive glance over his shoulder to right and left. Then he added, "Do you notice a faint, repulsive odor about this coffin?" "Yes, but I can't define it." "Nor I. It isn't exactly a charnel house reek. It's an earthy, reptilian sort of smell. It reminds me faintly of scents I've caught in mines far below the surface of the earth. It clings to the coffin, as if some unholy being out of the deep earth had lain there." He ran the light over the walls again, and halted it suddenly, focusing it on the back wall, which was cut out of the sheet-rock of the hill on which the tomb was built. "Look!" In the supposedly solid wall showed a long, thin aperture. With one stride, Conrad reached it, and together we examined it. He pushed cautiously on the section of the wall nearest it, and it gave inward silently, opening on such blackness as I had not dreamed existed this side of the grave. We both involuntarily recoiled and stood tensely, as if expecting some horror of the night to spring out at us. Then Conrad's short laugh was like a dash of icy water on taut nerves. "At least the occupant of the tomb uses an unsupernatural means of entrance and exit," he said. "This secret door was constructed with extreme care, evidently. See, it is merely a large upright block of stone that turns on a pivot, and the silence with which it works shows that the pivot and sockets have been oiled recently." He directed his beam into the pit behind the door, and it disclosed a narrow tunnel running parallel to the door-sill, plainly out into the solid rock of the hill. The sides and floor were smooth and even, the roof arched. Conrad drew back, turning to me. "O'Donnell, I seem to sense something dark and sinister indeed here, and I feel sure it possesses a human agency. I feel as if we had stumbled upon a black, hidden river running under our very feet. Whither it leads, I cannot say, but I believe the power behind it all is Jonas Kyle's. I believe that old Job did see his brother at the window tonight. But, empty tomb or not, Conrad, Jonas Kyle's is dead. I think not. I believe he was in a self-induced state of catalepsy, such as is practiced by Hindu fakirs. I have seen a few cases, and would have sworn they were really dead. They have discovered the secret of suspended animation at will, despite scientists and skeptics. Jonas Kyle's lived several years in India, and he must have learned that secret somehow. The open coffin, the tunnel leading from the tomb, all point to the belief that he was alive when he was placed here. For some reason, he wished people to believe him to be dead. It may be a whim of a disordered mind. It may have a deeper and darker significance. In the light of his appearance to his brother and Job's death, I lean to the latter view. But just now my suspicions are too horrible and fantastic to put into words. But I intend to explore this tunnel. Jonas may be hiding in it somewhere. Are you with me? Remember, the man may be a homicidal maniac, or if not, he may be more dangerous even than a madman. I'm with you, I grunted, though my flesh crawled at the prospect of plunging into that nighted pit. But what about that scream we heard as we passed the point?
That was no feigning of agony. And what was the thing Job saw in the coffin? I don't know. It might have been Jonas garbed in some hellish disguise. I'll admit there is much mystery attached to this matter, even if we accept the theory that Jonas is alive and behind it all. But we'll look into that tunnel. Help me lift Job. We can't leave him lying here like this. We'll put him in the coffin. And so we lifted Job Kyles and laid him in the coffin of the brother he had hated, where he lay with his glassy eyes staring from his frozen grey features. As I looked at him, the dirge of the wind seemed to echo his words in my ears. On to the tomb. And his path had indeed led him to the tomb. Two. Conrad led the way through the secret door, which we left open. As we moved into that black tunnel, I had a moment of sheer panic, and was glad that the heavy outer door of the tomb was not furnished with a spring lock, and that Conrad had in his pocket the only key with which the ponderous lock could be fastened. I had an uneasy feeling that the demoniac Jonas might make fast the door, leaving us sealed in the tomb until Judgment Day. The tunnel seemed to run roughly east and west, following the outer line of the hill. We took the left-hand turn toward the east and moved along cautiously, shining the light ahead of us. "This tunnel was never cut by Jonas Kyles," whispered Conrad. "It has a very air of antiquity about it. Look." Another dark doorway appeared on our right. Conrad directed his beam through it, disclosing another, narrower passage. Other doorways opened into it on both sides. "It's a regular network," I muttered. "Parallel corridors connected by smaller tunnels. Who'd have guessed such a thing lay under the Dagoth Hills?" "How did Jonas Kyles discover it?" wondered Conrad. "Look, there's another doorway on our right, and another, and another. You're right, it's a veritable network of tunnels. Who in heaven's name dug them? They must be the work of some unknown prehistoric race. But this particular corridor has been used recently. See how the dust is disturbed on the floor? All the doorways are on the right, none on the left. This corridor follows the outer line of the hill, and there must be an outlet somewhere along it. Look!" We were passing the opening of one of the dark intersecting tunnels, and Conrad had flashed his light on the wall beside it. There we saw a crude arrow marked in red chalk, pointed down the smaller tunnel. "That can't lead to the outside," I muttered. "It plunges deeper into the guts of the hill." "Let's follow it anyway," answered Conrad. "We can find our way back to this outer tunnel easily." So down with it we went, crossing several other larger corridors, and at each finding the arrow still pointing the way we were going. Conrad's thin beam seemed almost lost in that dense blackness, and nameless forebodings and instinctive fears haunted me as we plunged deeper and deeper into the heart of that accursed hill. Suddenly, the tunnel ended abruptly in a narrow stair that led down and vanished in the darkness. An involuntary shudder shook me as I looked down those carven steps. What unholy feet had padded them in forgotten ages? Then we saw something else, a small chamber opening onto the tunnel just at the head of the stair, and as Conrad flashed his light into it, an involuntary exclamation burst from my lips. There was no occupant, but plenty of evidence of recent occupation. We entered and stood following the play of the thin finger of light. That the chamber had been furnished for human occupancy was not so astonishing, in the light of our previous discoveries, but we stood aghast at the condition of the contents. A camp cot lay on its side, broken, the blankets strewn over the rocky floor in ragged strips. Books and magazines were torn to bits and scattered aimlessly about. Cans of food lay carelessly about, battered and bent. Some burst and the contents spilled. A lamp lay smashed on the floor. "A hideout for somebody," said Conrad, "and I'll stake my head it's Jonas Kyles."
But what a chaos! Look at these cans, apparently burst open by having been struck against the rock floor, and those blankets torn in strips, as a man might rip a piece of paper. Good God, O'Donnell, no human being could work such havoc. A madman might, I muttered. What's that? Conrad had stopped and picked up a notebook. He held it up to his light. Badly torn, he grunted. But here's luck anyway. It's Jonas Kyle's diary. I know his handwriting. Look, this last page is intact, and it's dated today. Positive proof that he's alive, or other proof lacking. But where is he? I whispered, looking fearfully about. And why all this devastation? The only thing I can think of, said Conrad, is that the man was at least partly sane when he entered these caverns, but has since become insane. We'd best be alert. If he is mad, it's altogether possible that he might attack us in the dark. I've thought of that, I growled with an involuntary shudder. It's a pretty thought, a madman lurking in these hellish black tunnels to spring on our back. Go ahead, read the diary while I keep an eye on the door. I'll read this last entry, said Conrad. Perhaps it will throw some light on the subject. And focusing the light on the cramped scroll, he read, All is now in readiness for my grand coup. Tonight, I leave this retreat forever, nor will I be sorry, for the eternal darkness and silence are beginning to shake even my iron nerves. I am becoming imaginative. Even as I write, I seem to hear stealthy sounds, as of things creeping up from below, although I have not seen so much as a bat or a snake in these tunnels. But tomorrow I will have taken up my abode in the fine house of my accursed brother, while he, and it is a jest so rare I regret that I cannot share it with someone, he will take my place in the cold darkness, darker and colder than even these dark tunnels. I must write, if I cannot speak of it, for I am thrilled by my own cleverness. What diabolical cunning is mine? With what devilish craft have I plotted and prepared? Not the least was the way in which, before my death, if the fools only knew, I worked on my brother's superstitions, dropping hints and letting fall cryptic remarks. He always looked on me as a tool of the evil one. Before my final illness, he trembled on the verge of belief that I'd become supernatural or infernal. Then, on my deathbed, when I poured my full fury upon him, his fright was genuine. I know that he is fully convinced that I'm a vampire. Well do I know my brother. I am as certain as if I saw him that he fled his home and prepared a stake to drive through my heart. But he will not make a move until he is sure that what he suspects is true. This assurance I will lend him. Tonight, I will appear at his window. I will appear and vanish. I do not want to kill him with fright, because then my plans would be set at naught. I know that when he recovers from his first fright, he will come to my tomb to destroy me with his stake, and when he is safely in the tomb, I will kill him. I will change garments with him, lay him safely in the tomb, in the open coffin, and steal back to his fine house. We resemble each other enough, so that with my knowledge of his ways and mannerisms, I can mimic him to perfection. Besides, who would ever suspect? It is too bizarre, too utterly fantastic. I will take up his life where he left off. People may wonder at the change in Job Kyles, but it will go no further than wondering. I will live and die in my brother's shoes, and when the real death comes to me, may it be long deferred, I will lie in state in the old Kyles vaults, with the name of Job Kyles on my headstone, while the real Job sleeps unguessed in the old tomb on Pirate Hill. Oh, it is a rare, rare jest. I wonder how old Jacob Kyles discovered these subterranean ways. He did not construct them. They were carved out of dim caverns and solid rock by the hands of forgotten men. How long ago, I dare not venture a conjecture. While hiding here, waiting for the time to be ripe, I have amused myself by exploring them. I have found that they are far more extensive than I had suspected.
The hills must be honeycombed with them, and they sink into the earth to an incredible depth, tier below tier, like the stories of a building, each tier connected with the one below by a single stairway. Old Jacob Kyles must have used these tunnels, at least those of the upper tier, for the storing of plunder and contraband. He built the tomb to mask his real activities, and of course cut the secret entrance and hung the doorstone on the pivot. He must have discovered the burrows by means of the hidden entrance at Smuggler's Point. The old door he constructed there was a mere mass of rotting splinters and rusty metal when I found it. As no one ever discovered it after him, it is not likely anyone will find the new door I built with my own hands, to replace the old one. Still, I will take the proper precautions in due time. I have wondered much as to the identity of the race which must once have inhabited these labyrinths. I have found no bones or skulls, though I have discovered in the upper tier curiously hardened copper implements. On the next few stories, I found stone implements, down to the 10th tier, where they disappeared. Also, on the topmost tier, I found portions of walls decorated with paintings, greatly faded, but evidencing undoubted skill. These picture paintings I found on all the tiers down to and including the 5th, though each tier's decorations were cruder than those of the one above, until the last paintings were mere meaningless daubs, such as an ape might make with a paintbrush. Also, the stone implements were much cruder on the lower levels, as was the workmanship of the roofs, stairs, doorways, etc. One gets a fantastic impression of an imprisoned race burrowing deeper and deeper into the black earth, century by century, and losing more and more of their human attributes as they sank to each new level. The 15th tier is without rhyme or reason, the tunnels running aimlessly, without apparent plan, so striking a contrast to the topmost tier, which is a triumph of primitive architecture, that it is difficult to believe them to have been constructed by the same race. Many centuries must have elapsed between the building of the two tiers, and the builders must have become greatly degraded. But the 15th tier is not the end of these mysterious burrows. The doorway opening on the single stairway at the bottom of the lowest tier was blocked by stones which had fallen from the roof, probably hundreds of years ago, before old Captain Jacob discovered the tunnels. Prompted by curiosity, I cleared away the debris, in spite of the tax it was on my strength, and opened a hole in the heap this very day, although I did not have time to explore what lay beneath. Indeed, I doubt if I could do so, for my light showed me not the usual series of stone stairs, but a steep, smooth shaft leading down into the blackness. An ape or a serpent might pass up and down it, but not a human being. Into what unthinkable pits it leads, I do not care to even try to guess. For some reason, the realization that the 15th tier was not of the unstepped shaft gave me a strangely creepy feeling, and led me to fantastic conjectures regarding the ultimate fate of the race which once lived in these hills. I had supposed the diggers, sinking lower and lower in the scale of life, had become extinct in the lower tiers, although I had not found any remains to justify my theories. The lower tiers do not lie in almost solid rock, as do those near the surface. They are out into black earth, and a very soft sort of stone, and were apparently scooped out with the most primitive utensils. They even appear in places to have been dug out with fingers and nails. It might be the burrowings of animals, except for the evident attempt to imitate the more orderly systems above. But below the 15th tier, as I could see, even by my superficial investigations from above, all mimicry ceases. The diggings below the 15th tier are mad and brutish pits, and to what blasphemous depths they descend I have no wish to know. I am haunted by fantastic speculations as to the identity of the race which literally sunk into the earth and disappeared in its black depths so long ago.
A legend persisted among Indians of this vicinity that many centuries before the coming of the white men, their ancestors drove a strange alien race into the caverns of the Dagoth Hills and sealed them up to perish. That they did not perish, but survived somehow for at least several centuries, is evident. Who they were, whence they came, what was their ultimate fate will never be known. Anthropologists might glean some evidence from the paintings on the upper tier, but I do not intend that anyone shall ever know about these burrows. Some of these dim pictures depict unmistakable Indians, at war with men evidently of the same race as the artists. These models, I should venture to say, resembled the Caucasian type, rather than the Indian. But the time approaches for my call on my beloved brother. I will go forth by the door in Smuggler's Point, and return the same way. I will reach the tomb before my brother, however quickly he comes, as come I know he will. Then, when the deed is done, I will go forth from the tomb, and no man shall ever set foot in these corridors again. For I shall see that the tomb is never opened, and a convenient dynamite blast shall shake down enough rocks from the cliffs above to effectually seal the door in Smuggler's Point forever. Conrad slipped the notebook into his pocket. Mad or sane, he said grimly, Jonas Kyles is a proper devil. I am not greatly surprised, but I am slightly shocked. What a hellish plot. But he erred in one thing. He apparently took it for granted that Job would come to the tomb alone. The fact that he did not was sufficient to upset his calculations. Ultimately, I answered, yet insofar as Job is concerned, Jonas has succeeded in his fiendish plan. He managed to kill his brother somehow. Evidently, he was in the tomb when Job entered. He frightened him to death somehow, then, evidently realizing our presence, slipped away through the secret door. Conrad shook his head. A growing nervousness had made itself evident in his manner as he had progressed with the reading of the diary. From time to time, he had paused and lifted his head in a listening attitude. O'Donnell, I do not believe that it was Jonas that Job saw in the coffin. I have changed my opinion somewhat. An evil human mind was first at the back of all this, but some of the aspects of this business I cannot attribute to humanity. That cry we heard at the point, the condition of this room, the absence of Jonas, all indicate something even darker and more sinister than Jonas Kyle's murder plot. What do you mean? I asked uneasily. Suppose that the race which dug these tunnels did not perish, he whispered. Suppose their descendants still dwell in some state of abnormal existence in the black pits below the tiers of corridors. Jonas mentions in his notes that he thought to hear stealthy sounds, as of things creeping up from below. But he lived in these tunnels for a week, I expostulated. You forget that the shaft leading to the pits was blocked up until today, when he cleared away the rocks. O'Donnell, I believe that the lower pits are inhabited, that the creatures have found their way up into these tunnels, and that it was the sight of one of them sleeping in the coffin which killed Job Kyles. But this is utter madness, I exclaimed. Yet these tunnels were inhabited in times past, and according to what we have read, the inhabitants must have sunk to an incredibly low level of life. What proof have we that their descendants have not lived on in the horrible black pits which Jonas saw below the lower tier? Listen. He had snapped off his light, and we had been standing in the darkness for some minutes. Somewhere I heard a faint, sliding, scrambling noise. Stealthily, we stole into the tunnel. It is Jonas Kyles, I whispered, but an icy sensation stole up and down my spine. Then he has been hiding below, muttered Conrad. The sounds come from the stairs, as of something creeping up from below. I dare not flash the light. If he is armed, it might draw his fire. I wondered why Conrad, iron-nerved in the presence of human enemies, should be trembling like a leaf. I wondered why cold trickles of nameless horror should trace their way along my spine. And then I was electrified. Somewhere back up the tunnel, in the direction from which we had come, I heard another soft, repellent sound, and at that instant Conrad's fingers sunk like steel into my arm. In the murky darkness below us, 2 yellow oblique sparks suddenly glittered. "My God!" came Conrad's shocked whisper. "That's not Jonas Kyle's." As he spoke, another pair joined the first. Then suddenly the dark well below us was alive with floating yellow gleams, like evil stars reflected in a nighted gulf. They flowed up the stairs toward us, silently, except for that detestable sliding sound. A vile, earthy smell welled up to our nostrils. "Back, in God's name!" gasped Conrad, and we began to move back away from the stairs, up the tunnel down which we had come. Then suddenly there came the rush of some heavy body through the air, and wheeling, I fired blindly and point-blank in the darkness. And my scream, as the flash momentarily lighted the shadow, was echoed by Conrad. The next instant, we were racing up the tunnel as men might run from hell, while behind us something flopped and floundered and wallowed on the floor in its death throes. "Turn on your light," I gasped. "We mustn't get lost in these hellish labyrinths." The beam stabbed the dark ahead of us and showed us the outer corridor where we had first seen the arrow. There we halted an instant, and Conrad directed his beam back down the tunnel. We saw only the empty darkness, but beyond that short ray of light, God only knows what horrors crawled through the blackness. My God, Conrad panted. Did you see? I don't know, I gasped. I glimpsed something, like a flying shadow, in the flash of the shot. It wasn't a man. It had a head something like a dog. I wasn't looking in that direction, he whispered. I was looking down the stairs when the flash of your gun cut the darkness. What did you see? My flesh was clammy with cold sweat. Human words cannot describe it, he cried. The black earth quickened as with giant maggots, the darkness heaving and with blasphemous life. In God's name, let's get out of here, down this corridor to the tomb. But even as we took a forward step, we were paralyzed by stealthy sounds ahead of us. The corridors are alive with them, whispered Conrad. Quick, the other way. This corridor follows the line of the hill and must run to the door in Smuggler's Point. Until I die, I will remember that flight down that black, silent corridor, with the horror that slunk at our heels. I momentarily expected some demon-fanged spectre to leap upon our back or rise up out of the blackness ahead of us. Then Conrad, shining his dimming light ahead, gave a gasping sob of relief. The door, at last! My God, what's this? Even as his light had shone on a heavy iron-bound door, with a heavy key in the massive lock, he had stumbled over something that lay crumpled on the floor. His light showed a twisted human shape, its blasted head lying in a pool of blood. The features were unrecognizable, but we knew the gaunt, lank shape, still clad in the grave clothes. The real death had overtaken Jonas Kyles at last. That cry as we passed the point tonight, whispered Conrad. It was his death scream. He had returned to the tunnels after showing himself to his brother, and horror came upon him in the dark. Suddenly, as we stood above the corpse, we heard again that damnable sliding, scrambling noise in the darkness. In a frenzy, we leaped at the door, tore at the key, hurled open the door. With a sob of relief, we staggered into the moonlit night. For an instant, the door swung open behind us. Then, as we turned to look, a savage gust of wind crashed it shut. But before it closed, a ghastly picture leaped out at us, half-lighted by the straggling moonbeams, the sprawling, mutilated corpse, and above it a grey, shambling monstrosity, a flaming-eyed, dog-headed horror such as madmen see in black nightmares. Then the slamming door blotted out the sight,
and as we fled across the slope in the shifting moonlight, I heard Conrad babbling, "Spawn of the black pits of madness and eternal night, crawling obscenities seething in the slime of the earth's unguessed deeps, the ultimate horror of retrogression, the nadir of human degeneration. Good God, their ancestors were men! The pits below the 15th tier, into what hells of blasphemous black horror do they sink, and by what demoniac hordes are they peopled? God protect the sons of men from the dwellers under the tombs."
The Thing on the Roof. They lumber through the night with their elephantine tread. I shudder in affright as I cower in my bed. They lift colossal wings on the high gable roofs, which tremble to the trample of their mastodonic hoofs. Justin Jeffrey, Out of the Old Land. Let me begin by saying that I was surprised when Tussman called on me. We had never been close friends. The man's mercenary instincts repelled me, and since our bitter controversy of 3 years before, when he attempted to discredit my evidences of Nahua culture in Yucatan, which was the result of years of careful research, our relations had been anything but cordial. However, I received him and found his manner hasty and abrupt, but rather abstracted, as if his dislike for me had been thrust aside in some driving passion that had hold of him. His errand was quickly stated. He wished my aid in obtaining a volume in the first edition of von Junst's Nameless Cults, the edition known as the Black Book, not from its color, but because of its dark contents. He might almost as well have asked me for the original Greek translation of the Necronomicon. Though since my return from Yucatan I had devoted practically all my time to my avocation of book collecting, I had not stumbled onto any hint that the book in the Dusseldorf edition was still in existence. A word as to this rare work. Its extreme ambiguity in spots, coupled with its incredible subject matter, has caused it long to be regarded as the ravings of a maniac, and the author was damned with the brand of insanity. But the fact remains that much of his assertions are unanswerable, and that he spent the full 45 years of his life prying into strange places and discovering secret and abysmal things. Not a great many volumes were printed in the first edition, and many of these were burned by their frightened owners when von Junst was found strangled in a mysterious manner in his barred and bolted chamber one night in 1840, 6 months after he had returned from a mysterious journey to Mongolia. 5 years later, a London printer, one Bridewell, pirated the work and issued a cheap translation for sensational effect, full of grotesque woodcuts and riddled with misspellings, faulty translations, and the usual errors of a cheap and unscholarly printing. This still further discredited the original work, and publishers and public forgot about the book until 1909, when the Golden Goblin Press of New York brought out an edition. Their production was so carefully expurgated that fully a fourth of the original matter was cut out. The book was handsomely bound and decorated with the exquisite and weirdly imaginative illustrations of Diego Vazquez. The edition was intended for popular consumption, but the artistic instinct of the publishers defeated that end, since the cost of issuing the book was so great that they were forced to cite it at a prohibitive price. I was explaining all this to Tussman when he interrupted brusquely to say that he was not utterly ignorant in such matters. One of the Golden Goblin books ornamented his library, he said, and it was in it that he found a certain line which aroused his interest. If I could procure him a copy of the original 1839 edition, he would make it worth my while. Knowing, he added, that it would be useless to offer me money, he would instead, in return for my trouble on his behalf, make a full retraction of his former accusations in regard to my Yucatan researches, and offer a complete apology in the Scientific News. I will admit that I was astounded at this, and realized that if the matter meant so much to Tasman that he was willing to make such concessions, it must indeed be of the utmost importance. I answered that I considered that I had sufficiently refuted his charges in the eyes of the world, and had no desire to put him in a humiliating position, but that I would make the utmost efforts to procure him what he wanted. He thanked me abruptly and took his leave, saying rather vaguely that he hoped to find a complete exposition of something in the Black Book, which had evidently been slighted in the later edition. I set to work, writing letters to friends, colleagues, and book dealers all over the world, and soon discovered that I had assumed a task of no small magnitude. 3 months elapsed before my efforts were crowned with success, but at last, through the aid of Professor James Clement of Richmond, Virginia, I was able to obtain what I wished. I notified Tasman, and he came to London by the next train. His eyes burned avidly as he gazed at the thick, dusty volume with its heavy leather covers and rusty iron hasps, and his fingers quivered with eagerness as he thumbed the time-yellowed pages. And when he cried out fiercely and smashed his clenched fist down on the table, I knew that he had found what he hunted. "Listen," he commanded, and he read to me a passage that spoke of an old, old temple in a Honduras jungle, where a strange god was worshipped by an ancient tribe, which became extinct before the coming of the Spaniards. And Tasman read aloud of the mummy that had been, in life, the last high priest of that vanished people, and which now lay in a chamber hewn in the solid rock of the cliff against which the temple was built. About that mummy's withered neck was a copper chain, and on that chain a great red jewel carved in the form of a toad. This jewel was a key, von Janst went on to say, to the treasure of the temple which lay hidden in a subterranean crypt far below the temple's altar. Tasman's eyes blazed. "I have seen that temple. I have stood before the altar. I have seen the sealed-up entrance of the chamber in which, the natives say, lies the mummy of the priest. It is a very curious temple, no more like the ruins of the prehistoric Indians than it is like the buildings of the modern Latin Americans. The Indians in the vicinity disclaim any former connection with the place. They say that the people who built that temple were a different race from themselves, and were there when their own ancestors came into the country. I believe it to be a remnant of some long-vanished civilization which began to decay thousands of years before the Spaniards came. I would have liked to have broken into the sealed-up chamber, but I had neither the time nor the tools for the task. I was hurrying to the coast, having been wounded by an accidental gunshot in the foot, and I stumbled onto the place purely by chance. I have been planning to have another look at it, but circumstances have prevented. Now I intend to let nothing stand in my way. By chance, I came upon a passage in the Golden Goblin edition of this book, describing the temple. But that was all. The mummy was only briefly mentioned. Interested, I obtained one of Bridewell's translations, but ran up against a blank wall of baffling blunders. By some irritating mischance, the translator had even mistaken the location of the Temple of the Toad, as von Janst calls it, and has it in Guatemala instead of Honduras. The general description is faulty. The jewel is mentioned and the fact that it is a key, but a key to what, Bridewell's book does not state. I now felt that I was on the track of a real discovery, unless von Janst was, as many maintain, a madman. But that the man was actually in Honduras at one time is well attested, and no one could so vividly describe the temple as he does in the Black Book, unless he had seen it himself. How he learned of the jewel is more than I can say. The Indians who told me of the mummy said nothing of any jewel. I can only believe that von Janst found his way into the sealed crypt somehow. The man had uncanny ways of learning hidden things. To the best of my knowledge, only one other white man has seen the Temple of the Toad besides von Janst and myself, the Spanish traveller Juan Gonzalez, who made a partial exploration of that country in 1793. He mentioned, briefly, a curious fane that differed from most Indian ruins, and spoke skeptically of a legend current among the natives that there was something unusual hidden under the temple. I feel certain that he was referring to the Temple of the Toad. Tomorrow I sail for Central America. Keep the book. I have no more use for it. This time I am going fully prepared, and I intend to find what is hidden in that temple if I have to demolish it. It can be nothing less than a great store of gold. The Spaniards missed it somehow. When they arrived in Central America, the Temple of the Toad was deserted. They were searching for living Indians from whom torture could wring gold, not for mummies of lost peoples. But I mean to have that treasure. So saying, Tasman took his departure. I sat down and opened the book at the place where he had left off reading, and I sat until midnight, wrapped in von Janst's curious, wild, and at times utterly vague expoundings. And I found, pertaining to the Temple of the Toad, certain things which disquieted me so much that the next morning I attempted to get in touch with Tasman, only to find that he had already sailed. Several months passed, and then I received a letter from Tasman, asking me to come and spend a few days with him at his estate in Sussex. He also requested me to bring the Black Book with me. I arrived at Tasman's rather isolated estate just after nightfall. He lived in almost feudal state, his great ivy-grown house and broad lawn surrounded by high stone walls. As I went up the hedge-bordered way from the gate to the house, I noted that the place had not been well kept in its master's absence. Weeds grew rank among the trees, almost choking out the grass. Among some unkempt bushes over against the outer wall, I heard what appeared to be a horse or an ox blundering and lumbering about. I distinctly heard the clink of its hoof on a stone. A servant who eyed me suspiciously admitted me, and I found Tasman pacing to and fro in his study like a caged lion. His giant frame was leaner, harder than when I had last seen him. His face was bronzed by a tropic sun. There were more and harsher lines in his strong face, and his eyes burned more intensely than ever. A smouldering, baffled anger seemed to underlie his manner. "Well, Tasman," I greeted him, "what success? Did you find the gold?" "I found not an ounce of gold," he growled. "The whole thing was a hoax. Well, not all of it. I broke into the sealed chamber and found the mummy." "And the jewel?" I exclaimed. He drew something from his pocket and handed it to me. I gazed curiously at the thing I held. It was a great jewel, clear and transparent as crystal, but of a sinister crimson, carved, as von Janst had declared, in the shape of a toad. I shuddered involuntarily. The image was peculiarly repulsive. I turned my attention to the heavy and curiously wrought copper chain which supported it. "What are these characters carved on the chain?" I asked. "I cannot say," Tasman replied. "I had thought perhaps you might know. I find a faint resemblance between them and certain partly defaced hieroglyphics on a monolith known as the Black Stone in the mountains of Hungary. I've been unable to decipher them." "Tell me of your trip," I urged, and over our whiskey and sodas he began, as if with a strange reluctance. "I found the temple again with no great difficulty, though it lies in a lonely and little-frequented region. The temple is built against a sheer stone cliff in a deserted valley unknown to maps and explorers. I would not endeavour to make an estimate of its antiquity, but it is built of a sort of unusually hard basalt, such as I have never seen anywhere else, and its extreme weathering suggests incredible age. Most of the columns which form its facade are in ruins, thrusting up shattered stumps from worn bases, like the scattered and broken teeth of some grinning hag. The outer walls are crumbling, but the inner walls and the columns which support such of the roof as remains intact seem good for another 1,000 years, as well as the walls of the inner chamber. The main chamber is a large, circular affair, with a floor composed of great squares of stone. In the centre stands the altar, merely a huge, round, curiously carved block of the same material. Directly behind the altar In the solid stone cliff which forms the rear wall of the chamber is the sealed and hewn-out chamber wherein lay the mummy of the temple's last priest. I broke into the crypt with not too much difficulty and found the mummy exactly as is stated in the Black Book. Though it was in a remarkable state of preservation, I was unable to classify it. The withered features and general contour of the skull suggested certain degraded and mongrel peoples of Lower Egypt, and I feel certain that the priest was a member of a race more akin to the Caucasian than the Indian. Beyond this, I cannot make any positive statement. But the jewel was there, the chain looped about the dried-up neck. From this point, Tasman's narrative became so vague that I had some difficulty in following him, and wondered if the tropic sun had affected his mind. He had opened a hidden door in the altar somehow with the jewel. Just how, he did not plainly say, and it struck me that he did not clearly understand himself the action of the jewel key. But the opening of the secret door had had a bad effect on the hardy rogues in his employ. They had refused point blank to follow him through that gaping black opening, which had appeared so mysteriously when the gem was touched to the altar. Tasman entered alone with his pistol and electric torch, finding a narrow stone stair that wound down into the bowels of the earth, apparently. He followed this, and presently came into a broad corridor, in the blackness of which his tiny beam of light was almost engulfed. As he told this, he spoke with strange annoyance of a toad which hopped ahead of him, just beyond the circle of light all the time he was below ground. Making his way along dank tunnels and stairways that were wells of solid blackness, he at last came to a heavy door fantastically carved, which he felt must be the crypt, wherein was secreted the gold of the ancient worshippers. He pressed the toad jewel against it at several places, and finally the door gaped wide. "And the treasure?" I broke in eagerly. He laughed in savage self-mockery. "There was no gold there, no precious gems, nothing." He hesitated. "Nothing that I could bring away." Again his tale lapsed into vagueness. I gathered that he had left the temple rather hurriedly without searching any further for the supposed treasure. He had intended bringing the mummy away with him, he said, to present to some museum, but when he came up out of the pits, it could not be found, and he believed that his men, in superstitious aversion to having such a companion on their road to the coast, had thrown it into some well or cavern. "And so," he concluded, "I am in England again, no richer than when I left." "You have the jewel," I reminded him. "Surely it is valuable." He eyed it without favour, but with a sort of fierce avidness, almost obsessional. "Would you say that it is a ruby?" he asked. I shook my head. "I am unable to classify it." "And I. But let me see the book." He slowly turned the heavy pages, his lips moving as he read. Sometimes he shook his head as if puzzled, and I noticed him dwell long over a certain line. "This man dipped so deeply into forbidden things," said he. "I cannot wonder that his fate was so strange and mysterious. He must have had some foreboding of his end. Here he warns men not to disturb sleeping things." Tasman seemed lost in thought for some moments. "Aye, sleeping things," he muttered, "that seem dead, but only lie waiting for some blind fool to awake them. I should have read further in the Black Book, and I should have shut the door when I left the crypt, but I have the key, and I'll keep it in spite of hell." He roused himself from his reveries, and was about to speak when he stopped short. From somewhere upstairs had come a peculiar sound. "What was that?" He glared at me. I shook my head, and he ran to the door and shouted for a servant. The man entered a few moments later, and he was rather pale. "You were upstairs?" growled Tasman. "Yes, sir." "Did you hear anything?" asked Tasman harshly, and in a manner almost threatening and accusing. "I did, sir," the man answered with a puzzled look on his face. What did you hear?" The question was fairly snarled. "Well, sir," the man laughed apologetically, "you'll say I'm a bit off, I fear, but to tell you the truth, sir, it sounded like a horse stamping around on the roof." A blaze of absolute madness leaped into Tussman's eyes. "You fool!" he screamed. "Get out of here!" The man shrank back in amazement, and Tussman snatched up the gleaming toad-carved jewel. "I've been a fool!" he raved. "I didn't read far enough, and I should have shut the door. But by heaven, the key is mine, and I'll keep it in spite of man or devil." And with these strange words he turned and fled upstairs. A moment later, his door slammed heavily, and a servant, knocking timidly, brought forth only a blasphemous order to retire, and a luridly worded threat to shoot anyone who tried to obtain entrance into the room. Had it not been so late, I would have left the house, for I was certain that Tussman was stark mad. As it was, I retired to the room a frightened servant showed me, but I did not go to bed. I opened the pages of the black book at the place where Tussman had been reading. This much was evident, unless the man was utterly insane. He had stumbled upon something unexpected in the Temple of the Toad. Something unnatural about the opening of the altar door had frightened his men, and in the subterraneous crypt, Tussman had found something that he had not thought to find. And I believe that he had been followed from Central America, and that the reason for his persecution was the jewel he called the key. Seeking some clue in von Junst's volume, I read again of the Temple of the Toad, of the strange pre-Indian people who worshipped there, and of the huge, tittering, tentacled, hoofed monstrosity that they worshipped. Tussman had said that he had not read far enough when he had first seen the book. Puzzling over this cryptic phrase, I came upon the line he had pored over, marked by his thumbnail. It seemed to me to be another of von Junst's many ambiguities, for it merely stated that a temple's god was the temple's treasure. Then the dark implication of the hint struck me, and cold sweat beaded my forehead. The key to the treasure, and the temple's treasure was the temple's god, and sleeping things might awaken on the opening of their prison door. I sprang up, unnerved by the intolerable suggestion, and at that moment something crashed in the stillness, and the death scream of a human being burst upon my ears. In an instant I was out of the room, and as I dashed up the stairs I heard sounds that have made me doubt my sanity ever since. At Tussman's door I halted, essaying with shaking hand to turn the knob. The door was locked, and as I hesitated, I heard from within a hideous, high-pitched tittering, and then the disgusting squashy sound, as if a great jelly-like bulk was being forced through the window. The sound ceased, and I could have sworn I heard a faint swish of gigantic wings. Then silence. Gathering my shattered nerves, I broke down the door. A foul and overpowering stench billowed out like a yellow mist. Gasping in nausea, I entered. The room was in ruins, but nothing was missing except that crimson toad-carved jewel Tussman called the key, and that was never found. A foul, unspeakable slime smeared the windowsill, and in the center of the room lay Tussman, his head crushed and flattened, and on the red ruin of skull and face, the plain print of an enormous hoof.
The Haunter of the Ring. As I entered John Kirawan's study, I was too much engrossed in my own thoughts to notice, at first, the haggard appearance of his visitor, a big, handsome young fellow well known to me. "Hello, Kirawan," I greeted. "Hello, Gordon. Haven't seen you for quite a while. How's Evelyn?" And before he could answer, still on the crest of the enthusiasm which had brought me there, I exclaimed, "Look here, you fellows.
I've got something that will make you stare. I got it from that robber, Ahmed Mektab, and I paid high for it, but it's worth it. Look." From under my coat, I drew the jewel-hilted Afghan dagger, which had fascinated me as a collector of rare weapons. Kirawan, familiar with my passion, showed only polite interest, but the effect on Gordon was shocking. With a strangled cry, he sprang up and backward, knocking the chair clattering to the floor. Fists clenched and countenance livid, he faced me, crying, "Keep back! Get away from me! Oh!" I was frozen in my tracks. "What in the—" I began bewilderedly, when Gordon, with another amazing change of attitude, dropped into a chair and sank his head in his hands. I saw his heavy shoulders quiver. I stared helplessly from him to Kirawan, who seemed equally dumbfounded. "Is he drunk?" I asked. Kirawan shook his head, and filling a brandy glass, offered it to the man. Gordon looked up with haggard eyes, seized the drink, and gulped it down like a man half-famished. Then he straightened up and looked at us shamefacedly. "I'm sorry I went off my handle, O'Donnell," he said. "It was the unexpected shock of you drawing that knife." "Well," I retorted with some disgust, "I suppose you thought I was going to stab you with it." "Yes, I did." Then, at the utterly blank expression on my face, he added, "Oh, I didn't actually think that. At least I didn't reach that conclusion by any process of reasoning. It was just the blind, primitive instinct of a hunted man, against whom anyone's hand may be turned." His strange words and the despairing way he said them sent a queer shiver of nameless apprehension down my spine. "What are you talking about?" I demanded uneasily. "Hunted? For what? You never committed a crime in your life." "Not in this life, perhaps," he muttered. "What do you mean? What of retribution for a black crime committed in a previous life for hounding me?" he muttered. "That's nonsense," I snorted. "Oh, is it?" he exclaimed, stung. "Did you ever hear of my great-grandfather, Sir Richard Gordon of Argyll?" "Sure, but what's that got to do with—" "You've seen his portrait. Doesn't it resemble me?" "Well, yes," I admitted, "except that your expression is frank and wholesome, whereas his is crafty and cruel." "He murdered his wife," answered Gordon. "Suppose the theory of reincarnation were true. Why shouldn't a man suffer in one life for a crime committed in another?" "You mean you think you are the reincarnation of your great-grandfather? Of all the fantastic— Well, since he killed his wife, I suppose you'll be expecting Evelyn to murder you." This last was delivered in searing sarcasm, as I thought of the sweet, gentle girl Gordon had married. His answer stunned me. "My wife," he said slowly, "has tried to kill me 3 times in the past week." There was no reply to that. I glanced helplessly at John Kirawan. He sat in his customary position, chin resting on his strong, slim hands. His white face was immobile, but his dark eyes gleamed with interest. In the silence I heard a clock ticking like a death watch. "Tell us the full story, Gordon," suggested Kirawan, and his calm, even voice was like a knife that cut a strangling, relieving the unreal tension. "You know we've been married less than a year," Gordon began, plunging into the tale as though he were bursting for utterance. His words stumbled and tripped over one another. "All couples have spats, of course, but we've never had any real quarrels. Evelyn is the best-natured girl in the world. The first thing out of the ordinary occurred about a week ago. We had driven up in the mountains, left the car, and were wandering around picking wild flowers. At last we came to a steep slope, some 30 feet in height, and Evelyn called my attention to the flowers which grew thickly at the foot. I was looking over the edge and wondering if I could climb down without tearing my clothes to ribbons, when I felt a violent shove from behind that toppled me over. If it had been a sheer cliff, I'd have broken my neck. As it was, I went tumbling down, rolling and sliding, and brought up at the bottom scratched and bruised, with my garments in rags. I looked up and saw Evelyn staring down, apparently frightened half out of her wits. "Oh, Jim," she cried, "are you hurt? How came you to fall?" It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her there was such a thing as carrying a joke too far, but these words checked me. I decided that she must have stumbled against me unintentionally, and actually didn't know it was she who precipitated me down the slope. So I laughed it off and went home. She made a great fuss over me, insisted on swabbing my scratches with iodine, and lectured me for my carelessness. I hadn't the heart to tell her it was her fault. But 4 days later, the next thing happened. I was walking along our driveway when I saw her coming up in the automobile. I stepped out on the grass to let her by, as there isn't any curb along the driveway. She was smiling as she approached me, and slowed down the car as if to speak to me. Then, just before she reached me, a most horrible change came over her expression. Without warning, the car leaped at me like a living thing as she drove her foot down on the accelerator. Only a frantic leap backward saved me from being ground under the wheels. The car shot across the lawn and crashed into a tree. I ran to it and found Evelyn dazed and hysterical, but unhurt. She babbled of losing control of the machine. I carried her into the house and sent for Dr. Donnelly. He found nothing seriously wrong with her, and attributed her day's condition to fright and shock. Within half an hour she regained her normal senses, but she's refused to touch the wheel since. Strange to say, she seemed less frightened on her own account than on mine. She seemed vaguely to know that she'd nearly run me down, and grew hysterical again when she spoke of it. Yet she seemed to take it for granted that I knew the machine had got out of her control. But I distinctly saw her wrench the wheel around, and I know she deliberately tried to hit me. Why, God alone knows. Still, I refused to let my mind follow the channel it was getting into. Evelyn had never given any evidence of any psychological weakness or nerves. She's always been a level-headed girl, wholesome and natural. But I began to think she was subject to crazy impulses. Most of us have felt the impulse to leap from tall buildings, and sometimes a person feels a blind, childish, and utterly reasonless urge to harm someone. We pick up a pistol, and the thought suddenly enters our mind how easy it would be to send our friend, who sits smiling and unaware, into eternity with a touch of the trigger. Of course we don't do it, but the impulse is there. So I thought perhaps some lack of mental discipline made Evelyn susceptible to these unguided impulses, and unable to control them. "Nonsense," I broke in. "I've known her since she was a baby. If she has any such trait, she's developed it since she married you." It was an unfortunate remark. Gordon caught it up with a despairing gleam in his eyes. "That's just it. Since she married me. It's a curse, a black, ghastly curse, crawling like a serpent out of the past. I tell you, I was Richard Gordon, and she was Lady Elizabeth, his murdered wife." His voice sank to a blood-freezing whisper. I shuddered. It's an awful thing to look upon the ruin of a keen, clean brain, and such I was certain that I surveyed in James Gordon. Why or how or by what grisly chance it had come about I could not say, but I was certain the man was mad. "You spoke of 3 attempts. It was John Kirowan's voice again, calm and stable amid the gathering webs of horror and unreality. "Look here." Gordon lifted his arm, drew back the sleeve, and displayed a bandage, the cryptic significance of which was intolerable. "I came into the bathroom this morning looking for my razor," he said. "I found Evelyn just on the point of using my best shaving implement for some feminine purpose, to cut out a pattern or something. Like many women, she can't seem to realize the difference between a razor and a butcher knife or a pair of shears. I was a bit irritated, and I said, Evelyn, how many times have I told you not to use my razors for such things? Bring it here. I'll give you my pocket knife." "I'm sorry, Jim," she said. "I didn't know it would hurt the razor. Here it is." She was advancing, holding the open razor toward me. I reached for it. Then something warned me. It was the same look in her eyes, just as I had seen it the day she nearly ran over me. That was all that saved my life, for I instinctively threw up my hand just as she slashed at my throat with all her power. The blade gashed my arm, as you see, before I caught her wrist. For an instant she fought me like a wild thing. Her slender body was taut as steel beneath my hands. Then she went limp, and the look in her eyes was replaced by a strange, dazed expression. The razor slipped out of her fingers. I let go of her, and she stood swaying as if about to faint. I went to the lavatory. My wound was bleeding in a beastly fashion, and the next thing I heard her cry out, and she was hovering over me. "Jim," she cried, "how did you cut yourself so terribly?" Gordon shook his head and sighed heavily. I guess I was a bit out of my head. My self-control snapped. "Don't keep up this pretense, Evelyn," I said. "God knows what's got into you, but you know as well as I that you've tried to kill me 3 times in the past week." She recoiled as if I'd struck her, catching at her breast and staring at me as if at a ghost. She didn't say a word, and just what I said I don't remember. But when I finished, I left her standing there, white and still as a marble statue. I got my arm bandaged at a drugstore, and then came over here, not knowing what else to do. Cairn, O'Donnell, it's damnable. Either my wife is subject to fits of insanity—" He choked on the word. "No, I can't believe it. Ordinarily her eyes are too clear and level, too utterly sane. But every time she has an opportunity to harm me, she seems to become a temporary maniac." He beat his fist together in his impotence and agony. "But it isn't insanity. I used to work in a psychopathic ward, and I've seen every form of mental imbalance. My wife is not insane." "Then what?" I began, but he turned haggard eyes on me. "Only one alternative remains," he answered. "It's the old curse. From the days when I walked the earth with a heart as black as hell's darkest pits, and did evil in the sight of man and of God. She knows, in fleeting snatches of memory. People have seen before, have glimpsed forbidden things in momentary liftings of the veil which bars life from life. She was Elizabeth Douglas, the ill-fated bride of Richard Gordon, whom he murdered in jealous frenzy, and the vengeance is hers. I shall die by her hands, as it was meant to be. And she—" He bowed his head in his hands. "Just a moment." It was Cairn again. "You have mentioned a strange look in your wife's eyes. What sort of a look? Was it of maniacal frenzy?" Gordon shook his head. "It was an utter blankness. All the life and intelligence simply vanished, leaving her eyes dark wells of emptiness." Cairn nodded and asked a seemingly irrelevant question. "Have you any enemies?" "Not that I know of." "You forget Joseph Rolock," I said. "I can't imagine that elegant sophisticate going to the trouble of doing you actual harm, but I have an idea that if he could discomfort you without any physical effort on his part, he'd do it with a right good will." Cairn turned on me an eye that had suddenly become piercing. "And who is this Joseph Rolock?" "A young exquisite who came into Evelyn's life and nearly rushed her off her feet for a while. But in the end she came back to her first love, Gordon here. Rolock took it pretty hard. For all his suaveness, there's a streak of violence and passion in the man that might have cropped out but for his infernal indolence and blasé indifference." "Oh, there's nothing to be said against Rolock," interrupted Gordon impatiently. "He must know that Evelyn never really loved him. He merely fascinated her temporarily with his romantic Latin air. Not exactly Latin, Jim, I protested. Rolock does look foreign, but it isn't Latin. It's almost Oriental. Well, what has Rolock to do with this matter? Gordon snarled with the irascibility of frayed nerves. He's been as friendly as a man could be since Evelyn and I were married. In fact, only a week ago he sent her a ring, which he said was a peace offering, and a belated wedding gift. Said that after all, her jilting him was a greater misfortune for her than it was for him. The conceited jackass. A ring? Kirawan had suddenly come to life. It was as if something hard and steely had been sounded in him. What sort of a ring? Oh, a fantastic thing. Copper, made like a scaly snake coiled 3 times, with its tail in its mouth and yellow jewels for eyes. I gather he picked it up somewhere in Hungary. He has travelled a great deal in Hungary? Gordon looked surprised at this questioning, but answered, Why, apparently the man's travelled everywhere. I put him down as the pampered son of a millionaire. He never did any work, so far as I know. He's a great student, I put in. I've been up to his apartment several times, and I never saw such a collection of books. Gordon leaped to his feet with an oath. Are we all crazy? He cried. I came up here hoping to get some help, and you fellows falter talking of Joseph Rolock. I'll go to Dr. Donnelly. Wait. Kirawan stretched out a detaining hand. If you don't mind, we'll go over to your house. I'd like to talk to your wife. Gordon dumbly acquiesced. Harried and haunted by grisly forebodings, he knew not which way to turn, and welcomed anything that promised aid. We drove over in his car, and scarcely a word was spoken on the way. Gordon was sunk in moody ruminations, and Kirawan had withdrawn himself into some strange aloof domain of thought beyond my ken. He sat like a statue, his dark, vital eyes staring into space, not blankly, but as one who looks with understanding into some far realm. Though I counted the man as my best friend, I knew but little of his past. He had come into my life as abruptly and unannounced as Joseph Rolock had come into the life of Evelyn Ash. I had met him at the Wanderers' Club, which is composed of the drift of the world, travellers, eccentrics, and all manner of men whose paths lie outside the beaten tracks of life. I had been attracted to him, and intrigued by his strange powers and deep knowledge. I vaguely knew that he was the black sheep younger son of a titled Irish family, and that he had walked many strange ways. Gordon's mention of Hungary struck a chord in my memory. One phase of his life Kirawan had once let drop, fragmentarily. I only knew that he had once suffered a bitter grief and a savage wrong, and that it had been in Hungary, but the nature of the episode I did not know. At Gordon's house, Evelyn met us calmly, showing inner agitation only by the over-restraint of her manner. I saw the beseeching look she stole at her husband. She was a slender, soft-spoken girl, whose dark eyes were always vibrant and alight with emotion. That child try to murder her adored husband? The idea was monstrous. Again, I was convinced that James Gordon himself was deranged. Following Kirawan's lead, we made a pretense of small talk, as if we had casually dropped in, but I felt that Evelyn was not deceived. Our conversation rang false and hollow, and presently Kirawan said, Mrs. Gordon, that is a remarkable ring you're wearing. Do you mind if I look at it? I'll have to give you my hand, she laughed. I've been trying to get it off today, and it won't come off. She held out her slim white hand for Kirawan's inspection, and his face was immobile as he looked at the metal snake that coiled about her slim finger. He did not touch it. I myself was aware of an unaccountable repulsion. There was something almost obscene about that dull, copperish reptile wound about the girl's white finger. It's evil-looking, isn't it? She involuntarily shivered. At first I liked it, but now I can hardly bear to look at it. If I can get it off, I intend to return it to Joseph. Mr. Rolock. Kirawan was about to make some reply when the doorbell rang. Gordon jumped as if shot, and Evelyn rose quickly. "I'll answer it, Jim. I know who it is." She returned an instant later with two more mutual friends, those inseparable cronies, Dr. Donnelly, whose burly body, jovial manner, and booming voice were combined with as keen a brain as any in the profession, and Bill Bain, elderly, lean, wiry, acidly witty. Both were old friends of the Ash family. Dr. Donnelly had ushered Evelyn into the world, and Bain was always Uncle Bill to her. "Howdy, Jim. Howdy, Mr. Kirawan," roared Donnelly. "Hey, O'Donnell, have you got any firearms with you? Last time you nearly blew my head off showing me an old flintlock pistol that wasn't supposed to be loaded." "Dr. Donnelly!" We all turned. Evelyn was standing beside a wide table, holding it as if for support. Her face was white. Our badinage ceased instantly. A sudden tension was in the air. "Dr. Donnelly," she repeated, holding her voice steady by an effort. "I sent for you and Uncle Bill for the same reason for which I know Jim has brought Mr. Kirawan and Michael. There is a matter Jim and I can no longer deal with alone. There is something between us, something black and ghastly and terrible." "What are you talking about, girl?" All the levity was gone from Donnelly's great voice. "My husband," she choked, then went blindly on. "My husband has accused me of trying to murder him." The silence that fell was broken by Bain's sudden and energetic rise. His eyes blazed, and his fists quivered. "You young pup!" he shouted at Gordon. "I'll knock the living daylights!" "Sit down, Bill." Donnelly's huge hand crushed his smaller companion back into his chair. "No use going off half-cocked. Go ahead, honey." "We need help. We cannot carry this thing alone." A shadow crossed her comely face. "This morning, Jim's arm was badly cut. He said I did it. I don't know. I was handing him the razor. Then I must have fainted. At least everything faded away. When I came to myself, he was washing his arm in the lavatory, and he accused me of trying to kill him." "Why, the young fool!" barked the belligerent Bain. "Hasn't he sense enough to know that if you did cut him, it was an accident?" "Shut up, won't you?" snorted Donnelly. "Honey, did you say you fainted? That isn't like you." "I've been having fainting spells," she answered. "The first time was when we were in the mountains and Jim fell down a cliff. We were standing on the edge, then everything went black, and when my sight cleared, he was rolling down the slope." She shuddered at the recollection. "Then, when I lost control of the car and it crashed into the tree, you remember, Jim called you over." Dr. Donnelly nodded his head ponderously. "I don't remember you ever having fainting spells before." "But Jim says I pushed him over the cliff," she cried hysterically. "He says I tried to run him down in the car. He says I purposely slashed him with a razor." Dr. Donnelly turned perplexedly toward the wretched Gordon. "How about it, son?" "God help me," Gordon burst out in agony. "It's true." "Why, you lying hound!" It was Bain who gave tongue, leaping again to his feet. "If you want a divorce, why don't you get it in a decent way, instead of resorting to these despicable tactics?" "Damn you!" roared Gordon, lunging up and losing control of himself completely. "If you say that, I'll tear your jugular out." Evelyn screamed. Donnelly grabbed Bain ponderously and banged him back into his chair with no overly gentle touch, and Kirawan laid a hand lightly on Gordon's shoulder. The man seemed to crumple into himself. He sank back into his chair and held out his hands gropingly toward his wife. "Evelyn," he said, his voice thick with laboring emotion. "You know I love you. I feel like a dog. But God help me, it's true. If we go on this way, I'll be a dead man. And you—" "Don't say it," she screamed. "I know you wouldn't lie to me, Jim. If you say I tried to kill you, I know I did. But I swear, Jim, I didn't do it consciously. Oh, I must be going mad. That's why my dreams have been so wild and terrifying lately." "Of what have you dreamed, Mrs. Gordon?" asked Kirawan gently. She pressed her hands to her temples and stared dully at him, as if only half comprehending. "A black thing," she muttered. "A horrible, faceless black thing that mows and mumbles and paws over me with apish hands. I dream of it every night, and in the daytime I try to kill the only man I ever loved. I'm going mad. Maybe I'm already crazy and don't know it." "Calm yourself, honey." To Dr. Donnelly, with all his science, it was only another case of feminine hysteria. His matter-of-fact voice seemed to soothe her, and she sighed and drew a weary hand through her damp locks. "We'll talk this all over, and everything's going to be okay," he said, drawing a thick cigar from his vest pocket. "Give me a match, honey." She began mechanically to feel about the table, and just as mechanically Gordon said, "There are matches in the drawer, Evelyn." She opened the drawer and began groping in it, and suddenly, as if struck by recollection and intuition, Gordon sprang up, white-faced, and shouted, "No! No, don't open that drawer! Don't—" Even as he voiced that urgent cry, she stiffened, as if at the feel of something in the drawer. Her change of expression held us all frozen, even Kirawan. The vital intelligence vanished from her eyes like a blown-out flame, and into them came the look Gordon had described as blank. The term was descriptive. Her beautiful eyes were dark wells of emptiness, as if the soul had been withdrawn from behind them. Her hand came out of the drawer holding a pistol, and she fired point-blank. Gordon reeled with a groan and went down, blood starting from his head. For a flashing instant, she looked down stupidly at the smoking gun in her hand, like one suddenly waking from a nightmare. Then her wild scream of agony smote our ears. "Oh, God! I've killed him! Jim! Jim!" She reached him before any of us, throwing herself on her knees and cradling his bloody head in her arms, while she sobbed in an unbearable passion of horror and anguish. The emptiness was gone from her eyes. They were alive and dilated with grief and terror. I was making toward my prostrate friend with Donnelly and Bain, but Kirawan caught my arm. His face was no longer immobile. His eyes glittered with a controlled savagery. "Leave him to them," he snarled. "We are hunters, not healers. Lead me to the house of Joseph Rolock." I did not question him. We drove there in Gordon's car. I had the wheel, and something about the grim face of my companion caused me to hurl the machine recklessly through the traffic. I had the sensation of being part of a tragic drama, which was hurtling with headlong speed toward a terrible climax. I wrenched the car to a grinding halt at the curb before the building where Rolock lived, in a bizarre apartment high above the city. The very elevator that shot us skyward seemed imbued with something of Kirawan's driving urge for haste. I pointed out Rolock's door, and he cast it open without knocking and shouldered his way in. I was close at his heels. Rolock, in a dressing gown of Chinese silk worked with dragons, was lounging on a divan, puffing quickly at a cigarette. He sat up, overturning a wine glass which stood with a half-filled bottle at his elbow. Before Kirawan could speak, I burst out with our news. "James Gordon has been shot." He sprang to his feet. "Shot? When? When did she kill him?" "She?" I glared in bewilderment. "How did you know?" With a steely hand, Kirawan thrust me aside, and as the men faced each other, I saw recognition flare up in Rolock's face. They made a strong contrast, Kirawan, tall, pale, with some white-hot passion. Rollock, slim, darkly handsome, with the Saracenic arch of his slim brows above his black eyes. I realized that whatever else occurred, it lay between those two men. They were not strangers. I could sense like a tangible thing the hate that lay between them. "John Kirawan," softly whispered Rollock. "You remember me, Yosef Rollock." Only an iron control kept Kirawan's voice steady. The other merely stared at him without speaking. "Years ago," said Kirawan more deliberately, "when we delved in the dark mysteries together in Budapest, I saw whither you were drifting. I drew back. I would not descend to the foul depths of forbidden occultism and diabolism to which you sank. And because I would not, you despised me, and you robbed me of the only woman I ever loved. You turned her against me by means of your vile arts, and then you degraded and debauched her, sank her into your own foul slime. I had killed you with my hands then, Yosef Rollock, vampire by nature as well as by name that you are. But your arts protected you from physical vengeance. But you have trapped yourself at last." Kirawan's voice rose in fierce exultation. All his cultured restraint had been swept away from him, leaving a primitive, elemental man, raging and gloating over a hated foe. "You sought the destruction of James Gordon and his wife because she unwittingly escaped your snare. You—" Rollock shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "You are mad. I have not seen the Gordons for weeks. Why blame me for their family troubles?" Kirawan snarled. "Liar, as always. What did you say just now when O'Donnell told you Gordon had been shot? When did she kill him? You were expecting to hear that the girl had killed her husband. Your psychic powers had told you that a climax was close at hand. You were nervously awaiting news of the success of your devilish scheme. But I did not need a slip of your tongue to recognize your handiwork. I knew as soon as I saw the ring on Evelyn Gordon's finger, the ring she could not remove, the ancient and accursed ring of Thothamon, handed down by foul cults of sorcerers since the days of forgotten Stygia. I knew that ring was yours, and I knew by what ghastly rights you came to possess it, and I knew its power. Once she put it on her finger, in her innocence and ignorance, she was in your power. By your black magic you summoned the black elemental spirit, the haunter of the ring, out of the gulfs of night and the ages. Here in your accursed chamber you performed unspeakable rituals to drive Evelyn Gordon's soul from her body, and to cause that body to be possessed by that godless sprite from outside the human universe. She was too clean and wholesome, her love for her husband too strong, for the fiend to gain complete and permanent possession of her body. Only for brief instants could it drive her own spirit into the void and animate her form. But that was enough for your purpose. But you have brought ruin upon yourself by your vengeance." Kirawan's voice rose to a feline screech. "What was the price demanded by the fiend you drew from the pits? Ah, you blench. Yosef Rollock is not the only man to have learned forbidden secrets. After I left Hungary, a broken man, I took up again the study of the black arts, to trap you, you cringing serpent. I explored the ruins of Zimbabwe, the lost mountains of Inner Mongolia, and the forgotten jungle islands of the southern seas. I learned what sickened my soul, so that I forswore occultism forever. But I learned of the black spirit that deals death by the hand of a beloved one, and is controlled by a master of magic. But, Yosef Rollock, you are not an adept. You have not the power to control the fiend you have invoked, and you have sold your soul." The Hungarian tore at his collar as if it were a strangling noose. His face had changed, as if a mask had dropped away. He looked much older. "You lie!" he panted. "I did not promise him my soul." "I do not lie!" Kirawan's shriek was shocking in its wild exultation. "I know the price a man must pay for calling forth the nameless shape that roams the gulfs of darkness. Look, there in the corner behind you. A nameless, sightless thing is laughing, is mocking you. It has fulfilled its bargain, and it has come for you, Yosef Rolock." "No!" shrieked Rolock, tearing his limp collar away from his sweating throat. His composure had crumpled, and his demoralization was sickening to see. "I tell you it was not my soul. I promised it a soul, but not my soul. He must take the soul of the girl, or of James Gordon." "Fool!" roared Kirawan. "Do you think he could take the souls of innocents? That he would not know they were beyond his reach? The girl and the youth he could kill. Their souls were not his to take or yours to give. But your black soul is not beyond his reach, and he will have his wage. Look, he is materializing behind you. He is growing out of thin air." Was it the hypnosis inspired by Kirawan's burning words that caused me to shudder and grow cold, to feel an icy chill that was not of earth pervade the room? Was it a trick of light and shadow that seemed to produce the effect of a black, anthropomorphic shadow on the wall behind the Hungarian? No, by heaven. It grew, it swelled. Vrolock had not turned. He stared at Kirawan with eyes starting from his head, hair standing stiffly on his scalp, sweat dripping from his livid face. Kirawan's cry started shudders down my spine. "Look behind you, fool! I see him! He has come! He is here! His grisly mouth gapes in awful laughter. His misshapen paws reach for you." And then at last, Vrolock wheeled with an awful shriek, throwing his arms above his head in a gesture of wild despair. And for one brain-shattering instant he was blotted out by a great black shadow. Kirawan grasped my arm, and we fled from that accursed chamber, blind with horror. The same paper, which bore a brief item telling of James Gordon having suffered a slight scalp wound by the accidental discharge of a pistol in his home, headlined the sudden death of Joseph Rolock, wealthy and eccentric clubman, in his sumptuous apartments, apparently from heart failure. I read it at breakfast, while I drank cup after cup of black coffee, from a hand that was not too steady, even after the lapse of a night. Across the table from me, Kirawan likewise seemed to lack appetite. He brooded, as if he roamed again through bygone years. Gordon's fantastic theory of reincarnation was wild enough, I said at last, but the actual facts were still more incredible. Tell me, Kirawan, was that last scene the result of hypnosis? Was it the power of your words that made me seem to see a black horror grow out of the air and rip Yosef Rolock's soul from his living body? He shook his head. No human hypnotism would strike that black-hearted devil dead on the floor. No, there are beings outside the ken of common humanity, foul shapes of transcosmic evil. Such a one it was with which Vrolock dealt. But how could it claim his soul? I persisted. If indeed such an awful bargain had been struck, it had not fulfilled its part, for James Gordon was not dead, but merely knocked senseless. Vrolock did not know it, answered Kirawan. He thought that Gordon was dead, and I convinced him that he himself had been trapped and was doomed. In his demoralization, he fell easy prey to the thing he had called forth. It, of course, was always watching for a moment of weakness on his part. The powers of darkness never deal fairly with human beings. He who traffics with them is always cheated in the end. "It's a mad nightmare," I muttered. "But it seems to me, then, that you as much as anything else brought about Vrolock's death." "It is gratifying to think so," Kirawan answered. "Evelyn Gordon is safe now, and it is a small repayment for what he did to another girl years ago, and in a far country.
Pigeons from Hell. 1. The Whistler in the Dark. Griswold awoke suddenly, every nerve tingling with a premonition of imminent peril. He stared about wildly, unable at first to remember where he was or what he was doing there. Moonlight filtered in through the dusty windows, and the great empty room with its lofty ceiling and gaping black fireplace was spectral and unfamiliar. Then, as he emerged from the clinging cobwebs of his recent sleep, he remembered where he was and how he came to be there. He twisted his head and stared at his companion, sleeping on the floor near him. John Branner was but a vaguely bulking shape in the darkness that the moon scarcely grayed. Griswold tried to remember what had awakened him. There was no sound in the house, no sound outside except the mournful hoot of an owl far away in the piney woods. Now he had captured the elusive memory. It was a dream, a nightmare so filled with dim terror that it had frightened him awake. Recollection flooded back, vividly etching the abominable vision. Or was it a dream? Certainly it must have been, but it had blended so curiously with recent actual events that it was difficult to know where reality left off and fantasy began. Dreaming, he had seemed to relive his past few waking hours in accurate detail. The dream had begun abruptly as he and John Branner came in sight of the house where they now lay. They had come rattling and bouncing over the stumpy, uneven old road that led through the pinelands, he and John Branner, wandering far afield from their New England home in search of vacation pleasure. They had sighted the old house, with its balustraded galleries rising amidst a wilderness of weeds and bushes, just as the sun was setting behind it. It dominated their fancy, rearing black and stark and gaunt against the low, lurid rampart of sunset, barred by the black pines. They were tired, sick of bumping and pounding all day over woodland roads. The old deserted house stimulated their imagination with its suggestion of antebellum splendor and ultimate decay. They left the automobile beside the rutty road, and as they went up the winding walk of crumbling bricks, almost lost in the tangle of rank growth, pigeons rose from the balustrades in a fluttering, feathery crowd, and swept away with a low thunder of beating wings. The oaken door sagged on broken hinges. Dust lay thick on the floor of the wide, dim hallway, on the broad steps of the stair that mounted up from the hall. They turned into a door opposite the landing, and entered a large room, empty, dusty, with cobwebs shining thickly in the corners. Dust lay thick over the ashes in the great fireplace. They discussed gathering wood and building a fire, but decided against it. As the sun sank, darkness came quickly, the thick, black, absolute darkness of the pinelands. They knew that rattlesnakes and copperheads haunted southern forests, and they did not care to go groping for firewood in the dark. They ate frugally from tins, then rolled in their blankets fully clad before the empty fireplace, and went instantly to sleep. This, in part, was what Griswold had dreamed. He saw again the gaunt house looming stark against the crimson sunset, saw the flight of the pigeons as he and Branner came up the shattered walk. He saw the dim room in which they presently lay, and he saw the two forms that were himself and his companion, lying wrapped in their blankets on the dusty floor. Then, from that point, his dream altered subtly, passed out of the realm of the commonplace, and became tinged with fear. He was looking into a vague, shadowy chamber, lit by the grey light of the moon which streamed in from some obscure source. For there was no window in that room, but in the grey light he saw three silent shapes that hung suspended in a row, and their stillness and their outlines woke chill horror in his soul. There was no sound, no word, but he sensed a presence of fear and lunacy crouching in a dark corner. Abruptly, he was back in the dusty, high-ceilinged room before the great fireplace. He was lying in his blankets, staring tensely through the dim door and across the shadowy hall, to where a beam of moonlight fell across the balustraded stair, some 7 steps up from the landing. And there was something on the stair, a bent, misshapen, shadowy thing that never moved fully into the beam of light. But a dim, yellow blur that might have been a face was turned toward him, as if something crouched on the stair, regarding him and his companion. Fright crept chilly through his veins, and it was then that he awoke, if indeed he had been asleep. He blinked his eyes. The beam of moonlight fell across the stair just as he had dreamed it did, but no figure lurked there. Yet his flesh still crawled from the fear the dream or vision had roused in him. His legs felt as if they had been plunged in ice water. He made an involuntary movement to awaken his companion, when a sudden sound paralyzed him. It was the sound of whistling on the floor above. Eerie and sweet it rose, not carrying any tune, but piping shrill and melodious. Such a sound in a supposedly deserted house was alarming enough, but it was more than the fear of a physical invader that held Griswold frozen. He could not himself have defined the horror that gripped him. But Branner's blankets rustled, and Griswold saw he was sitting upright. His figure bulked dimly in the soft darkness, the head turned toward the stair, as if the man were listening intently. More sweetly and more subtly evil rose that weird whistling.
"John,"
whispered Griswold from dry lips. He had meant to shout, to tell Branner that there was somebody upstairs, somebody who could mean them no good, that they must leave the house at once. But his voice died dryly in his throat. Branner had risen. His boots clumped on the floor as he moved toward the door. He stalked leisurely into the hall and made for the lower landing, merging with the shadows that clustered black about the stair. Griswold lay incapable of movement, his mind a whirl of bewilderment. Who was that whistling upstairs? Why was Branner going up those stairs? Griswold saw him pass the spot where the moonlight rested, so his head tilted back as if he were looking at something Griswold could not see, above and beyond the stair. But his face was like that of a sleepwalker. He moved across the bar of moonlight and vanished from Griswold's view, even as the latter tried to shout to him to come back. A ghastly whisper was the only result of his effort. The whistling sank to a lower note, died out. Griswold heard the stairs creaking under Branner's measured tread. Now he had reached the hallway above, for Griswold heard the clump of his feet moving along it. Suddenly, the footfalls halted, and the whole night seemed to hold its breath. Then an awful scream split the stillness, and Griswold started up, echoing the cry. The strange paralysis that had held him was broken. He took a step toward the door, then checked himself. The footfalls were resumed. Branner was coming back. He was not running. The tread was even more deliberate and measured than before. Now the stairs began to creak again. A groping hand, moving along the balustrade, came into the bar of moonlight. Then another, and a ghastly thrill went through Griswold as he saw that the other hand gripped a hatchet which dripped blackly. Was that Branner who was coming down that stair? Yes, the figure had moved into the bar of moonlight now, and Griswold recognized it. Then he saw Branner's face, and a shriek burst from Griswold's lips. Branner's face was bloodless, corpse-like. Gouts of blood dripped darkly down it. His eyes were glassy and set, and blood oozed from the great gash which cleft the crown of his head. Griswold never remembered exactly how he got out of that accursed house. Afterward, he retained a mad, confused impression of smashing his way through a dusty, cobwebbed window, of stumbling blindly across the weed-choked lawn, gibbering his frantic horror. He saw the black wall of the pines,
and the moon floating in a blood-red mist in which there was neither sanity nor reason. Some shred of sanity returned to him as he saw the automobile beside the road. In a world gone suddenly mad, that was an object reflecting prosaic reality. But even as he reached for the door, a dry, chilling whir sounded in his ears, and he recoiled from the swaying, undulating shape that arched up from its scaly coils on the driver's seat and hissed sibilantly at him, darting a forked tongue in the moonlight. With a sob of horror, he turned and fled down the road, as a man runs in a nightmare. He ran without purpose or reason. His numbed brain was incapable of conscious thought. He merely obeyed the blind, primitive urge to run until he fell, exhausted. The black walls of the pines flowed endlessly past him, so he was seized with the illusion that he was getting nowhere. But presently, a sound penetrated the fog of his terror, the steady, inexorable patter of feet behind him. Turning his head, he saw something loping after him. Wolf or dog, he could not tell which, but its eyes glowed like balls of green fire. With a gasp, he increased his speed, reeled around a bend in the road, and heard a horse snort, saw it rear and heard its rider curse, saw the gleam of blue steel in the man's lifted hand. He staggered and fell, catching at the rider's stirrup.
"For God's sake, help me,"
he panted.
"The thing, it killed Branner. It's coming after me. Look!"
Twin balls of fire gleamed in the fringe of bushes at the turn of the road. The rider swore again, and on the heels of his profanity came the smashing report of his six-shooter. Again, and yet again. The fire sparks vanished, and the rider, jerking his stirrup free from Griswell's grasp, spurred his horse at the bend. Griswell staggered up, shaking in every limb. The rider was out of sight only a moment. Then he came galloping back.
"Took to the brush. Timberwolf, I reckon, though I never heard of one chasing a man before. Do you know what it was?"
Griswell could only shake his head weakly. The rider, etched in the moonlight, looked down at him, smoking pistol still lifted in his right hand. He was a compactly built man of medium height, and his broad-brimmed planter's hat and his boots marked him as a native of the country, as definitely as Griswell's garb stamped him as a stranger.
"What's all this about, anyway?"
"I don't know," Griswell answered helplessly.
"My name's Griswell. John Branner, my friend who was traveling with me. We stopped at a deserted house back down the road to spend the night. Something..."
At the memory, he was choked by a rush of horror.
"My God!" he screamed. "I must be mad. Something came and looked over the balustrade of the stair. Something with a yellow face. I thought I dreamed it, but it must have been real. Then somebody began whistling upstairs, and Brenner rose and went up the stairs, walking like a man in his sleep or hypnotized. I heard him scream, or someone screamed. Then he came down the stair again with a bloody hatchet in his hand. And my God, sir, he was dead. His head had been split open. Oh, I saw brains and clotted blood oozing down his face, and his face was that of a dead man. But he came down the stairs. As God is my witness, John Branner was murdered in that dark upper hallway, and then his dead body came stalking down the stairs with a hatchet in its hand to kill me."
The rider made no reply. He sat his horse like a statue, outlined against the stars, and Griswell could not read his expression, his face shadowed by his hat brim.
"You think I'm mad?" he said hopelessly. "Perhaps I am." "I don't know what to think," answered the rider. "If it was any house but the old Blassomville manor, well, we'll see. My name's Buckner. I'm sheriff of this county. Took a prisoner over to the county seat in the next county and was riding back late."
He swung off his horse and stood beside Griswell, shorter than the lanky New Englander, but much harder knit. There was a natural manner of decision and certainty about him, and it was easy to believe that he would be a dangerous man in any sort of a fight.
"Are you afraid to go back to the house?"
he asked, and Griswell shuddered, but shook his head, the dogged tenacity of Puritan ancestors asserting itself.
The thought of facing that horror again turns me sick. But poor Branner, he choked again. We must find his body. My God, he cried, unmanned by the abysmal horror of the thing. What will we find? If a dead man walks, what? We'll see.
The sheriff caught the reins in the crook of his left elbow and began filling the empty chambers of his big blue pistol as they walked along. As they made the turn, Griswell's blood was ice at the thought of what they might see lumbering up the road with a bloody, grinning death mask. But they saw only the house looming spectrally among the pines down the road. A strong shudder shook Griswell. God, how evil that house looks against those black pines. It looked sinister from the very first. We went up the broken walk and saw those pigeons fly up from the porch. Pigeons? Buckner cast him a quick glance.
You saw the pigeons? Why, yes, scores of them perching on the porch railing.
They strode on for a moment in silence before Buckner said abruptly,
I've lived in this country all my life. I passed the old Blassonville place 1,000 times, I reckon, at all hours of the day and night. But I never saw a pigeon anywhere around it, or anywhere else in these woods. There were scores of them, repeated Griswell, bewildered. I've seen men who swore they'd seen a flock of pigeons perched along the balusters just at sundown, said Buckner slowly. Negroes. All of them except one man. Tramp. He was building a fire in the yard, aiming to camp there that night. I passed along there about dark, and he told me about the pigeons. I came back there the next morning. The ashes of his fire were there, and his tin cup, and skillet where he'd fried pork, and his blankets looked like they'd been slept in. Nobody ever saw him again. That was 12 years ago. The blacks say they can see the pigeons, but no black would pass along this road between sundown and sunup. They say the pigeons are the souls of the Blassonvilles, let out of hell at sunset. The Negroes say the red glare in the west is the light from hell, 'cause then the gates of hell are opened and the Blassonvilles fly out. Who were the Blassonvilles? Asked Griswell, shivering. They owned all this land here. French-English family. Came here from the West Indies before the Louisiana Purchase. The Civil War ruined them like it did so many. Some were killed in the war. Most of the others died out. Nobody's lived in the manor since 1890, when Miss Elizabeth Blassonville, the last of the line, fled from the old house one night like it was a plague spot. Never came back to it. This your auto? They halted beside the car, and Griswell stared morbidly at the grim house. Its dusty panes were empty and blank, but they did not seem blind to him. It seemed to him that ghastly eyes were fixed hungrily on him through those darkened panes. Buckner repeated his question. Yes, be careful. There's a snake on the seat, or there was. Not there now, grunted Buckner, trying his horse and pulling an electric torch out of the saddlebag. Well, let's have a look. He strode up the broken brick walk as matter-of-factly as if he were paying a social call on friends. Griswell followed, close at his heels, his heart pounding suffocatingly. The scent of decay and mouldering vegetation blew on the faint wind, and Griswell grew faint with nausea that rose from a frantic abhorrence of these black woods, these ancient plantation houses that hid forgotten secrets of slavery and bloody pride and mysterious intrigues. He had thought of the South as a sunny, lazy land, washed by soft breezes laden with spice and warm blossoms, where life ran tranquilly to the rhythm of black folk singing in sun-bathed cotton fields. But now he had discovered another unsuspected side, a dark, brooding, fear-haunted side, and the discovery repelled him. The oaken door sagged as it had before. The blackness of the interior was intensified by the beam of Buckner's light playing on the sill. That beam sliced through the darkness of the hallway and roved up the stair, and Griswell held his breath, clenching his fists. But no shape of lunacy leered down at them. Buckner went in, walking light as a cat, torch in one hand, gun
in the other. As he swung his light into the room across from the stairway, Griswold cried out, and cried out again, almost fainting with the intolerable sickness at what he saw. A trail of blood drops led across the floor, crossing the blankets Branner had occupied, which lay between the door and those in which Griswold had lain. And Griswold's blankets had a terrible occupant. John Branner lay there, face down, his cleft head revealed in merciless clarity in the steady light. His outstretched hand still gripped the haft of a hatchet, and the blade was embedded deep in the blanket and the floor beneath, just where Griswold's head had lain when he slept there. A momentary rush of blackness engulfed Griswold. He was not aware that he staggered, or that Buckner caught him. When he could see and hear again, he was violently sick and hung his head against the mantel, retching miserably. Buckner turned the light full on him, making him blink. Buckner's voice came from behind the blinding radiance, the man himself unseen.
Griswold, you've told me a yarn that's hard to believe. I saw something chasing you, but it might have been a timber wolf or a mad dog. If you're holding back anything, you better spill it. What you told me won't hold up in any court. You're bound to be accused of killing your partner. I'll have to arrest you. If you'll give me the straight goods now, it'll make it easier. Now, didn't you kill this fellow, Branner? Wasn't it something like this? You quarreled, he grabbed a hatchet and swung at you, but you dodged and then let him have it? Griswold sank down and hid his face in his hands, his head swimming. Great God, man, I didn't murder John. Why, we've been friends ever since we were children in school together. I've told you the truth. I don't blame you for not believing me, but God help me, it is the truth. The light swung back to the gory head again, and Griswold closed his eyes. He heard Buckner grunt. I believe this hatchet in his hand is the one he was killed with. Blood and brains plastered on the blade, and hair sticking to it. Hair's exactly the same color as his. This makes it tough for you, Griswold. How so? The New Englander asked, dully. Knocks any plea of self-defense in the head. Branner couldn't have swung at you with his hatchet after you split his skull with it. You must have pulled the axe out of his head, stuck it into the floor, and clamped his fingers on it to make it look like it attacked you. And it would have been damn clever if you'd used another hatchet. But I didn't kill him, groaned Griswold. I have no intention of pleading self-defense. That's what puzzles me, Buckner admitted frankly, straightening. What murderer would rig up such a crazy story as you've told me to prove his innocence? Average killer would have told a logical yarn, at least. Blood drops lead him from the door. The body was dragged. No, couldn't have been dragged. The floor isn't smeared. You must have carried it here, after killing him in some other place. But in that case, why isn't there any blood on your clothes? Of course you could have changed clothes and washed your hands, but the fellow hasn't been dead long. He walked downstairs and across the room, said Griswold hopelessly. He came to kill me. I knew he was coming to kill me when I saw him lurching down the stair. He struck where I would have been if I hadn't awakened. That window, I burst out at it. You see, it's broken. I see. But if he walked then, why isn't he walking now? I don't know. I'm too sick to think straight. I've been fearing that he'd rise up from the floor where he lies and come at me again. When I heard that wolf running up the road after me, I thought it was John chasing me. John running through the night with his bloody axe and his bloody head and his death grin. His teeth chattered as he lived that horror over again. Buckner let his light play across the floor. The blood drops lead into the hall. Come on, we'll follow them. Griswold cringed. They lead upstairs. Buckner's eyes were fixed hard on him. Are you afraid to go upstairs with me? Griswold's face was grey. Yes, but I'm going, with you or without you. The thing that killed poor John may still be hiding up there. Stay behind me, ordered Buckner. If anything jumps us, I'll take care of it. But for your own sake, I warn you that I shoot quicker than a cat jumps, and I don't often miss. If you've got any ideas of laying me out from behind, forget 'em. Don't be a fool. Resentment got the better of his apprehension, and this outburst seemed to reassure Buckner more than any of his protestations of innocence. I want to be fair," he said quietly. "I haven't indicted and condemned you in my mind already. If only half of what you're telling me is the truth, you've been through a hell of an experience, and I don't want to be too hard on you. But you can see how hard it is for me to believe all you've told me." Griswold wearily motioned for him to lead the way, unspeaking. They went out into the hall, paused at the landing. A thin string of crimson drops, distinct in the thick dust, led up the steps. "Man's tracks in the dust," grunted Buckner. "Go slow. I've got to be sure of what I see, because we're obliterating them as we go up." One set going up, one coming down. Same man. Not your tracks. Branner was a bigger man than you are. Blood drops all the way. Blood on the banisters like a man had laid his bloody hand there. A smear of stuff that looks... brains. Now what? He walked down the stair, a dead man, shuddered Griswold, groping with one hand, the other gripping the hatchet that killed him. "Or was carried," muttered the sheriff. "But if somebody carried him, where are the tracks?" They came out into the upper hallway, a vast, empty space of dust and shadows, where time-crusted windows repelled the moonlight, and the ring of Buckner's torch seemed inadequate. Griswold trembled like a leaf. Here in darkness and horror, John Branner had died. "Somebody whistled up here," he muttered. "John came as if he were being called." Buckner's eyes were blazing strangely in the light. "The footprints lead down the hall," he muttered. "Same as on the stair. One set going, one coming. Same prints. Judas!" Behind him, Griswold stifled a cry, for he had seen what prompted Buckner's exclamation. A few feet from the head of the stair, Branner's footprints stopped abruptly, then returned, treading almost in the other tracks. And where the trail halted, there was a great splash of blood on the dusty floor, and other tracks met it, tracks of bare feet, narrow, but with splayed toes. They too receded in a second line from the spot. Buckner bent over them, swearing. "The tracks meet, and where they meet there's blood and brains on the floor. Branner must have been killed on that spot with a blow from a hatchet. Bare feet coming out of the darkness to meet shod feet, then both turned away again. The shod feet went downstairs. The bare feet went back down the hall." He directed his light down the hall. The footprints faded into darkness, beyond the reach of the beam. On either hand, the closed doors of chambers were cryptic portals of mystery. "Suppose your crazy tale was true," Buckner muttered, half to himself. "These aren't your tracks. They look like a woman's. Suppose somebody did whistle and Branner went upstairs to investigate. Suppose somebody met him here in the dark and split his head. The signs and tracks would have been, in that case, just as they really are. But if that's so, why isn't Branner lying here, where he was killed? Could he have lived long enough to take the hatchet away from whoever killed him and stagger downstairs with it? No. Recollection gagged Griswold. "I saw him on the stair. He was dead. No man could live a minute after receiving such a wound." "I believe it," muttered Buckner. "But it's madness, or else it's too clever. Yet what sane man would think up and work out such an elaborate and utterly insane plan to escape punishment for murder, when a simple plea of self-defense would have been so much more effective? No court would recognize that story. Well, let's follow these other tracks. They lead down the hall. Here, what's this?" With an icy clutch at his soul, Griswold saw the light was beginning to grow dim. "The battery is new," muttered Buckner, and for the first time Griswold caught an edge of fear in his voice. "Come on, out of here, quick!" The light had faded to a faint red glow. The darkness seemed straining into them, creeping with black cat feet. Buckner retreated, pushing Griswold, stumbling behind him as he walked backward, pistol cocked and lifted, down the dark hall. In the growing darkness, Griswold heard what sounded like the stealthy opening of a door. And suddenly, the blackness about them was vibrant with menace. Griswold knew Buckner sensed it, as well as he,
for the sheriff's hard body was tense and taut as a stalking panther's. But without haste he worked his way to the stair and backed down it, Griswold preceding him and fighting the panic that urged him to scream and burst into mad flight. A ghastly thought brought icy sweat out on his flesh. Suppose the dead man were creeping up the stair behind them in the dark, face frozen in the death grin, blood-caked hatchet lifted to strike. This possibility so overpowered him that he was scarcely aware when his feet struck the level of the lower hallway, and he was only then aware that the light had grown brighter as they descended, until it now gleamed with its full power. But when Buckner turned it back up the stairway, it failed to illuminate the darkness that hung like a tangible fog at the head of the stair.
"The damn thing was conjured," muttered Buckner. "Nothing else. He couldn't act like that naturally." "Turn the light into the room," begged Griswold. "See if John is—" He could not put the ghastly thought into words, but Buckner understood. He swung the beam around, and Griswold had never dreamed that the sight of the gory body of a murdered man could bring such relief. "He's still there," grunted Buckner. "If he walked after he was killed, he hasn't walked since. But that thing—" Again he turned the light up the stair and stood chewing his lip and scowling. 3 times he half lifted his gun. Griswold read his mind. The sheriff was tempted to plunge back up that stair, take his chance with the unknown. But common sense held him back. "I wouldn't have a chance in the dark," he muttered, "and I've got a hunch the light would go out again." He turned and faced Griswold squarely. "There's no use dodging the question. There's something hellish in this house, and I believe I have an inkling of what it is. I don't believe you killed Branner. Whatever killed him is up there, now. There's a lot about your yarn that don't sound sane, but there's nothing sane about a flashlight going out like this one did. I don't believe that thing upstairs is human. I never met anything I was afraid to tackle in the dark before, but I'm not going up there until daylight. It's not long until dawn. We'll wait for it out there on that gallery." The stars were already paling when they came out on the broad porch. Buckner seated himself on the balustrade, facing the door, his pistol dangling in his fingers. Griswold sat down near him and leaned back against a crumbling pillar. He shut his eyes, grateful for the faint breeze that seemed to cool his throbbing brain. He experienced a dull sense of unreality. He was a stranger in a strange land, a land that had become suddenly imbued with black horror. The shadow of the noose hovered above him, and in that dark house lay John Branner, with his butchered head. Like the figments of a dream, these facts spun and eddied in his brain, until all merged in a grey twilight, as sleep came uninvited to his weary soul. He awoke to a cold white dawn, and full memory of the horrors of the night. Mists curled about the stems of the pines, crawled in smoky wisps up the broken walk. Buckner was shaking him. "Wake up! It's daylight!" Griswold rose, wincing at the stiffness of his limbs. His face was grey and old. "I'm ready. Let's go upstairs." "I've already been." Buckner's eyes burned in the early dawn. "I didn't wake you up. I went as soon as it was light. I found nothing. The tracks of the bare feet. Gone." "Gone?" "Yes, gone. The dust had been disturbed all over the hall, from the point where Branner's tracks ended, swept into corners. No chance of tracking anything there now. Something obliterated those tracks while we sat here, and I didn't hear a sound. I've gone through the whole house, not a sign of anything." Griswold shuddered at the thought of himself sleeping alone on the porch while Buckner conducted his exploration. "What shall we do?" he asked listlessly. "With those tracks gone, there goes my only chance of proving my story." "We'll take Branner's body into the county seat," answered Buckner. "Let me do the talking. If the authorities knew the facts as they appear, they'd insist on you being confined and indicted. I don't believe you killed Branner, but neither a district attorney, judge, nor jury will believe what you told me, or what happened to us last night. I'm handling this thing my own way.
I'm not going to arrest you until I've exhausted every other possibility. Say nothing about what's happened here when we get to town. I'll simply tell the district attorney that John Brenner was killed by a party or parties unknown, and that I'm working on the case. Are you game to come back with me to this house and spend the night here, sleeping in that room as you and Brenner slept last night?" Griswold went white, but answered as stoutly as his ancestors might have expressed their determination to hold their cabins in the teeth of the Pequots. "I'll do it. Let's go then. Help me pack the body out to your auto." Griswold's soul revolted at the sight of John Branner's bloodless face in the chill white dawn, and the feel of his clammy flesh. The grey fog wrapped wispy tentacles about their feet as they carried their grisly burden across the lawn. Two, the Snake's Brother. Again, the shadows were lengthening over the pinelands, and again 2 men came bumping along the old road in a car with a New England license plate. Buckner was driving. Griswold's nerves were too shattered for him to trust himself at the wheel. He looked gaunt and haggard, and his face was still pallid. The strain of the day spent at the county seat was added to the horror that still rode his soul like the shadow of a black-winged vulture. He had not slept, had not tasted what he had eaten. "I told you I'd tell you about the Blassonvilles," said Buckner. "They were proud folks, haughty and pretty damn ruthless when they wanted their way. They didn't treat their slaves as well as the other planters did. Got their ideas in the West Indies, I reckon. There was a streak of cruelty in them, especially Miss Celia, the last one of the family to come to these parts. That was long after the slaves had been freed, but she used to whip her mulatto maid just like she was a slave, the old folks say. The Negroes said when a Blassonville died, the devil was always waiting for him out in the Black Pines. Well, after the Civil War, they died off pretty fast, living in poverty on the plantation, which was allowed to go to ruin. Finally, only 4 girls were left, sisters living in the old house and eking out a bare living, with a few blacks living in the old slave huts and working the fields on the share. They kept to themselves, being proud and ashamed of their poverty. Folks wouldn't see them for months at a time. When they needed supplies, they sent a Negro to town after them. But folks knew about it when Miss Celia came to live with them. She came from somewhere in the West Indies, where the whole family originally had its roots. A fine, handsome woman, they say, in the early 30s. But she didn't mix with folks any more than the girls did. She brought a mulatto maid with her, and the Blassonville cruelty cropped out in her treatment of this maid. I knew an old man years ago who swore he saw Miss Celia tie this girl up to a tree, stark naked, and whip her with a horse whip. Nobody was surprised when she disappeared. Everybody figured she'd run away, of course. Well, one day in the spring of 1890, Miss Elizabeth, the youngest girl, came into town for the first time in maybe a year. She came after supplies. Said the blacks had all left the place. Talked a little more, too, a bit wild. Said Miss Celia had gone, without leaving any word. Said her sisters thought she'd gone back to the West Indies, but she believed her aunt was still in the house. She didn't say what she meant, just got her supplies and pulled out for the manor. A month went past, and a black came into town and said that Miss Elizabeth was living at the manor alone. Said her 3 sisters weren't there anymore, that they left one by one without giving any word or explanation. She didn't know where they'd gone and was afraid to stay there alone, but didn't know where else to go. She'd never known anything but the manor, and had neither relatives nor friends. But she was in a mortal terror of something. The black said she locked herself in her room at night and kept candles burning all night. It was a stormy spring night when Miss Elizabeth came tearing into town on the one horse she owned, nearly dead from fright. She fell from her horse in the square. When she could talk, she said she'd found a secret room in the manor that had been forgotten for 100 years. And she said that there she found her 3 sisters, dead and hanging by their necks from the ceiling. She said something chased her and nearly brained her with an axe as she ran out the front door, but somehow she got to the horse and got away. She was nearly crazy with fear and didn't know what it was that chased her. Said it looked like a woman with a yellow face. About 100 men rode out there right away. They searched the house from top to bottom, But they didn't find any secret room or the remains of the sisters. But they did find a hatchet sticking in the door jamb downstairs, with some of Miss Elizabeth's hair stuck on it, just as she'd said. She wouldn't go back there and show them how to find the secret door. Almost went crazy when they suggested it. When she was able to travel, the people made up some money and loaned it to her. She was still too proud to accept charity, and she went back to California. She never came back, but later it was learned, when she sent back to repay the money they'd loaned her, that she'd married out there. Nobody ever bought the house. It stood there, just as she'd left it. And as the years passed, folks stole all the furnishings out of it. Poor white trash, I reckon. A Negro wouldn't go about it, but they came after sunup and left long before sundown. What did the people think about Miss Elizabeth's story? Asked Griswold. Well, most folks thought she'd gone a little crazy, living in that old house alone. But some people believed that mulatto girl Joan didn't run away after all. They believed she'd hidden in the woods and glutted her hatred of the Blasonvilles by murdering Miss Celia and the 3 girls. They beat up the woods with bloodhounds, but never found a trace of her. If there was a secret room in that house, she might have been hiding there, if there was anything to that theory. She couldn't have been hiding there all these years, muttered Griswold. Anyway, the thing in the house now isn't human. Buckner wrenched the wheel around and turned into a dim trace that left the main road and meandered off through the pines. Where are you going? There's an old Negro that lives off this way a few miles. I want to talk to him. We're up against something that takes more than white man sense. The black people know more than we do about some things. This old man is nearly 100 years old. His master educated him when he was a boy, and after he was freed, he traveled more extensively than most white men do. They say he's a voodoo man. Griswold shivered at the phrase, staring uneasily at the green forest walls that shut them in. The scent of the pines was mingled with the odors of unfamiliar plants and blossoms, but underlying all was a reek of rot and decay. Again, a sick abhorrence of these dark, mysterious woodlands almost overpowered him. Voodoo, he muttered. I'd forgotten about that. I never could think of black magic in connection with the South. To me, witchcraft was always associated with old crooked streets in waterfront towns, overhung by gabled roofs that were old when they were hanging witches in Salem. Dark, musty alleys where black cats and other things might steal at night. Witchcraft always meant the old towns of New England to me. But all this is more terrible than any New England legend. These somber pines, old deserted houses, lost plantations, mysterious black people, old tales of madness and horror. God, what frightful ancient terrors there are on this continent fools call young. Here's old Jacob's hut, announced Buckner, bringing the automobile to a halt. Griswold saw a clearing and a small cabin squatting under the shadows of the huge trees. The pines gave way to oaks and cypresses, bearded with grey, trailing moss, and behind the cabin lay the edge of a swamp that ran away under the dimness of the trees, choked with rank vegetation. A thin wisp of blue smoke curled up from the stick-and-mud chimney. He followed Buckner to the tiny stoop, where the sheriff pushed open the leather-hinged door and strode in. Griswold blinked in the comparative dimness of the interior. A single small window let in a little daylight. An old Negro crouched beside the hearth, watching a pot stew over the open fire. He looked up as they entered, but did not rise. He seemed incredibly old. His face was a mass of wrinkles, and his eyes, dark and vital, were filmed momentarily at times, as if his mind wandered. Buckner motioned Griswold to sit down in a string-bottomed chair, and himself took a rudely made bench near the hearth, facing the old man. "Jacob," he said bluntly, "the time's come for you to talk. I know you know the secret of Blasonville Manor. I've never questioned you about it because it wasn't in my line, but a man was murdered there last night, and this man here may hang for it, unless you tell me what haunts that old house of the Blasonvilles." The old man's eyes gleamed, then grew misty as if clouds of extreme age drifted across his brittle mind. "The Blasonvilles," he murmured,
and his voice was mellow and rich, his speech not the patois of the piney woods darky. "They were proud people, sirs, proud and cruel. Some died in the war, some were killed in duels, the menfolk, sirs. Some died in the manor, the old manor." His voice trailed off into unintelligible mumblings. "What of the manor?" asked Buckner patiently. "Miss Celia was the proudest of them all," the old man muttered. "The proudest and the cruelest. The black people hated her, Joan most of all. Joan had white blood in her, and she was proud, too. Miss Celia whipped her like a slave." "What is the secret of Blossomville Manor?" persisted Buckner. The film faded from the old man's eyes. They were dark as moonlit wells. "What secret, sir? I do not understand." "Yes, you do. For years that old house has stood there with its mystery. You know the key to its riddle." The old man stirred the stew. He seemed perfectly rational now. "Sir, life is sweet, even to an old black man." "You mean somebody would kill you if you told me?" Well, the old man was mumbling again, his eyes clouded. "Not somebody. No human being. The black gods of the swamps. My secret is inviolate, guarded by the big serpent, the god above all gods. He would send a little brother to kiss me with his cold lips, a little brother with a white crescent moon on his head. I sold my soul to the big serpent, and he made me maker of Zoovambies." Buckner stiffened. "I heard that word once before," he said softly, "from the lips of a dying black man when I was a child. What does it mean?" Fear filled the eyes of old Jacob. "What have I said? No, I said nothing." "Zoovambies," prompted Buckner. "Zoovambies," mechanically repeated the old man, his eyes vacant. "A Zoovambi was once a woman. On the slave coast they know of them. The drums that whisper by night in the hills of Haiti tell of them. The makers of Zoovambies are honored of the people of Damballa. It is death to speak of it to a white man. It is one of the snake god's forbidden secrets." "You speak of the Zoovambies," said Buckner softly. "I must not speak of it," mumbled the old man, and Griswold realized that he was thinking aloud, too far gone in his dotage to be aware that he was speaking at all. "No white man must know that I danced in the black ceremony of the voodoo, and was made a maker of zombies and Zoovambies. The big snake punishes loose tongues with death." "A Zoovambi is a woman?" prompted Buckner. "Was a woman," the old Negro muttered. "She knew I was a maker of Zoovambies. She came and stood in my hut and asked for the awful brew. The brew of ground snake bones, and the blood of vampire bats, and the dew from a nighthawk's wings, and other elements unnameable. She had danced in the black ceremony. She was ripe to become a Zoovambi. The black brew was all that was needed. The other was beautiful. I could not refuse her." "Who?" demanded Buckner tensely, but the old man's head was sunk on his withered breast, and he did not reply. He seemed to slumber as he sat. Buckner shook him. "You gave a brew to make a woman a Zoovambi? What is a Zoovambi?" The old man stirred resentfully and muttered drowsily. "A Zoovambi is no longer human. It knows neither relatives nor friends. It is one with the people of the black world. It commands the natural demons, owls, bats, snakes, and werewolves, and can fetch darkness to blot out a little light. It can be slain by lead or steel, but unless it is slain thus, it lives forever, and it eats no food such as humans eat. It dwells like a bat in a cave or an old house. Time means naught to the Zoovambi. An hour, a day, a year, all is one. It cannot speak human words, nor think as a human thinks, but it can hypnotize the living by the sound of its voice, and when it slays a man, it can command his lifeless body until the flesh is cold. As long as the blood flows, the corpse is a slave. Its pleasure lies in the slaughter of human beings." "And why should one become a Zoovambi?" asked Buckner softly. "Hate," whispered the old man. "Hate, revenge. Was her name Joan?" murmured Buckner. It was as if the name penetrated the fogs of senility that clouded the voodoo man's mind. He shook himself, and the film faded from his eyes, leaving them hard and gleaming as wet black marble. "Joan," he said slowly. "I've not heard that name for the span of a generation. I seem to have been sleeping, gentlemen. I do not remember. I ask your pardon. Old men fall asleep before the fire, like old dogs. You ask me of Blasonville Manor? Sir, if I were to tell you why I cannot answer you, you would deem it mere superstition. Yet the white man's God be my witness." As he spoke, he was reaching across the hearth for a piece of firewood, groping among the heaps of sticks there, and his voice broke in a scream as he jerked back his arm convulsively, and a horrible, thrashing, trailing thing came with it. Around the voodoo man's arm a mottled length of that shape was wrapped, and a wicked, wedge-shaped head struck again in silent fury. The old man fell on the hearth, screaming, upsetting the simmering pot and scattering the embers, and then Buckner caught up a billet of firewood and crushed that flat head. Cursing, he kicked aside the knotting, twisting trunk, glaring briefly at the mangled head. Old Jacob had ceased screaming and writhing. He lay still, staring glassily upward. "Dead?" whispered Griswold. "Dead as Judas Iscariot," snapped Buckner, frowning at the twitching reptile. "That infernal snake crammed enough poison into his veins to kill a dozen men his age. But I think it was the shock and fright that killed him." "What shall we do?" asked Griswold, shivering. "Leave the body on that bunk. Nothing can hurt it if we bolt the door so the wild hogs can't get in, or any cat. We'll carry it into town tomorrow. We got work to do tonight. Let's get going." Griswold shrank from touching the corpse, but he helped Buckner lift it on the rude bunk, and then stumbled hastily out of the hut. The sun was hovering above the horizon, visible in dazzling red flame through the black stems of the trees. They climbed into the car in silence and went bumping back along the stumpy train. "He said the big snake would send one of his brothers," muttered Griswold. "Nonsense," snorted Buckner. "Snakes like warmth, and that swamp is full of them. It crawled in and crawled up among that firewood. Old Jacob disturbed it, and it bit him. Nothing supernatural about that." After a short silence, he said, in a different voice, "That was the first time I ever saw a rattler strike without singing, and the first time I ever saw a snake with a white crescent moon on its head." They were turning into the main road before either spoke again. "You think that the mulatto Joan has skulked in the house all these years?" Griswold asked. "You heard what old Jacob said," answered Buckner grimly. "Time means nothing to us of Vamby." As they made the last turn in the road, Griswold braced himself against the sight of Blasonville Manor, looming black against the red sunset. When it came into view, he bit his lip to keep from shrieking. The suggestion of cryptic horror came back in all its power. "Look," he whispered from dry lips as they came to a halt beside the road. Buckner grunted. From the balustrades of the gallery rose a whirling cloud of pigeons that swept away into the sunset, black against the lurid glare. 3. The Call of Zuvembi. Both men sat rigid for a few moments after the pigeons had flown.
"Well, I've seen them at last,"
muttered Buckner. "Only the doomed see them, perhaps," whispered Griswold. "That tramp saw them."
"Well, we'll see,"
returned the Southerner tranquilly, as he climbed out of the car, but Griswold noticed him unconsciously hitch forward his scabbarded gun. The oaken doors sagged on broken hinges. Their feet echoed on the broken brick walk. The blind windows reflected the sunset in sheets of flame. As they came into the broad hall, Griswold saw the string of black marks that ran across the floor and into the chamber, marking the path of a dead man. Buckner had brought blankets out of the automobile. He spread them before the fireplace.
"I'll lie next to the door," he said. "You lie where you did last night."
"Shall we light a fire in the grate?" asked Griswold, dreading the thought of the blackness that would cloak the woods when the brief twilight had died.
"No. You've got a flashlight, and so have I. We'll lie here in the dark and see what happens. Can you use that gun I gave you?"
"I suppose so. I never fired a revolver, but I know how it's done."
"Well, leave the shooting to me, if possible."
The sheriff seated himself cross-legged on his blankets and emptied the cylinder of his big blue Colt, inspecting each cartridge with a critical eye before he replaced it. Griswold prowled nervously back and forth, begrudging the slow fading of the light as a miser begrudges the waning of his gold. He leaned with one hand against the mantelpiece, staring down into the dust-covered ashes. The fire that produced those ashes must have been built by Elizabeth Blassonville more than 40 years before. The thought was depressing. He stirred the dusty ashes with his toe. Something came to view among the charred debris, a bit of paper stained and yellowed. Still idly he bent and drew it out of the ashes. It was a notebook with mouldering cardboard backs.
"What have you found?"
asked Buckner, squinting down the gleaming barrel of his gun.
"Nothing but an old notebook. Looks like a diary. The pages are covered with writing, but the ink is so faded and the paper is in such a state of decay that I can't tell much about it. How do you suppose it came in the fireplace without being burned up?" "Thrown in long after the fire was out," surmised Buckner. "Probably found and tossed in the fireplace by somebody who was in here stealing furniture. Likely somebody who couldn't read."
Griswold fluttered the crumbling leaves listlessly, straining his eyes in the fading light over the yellowed scrolls. Then he stiffened.
"Here's an entry that's legible. Listen," he read. "I know someone is in the house besides myself. I can hear someone prowling about at night when the sun has set and the pines are black outside. Often in the night, I hear it fumbling at my door. Who is it? Is it one of my sisters? Is it Aunt Celia? If it is either of these, why does she steal so subtly about the house? Why does she tug at my door and glide away when I call to her? Shall I open the door and go out to her? No, I dare not. I am afraid. Oh God, what shall I do? I dare not stay here, but where am I to go?" "By God!" ejaculated Buckner. "That must be Elizabeth Blassonville's diary. Go on." "I can't make out the rest of the page," answered Griswold, "but a few pages further on I can make out some lines." He read, "Why did the Negroes all run away when Aunt Celia disappeared? My sisters are dead. I know they are dead. I seem to sense that they died horribly, in fear and agony. But why? Why? If someone murdered Aunt Celia, why should that person murder my poor sisters? They are always kind to the black people. Joan—" He paused, scowling futilely. "A piece of the page is torn out. Here's another entry under another date. At least I judge it's a date. I can't make it out for sure. The awful thing that the old negress hinted at? She named Jacob Blount and Joan, but she would not speak plainly. Perhaps she feared to... Part of it gone here. Then... No. How can it be? She is dead or gone away. Yet she was born and raised in the West Indies, and from hence she let fall in the past. I know she delved into the mysteries of the voodoo. I believe she even danced in one of their horrible ceremonies. How could she have been such a beast? And this horror... God, can such things be? I know not what to think. If it is she who roams the house at night, who fumbles at my door, who whistles so weirdly and sweetly, no, I must be going mad. If I stay here alone, I shall die as hideously as my sisters must have died. Of that I am convinced." The incoherent chronicle ended as abruptly as it had begun. Griswold was so engrossed in deciphering the scraps that he was not aware that darkness had stolen upon them, hardly aware that Buckner was holding his electric torch for him to read by. Waking from his abstraction, he started and darted a quick glance at the black hallway. "What do you make of it?" "What I've suspected all the time," answered Buckner. "That mulatto maid, Joan, turned Zuvembi to avenge herself on Miss Celia. Probably hated the whole family as much as she did her mistress. She'd taken part in voodoo ceremonies on her native island until she was ripe, as old Jacob said. All she needed was that black brew. He supplied that. She killed Miss Celia and the 3 older girls, and would have gotten Elizabeth but for chance. She's been lurking in this old house all these years, like a snake in her ruin." "But why would she murder a stranger?" "You heard what old Jacob said," reminded Buckner. "Zuvembi finds satisfaction in the slaughter of humans. She called Branner up the stair and split his head and stuck the hatchet in his hand and sent him downstairs to murder you. No court will ever believe that, but if we can produce her body, that will be evidence enough to prove your innocence. My word will be taken that she murdered Branner. Jacob said a Zuvembi could be killed. In reporting this affair, I don't have to be too accurate in detail." "She came and peered over the balustrade of the stair at us," muttered Griswold. "But why didn't we find her tracks on the stair?" "Maybe you dreamed it. Maybe a Zuvembi can project her spirit. Hell, why try to rationalize something that's outside the bounds of rationality? Let's begin our watch." "Don't turn out the light," exclaimed Griswold involuntarily. Then he added, "Of course, turn it out. We must be in the dark as—" He gagged a bit. "As Branner and I were." But fear, like a physical sickness, assailed him when the room was plunged in darkness. He lay trembling, and his heart beat so heavily he felt as if he would suffocate. "The West Indies must be the plague spot of the world," muttered Buckner, a blur on his blankets. "I've heard of zombies. Never knew before what a Zuvembi was. Evidently some drug concocted by the voodoo men to induce madness in women. That doesn't explain the other things, though. The hypnotic powers, the abnormal longevity, the ability to control corpses. No, a Zuvembi can't be merely a mad woman. It's a monster, something more or less than a human being, created by the magic that spawns in black swamps and jungles. Well, we'll see." His voice ceased, and in the silence Griswold heard the pounding of his own heart. Outside in the black woods a wolf howled eerily, and owls hooted. Then silence fell again like a black fog. Griswold forced himself to lie still on his blankets. Time seemed at a standstill. He felt as if he were choking. The suspense was growing unendurable. The effort he made to control his crumbling nerves bathed his limbs in sweat. He clenched his teeth until his jaws ached and almost locked, and the nails of his fingers bit deeply into his palms. He did not know what he was expecting. The fiend would strike again, but how? Would it be a horrible, sweet whistling, bare feet stealing down the creaking steps, or a sudden hatchet stroke in the dark? Would it choose him or Buckner? Was Buckner already dead? He could see nothing in the blackness, but he heard the man's steady breathing. The Southerner must have nerves of steel. Or was that Buckner breathing beside him, separated by a narrow strip of darkness? Had the fiend already struck in silence and taken the sheriff's place, there to lie in ghoulish glee until it was ready to strike? 1,000 hideous fancies assailed Griswold, tooth and claw. He began to feel that he would go mad if he did not leap to his feet, screaming, and burst frenziedly out of that accursed house. Not even the fear of the gallows could keep him lying there in the darkness any longer. The rhythm of Buckner's breathing was suddenly broken, and Griswold felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. From somewhere above them rose a sound of weird, sweet whistling. Griswold's control snapped, plunging his brain into darkness deeper than the physical blackness which engulfed him. There was a period of absolute blankness, in which a realization of motion was his first sensation of awakening consciousness. He was running, madly, stumbling over an incredibly rough road. All was darkness about him, and he ran blindly. Vaguely he realized that he must have bolted from the house and fled for perhaps miles before his overwrought brain began to function.
He did not care. Dying on the gallows for a murder he never committed did not terrify him half as much as the thought of returning to that house of horror. He was overpowered by the urge to run as he was running now, blindly, until he reached the end of his endurance. The mist had not yet fully lifted from his brain, but he was aware of a dull wonder that he could not see the stars through the black branches. He wished vaguely that he could see where he was going. He believed he must be climbing a hill, and that was strange, for he knew there were no hills within miles of the manor. Then above and ahead of him, a dim glow began. He scrambled toward it, over ledge-like projections that were more and more taking on a disquieting symmetry. Then he was horror-stricken to realize that a sound was impacting on his ears, a weird, mocking whistle. The sound swept the mists away. Why? What was this? Where was he? Awakening and realization came like the stunning stroke of a butcher's maul. He was not fleeing along a road or climbing a hill. He was mounting a stair. He was still in Blassonville Manor, and he was climbing the stair. An inhuman scream burst from his lips. Above it the mad whistling rose in a ghoulish piping of demoniac triumph. He tried to stop, to turn back, even to fling himself over the balustrade. His shrieking rang unbearably in his own ears, but his willpower was shattered to bits. It did not exist. He had no will. He had dropped his flashlight, and he had forgotten the gun in his pocket. He could not command his own body. His legs, moving stiffly, worked like pieces of mechanism detached from his brain, obeying an outside will. Clumping methodically, they carried him shrieking up the stair toward the witch-fire glow shimmering above him. "Buckner!" he screamed. "Buckner! Help, for God's sake!" His voice strangled in his throat. He had reached the upper landing. He was tottering down the hallway. The whistling sank and ceased, but its impulsion still drove him on. He could not see from what source the dim glow came. It seemed to emanate from no central focus, but he saw a vague figure shambling toward him. It looked like a woman, but no human woman ever walked with that skulking gait, and no human woman ever had that face of horror, that leering yellow blur of lunacy. He tried to scream at the sight of that face, at the glint of keen steel in the uplifted claw-like hand, but his tongue was frozen. Then something crashed deafeningly behind him. The shadows were split by a tongue of flame which lit a hideous figure falling backward. Hard on the heels of the report rang an inhuman squawk. In the darkness that followed the flash, Griswold fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands. He did not hear Buckner's voice. The Southerner's hand on his shoulder shook him out of his swoon. A light in his eyes blinded him. He blinked, shaded his eyes, looked up into Buckner's face, bending at the rim of the circle of light. The sheriff was pale. "Are you hurt? God, man, are you hurt? There's a butcher knife there on the floor." "I'm not hurt," mumbled Griswold. "You fired just in time. The fiend. Where is it? Where did it go? Listen." Somewhere in the house there sounded a sickening flopping and flapping, as of something that thrashed and struggled in its death convulsions. "Jacob was right," said Buckner grimly. "Lead can kill them. I hit her all right. Didn't dare use my flashlight, but there was enough light. When that whistling started, you almost walked over me getting out. I knew you were hypnotized, or whatever it is. I followed you up the stairs. I was right behind you, but crouching low so she wouldn't see me, and maybe get away again. I almost waited too long before I fired, but the sight of her almost paralyzed me. Look!" He flashed his light down the hall, and now it shone bright and clear, and it shone on an aperture gaping in the wall where no door had showed before. "The secret panel Miss Elizabeth found," Buckner snapped. "Come on!" He ran across the hallway, and Griswold followed him dazedly. The flopping and thrashing came from beyond that mysterious door, and now the sounds had ceased. The light revealed a narrow,
tunnel-like corridor that evidently led through one of the thick walls. Buckner plunged into it without hesitation.
"Maybe it couldn't think like a human,"
he muttered, shining his light ahead of him.
"but it had sense enough to erase its tracks last night, so we couldn't trail it to that point in the wall and maybe find the secret panel. There's a room ahead, the secret room of the Blasenvilles."
And Griswold cried out,
"My God, it's the windowless chamber I saw in my dream, with the 3 bodies hanging."
Buckner's light playing about the circular chamber became suddenly motionless. In that wide ring of light, 3 figures appeared, 3 dried, shriveled, mummy-like shapes, still clad in the mouldering garments of the last century. Their slippers were clear of the floor as they hung by their withered necks from chains suspended from the ceiling.
"The 3 Blasenville sisters,"
muttered Buckner.
"Miss Elizabeth wasn't crazy after all. Look."
Griswold could barely make his voice intelligible.
"There, over there in the corner."
The light moved, halted.
"Was that thing a woman once?"
whispered Griswold.
"God, look at that face, even in death. Look at those claw-like hands with black talons like those of a beast. Yes, it was human, though. Even the rags of an old ballroom gown. Why should a mulatto maid wear such a dress, I wonder? This has been her lair for over 40 years,
muttered Buckner, brooding over the grinning grisly thing sprawling in the corner.
This clears you, Griswold. A crazy woman with a hatchet. That's all the authorities need to know. God, what a revenge. What a foul revenge. Yet what a bestial nature she must have had in the beginning, to delve into voodoo as she must have done.
The mulatto woman? Whispered Griswold, dimly sensing a horror that overshadowed all the rest of the terror. Buckner shook his head.
We misunderstood old Jacob's maunderings, and the things Miss Elizabeth wrote. She must have known, but family pride sealed her lips. Griswold, I understand now. The mulatto woman had her revenge, but not as we'd supposed. She didn't drink the black brew old Jacob fixed for her. It was for somebody else, to be given secretly in her food or coffee, no doubt. Then Joan ran away, leaving the seeds of the hell she'd sowed to grow. That's not the mulatto woman? Whispered Griswold. When I saw her out there in the hallway, I knew she was no mulatto. Those distorted features still reflect a family likeness. I've seen her portrait, and I can't be mistaken. There lies the creature that was once Celia Blasenville.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,